Friends, I just pressed the let's go live button, so let's wait for the stream to fire up all across the fruited plain of the internet this lovely, lovely morning. We've got a full day ahead, and we can't get into it until we can make sure that the tubes are working. Sometimes we have some tubular problems over here, but I think we are alive and well, which is tremendous news. That means we can go ahead and get started, so let's do it, shall we? Hello, my friends, and welcome back to yet another episode of Watching the Watchers Live. My name is Robert Gouveia. I am a criminal defense attorney broadcasting from the Valley of the Sun deep in downtown Phoenix, Arizona, where we're going to be spending a bulk of our time today. We're talking about the Kari Lake trial, and we are waiting for the court to get in session. We are already queued up. You can see here that they are maneuvering the feed around. They are opening and closing things, and they're getting ready for a full day event of streaming. And so we're going to keep checking in with this until the sessions is in session, and then we'll of course jump over there. But I want to start by taking a look at some activity that hit the docket today, and looks like it's going to be kind of a tough road ahead for Kari Lake today. There was a minute entry that we read yesterday, which you recall was the judge requiring Kari Lake to prove that there was zero, not any, not one, even at all, level 2 or level 3 signature checks. And we sat here going, what? That's going to basically be impossible for Kari Lake's team to prove. Court is in session. So let's put this in picture, if I can do that. Well, maybe I can't since it's started. But okay, we're going to wait for this to get going. Now, what I was explaining is Kari Lake got an order from the judge. The judge was saying that you cannot, if you have any level 2 or level 3 signature checks, you lose your case. So they submitted a motion for relief to go back and check in on that. They said, Judge, that's ridiculous. We want to show that the process was bad, that what was taking place in the signature verification process was problematic, not whether or not it happened. The judge is saying if they did any level 2 or level 3, then that is going to be meaning that Kari Lake loses. So let's see what's going on.
What rules that? 6? Yeah.
Court is filling in. Okay, so we'll pause on this. We'll come back. There's still about 4 minutes until the court is officially supposed to start. And so let's run through this very briefly because this is what the judge just said. This entry came out yesterday, 6:45 p.m. before trial. Judge says, the court considered Kari Lake's motion. As stated previously, Kari Lake at oral arguments and in her reply narrowed the claim. This is a claim saying that there was a wholesale failure to conduct a process or a procedure required by law. Okay, so the judge is interpreting Kari Lake's opinion to say, or her original complaint, to say that they didn't do the signatures at all, not that the process of doing the signatures was bad. A party is bound, the judge says, by factual concessions or admissions made in its pleading. So they're saying Kari Lake and her team really narrowed it, saying the court is now obliged in considering a motion to indulge all inferences to the non-moving party. And we do hold Kari Lake and her lawyer's representation of the scope of her claim at trial that no signature verification was conducted. Okay, so like extremely narrow, 0. And we know that's not true. We know that there was signature verification that took place. We weren't happy with how it was conducted. So the judge says, well, the most liberal reading of paragraph 16 of Kari Lake's complaint is broad enough to encompass the current theory, saying Maricopa County officials allowed tens of thousands of ballots with signatures mismatches like this one, referring to an image with no signature. There was no signature on there to be counted. And they did the same thing in the general election. The image and allegation are not taken as substantive but demonstrative to demonstrate there was no signature present, but it was still counted. Read broadly, as the court must, this states a claim that no signature verification was conducted at level 1, in addition to level 2 and level 3, did not occur. The court recognizes the contradiction between this new theory and other allegations, specifically that her own affiants declare they conducted signature reviews at other levels. This court will give the affidavits and the evidence presented at trial the weight that it is due, but Kari Lake is further bound by her concession that she brings a specific type of claim. She challenges under Reyes a failure to act, not failure in the action, okay? Not failure on any particular ballot. So in other words, let's check back in. In other words, the court is saying, the court concludes that the broadest possible reading of the complaint, Kari Lake's, could allow Kari Lake to allege level 1 violations as well as her other theories. So Kari Lake will be allowed to present evidence that Maricopa County failed to conduct any level 1 signatures. Because the court rules on 60B1 grounds, the court does not address plaintiff's arguments to newly discovered evidence, can't bring in new stuff. Any objections to evidence, newly discovered or otherwise, will be handled at trial. We'll deal with it soon. It is therefore ordered, look, granting the motion to the extent that Kari Lake seeks to challenge the alleged absence of level 1 signature verifications. It's further ordered denying all other relief. So what I'm reading this as is that Kari Lake now has to show that there was not even any level 1 signature verifications in addition to level 2 or level 3. Because again, it's about whether they did it or not how they did it. The judge is interpreting Kari Lake as saying you failed to act, not that you acted badly. And so she can't talk about acting badly. She can only talk about failures to act. But we know that they did level 1 and level 2 and probably level 3, right? The data will show that. That's not the argument that she's making, but the judge is reinterpreting it to make that the argument. So it's going to be difficult, I think, for Kari Lake to make that case if this is the standard the judge is going to be requiring, because all of their experts, all rise, judge is here.
Good morning. Please be seated.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Okay.
All quiet in the courtroom. Lots of tension. Waiting for the first words from the judge. Shout out to John Marino in the chat.
Okay. All right, this is CV 2022-09-5403. This is Lake versus Hobbs et al. I'll take appearances at the beginning of the day, please, beginning with plaintiff.
Robert Govea here on behalf of YouTube.
Brian Blem on behalf of plaintiff Kari Lake, Your Honor.
Okay, the defendants.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elena Rodriguez of the government.
Thomas Liddy for the Maricopa County defendants. With me is.
So, Your Honor, Joseph LaRue.
And Jack, introduce yourself.
Jack O'Connor.
Karen Hurton-Tejas, Saginaw.
Rosa Aguilar.
Very good.
Morning, Your Honor. Craig Morgan for Sherman and Howard for the Secretary of State. With me are my colleagues Jake Rapp and Shane Stewart.
Very well. Thank you. Please be seated.
All right, everybody's
Okay.
announced.
All right. To begin with, there was a motion to allow a Teams or remote appearance by one of the plaintiff's witnesses. Is there any objection to that?
No objections.
That's granted. I'm not going to sign an order. It'll be in the minute entry, but you make the arrangements. You said it would be like 2 o'clock this afternoon.
Clock, Your Honor.
It may wind up that winds up being out of order, whatever. I'm going to rely on you to tell me we need to remember that to take him.
Will do, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. With that in mind, as far as witnesses, how many witnesses are there total that we'll be hearing from plaintiffs? And who are they?
We had a lot of them, but
Your
that,
Honor, we have Jacqueline Onigkeit,
The three affiants,
Chris Hansel,
Yes.
Shelby Bush, Andrew Myers, that's the witness appearing by video today, and plaintiff's expert, Eric Spikeen.
okay.
Your Honor, we
Yes.
are also calling Ray Valenzuela today, this afternoon.
I believe they were going to call him, but if they don't, you are.
We're going to call him, yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
that was Maricopa County elections guy,
For defendants,
testified previously.
Your Honor, we're also going to call Ray Valenzuela, who is the client representative of Maricopa County.
Yeah.
Please stand. Sir, Ray Valenzuela.
very well.
Yeah, back over here.
Thank you.
I think we remember him from the first trial.
Okay.
He testified last time.
So there is a current motion that was filed yesterday in a response that I've reviewed that is seeking to exclude plaintiff's expert, Mr. Specken. You've asked for oral argument, but and I can hear from you each. Let me give you the benefit of what I think based on what you've written. I don't know that you're going to give me something that you haven't written by way of oral argument, but my view of it is that rather than wholesale excluding somebody, I look to evaluate. It's a bench trial. It's not like I'm being a gatekeeper to prevent something that I can't later undo in terms of the witness's testimony being heard by the trier of fact.
The jury.
So to that end, I think I have the tool of cross-examination that's available. And my inclination is more to hear the evidence and give it the weight I deem appropriate. And across the board in this case, that's been the approach that I've taken for this trial. You may have inferred that from the rulings that I've had so far. Given that, is there anything that plaintiff wants, or excuse me, the defendants, what's your motion that you want to add to the?
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing to add, understand, and we're ready to proceed.
Great, thank you. Okay,
Now, speaking,
Fine, Your Honor.
as we heard
Okay.
yesterday,
Nothing.
he was
Thank
the
you.
expert who was going to
As
talk
a matter
about
of
the,
housekeeping though, Judge, I
Yes.
don't know who's a witness, who isn't, on behalf of all defendants. We want to invoke the rule of exclusion.
very well.
Thank you.
so other witnesses
Okay.
got to leave the courtroom so they can't listen to each
All
other
right, so if
testify.
you're not a party or a party representative and you are a witness, then you need to leave the courtroom. That's what that means. So
So you can't
is there
listen to
anybody
other
that
people
falls in that
testify.
category? I don't know these people by face, so I'm asking
Nobody's moving.
lawyers.
Your Honor, normally an expert witness is allowed.
Mr. Specken?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That's news to me, Judge.
What, that an expert can,
Well, we don't know that he's going to be qualified as an expert. He's going to be a witness. I'm not entirely sure what's going to happen. I think he should be excluded with the rest of the witnesses.
okay,
He will not be called as a fact witness.
okay. So that narrows it. Either he's called as a witness and as an expert witness, or he's not called at all. So to that extent,
Fair enough.
he can be here.
Understood.
Thank you.
All right. Then are we ready to begin? Plaintiff, you ready today? Defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
And I'm going to take Mr. Liddy's response as to all defendants.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Do you want to make an opening after everything I've read?
I would, Your Honor.
Very well. You are allowed to do that. And then the defendants, you have the option of making an opening, if you will, after that, or you can wait till your case in chief, as you well know. Okay? Mr. Olson.
May I first put in?
Yes, you may.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mail-in ballots are, quote, the largest source of potential voter fraud, end quote. That statement comes from the 2005 bipartisan Jimmy Carter James Baker Commission report entitled Building Confidence in U.S. Elections. That statement holds true today, just as it did when that commission made that statement in 2005. Making sure the voter's signature on the ballot envelope matches the voter's record signature is one of the most important security features to ensure that the ballot that is being cast by the legitimate voter and not a fraudulent ballot. It's critical to mail-in voting. The evidence that you will see today shows that Maricopa is counting hundreds of thousands of ballots without performing signature verification as required by ARS 16550 or Maricopa's own procedures that they train their signature verification workers in. This isn't a question of not doing it well enough. They're simply not doing signature verification.
Okay, that's good. That's the rule.
Maricopa received a flood of 1.3 million ballots in the 2022 general election. They did not employ the resources necessary to perform signature verification in the time that was allotted. The evidence will show that the signatures were either not reviewed at all or that the signature verifiers were simply clicking through the computer screen and moving on to the next ballot without doing any cross-reference to the record signature. In fact, record data produced by Maricopa shows that dozens of signature verifiers were simply clicking through the signature comparison images on their computer screen as fast as they could tap the keyboard.
We saw that yesterday.
That is not verifying signatures, Your Honor, in accordance with Arizona law.
Looks good to me.
The evidence will also show that Maricopa monitored each one of its signature verifiers and thus knew exactly what they were doing. They could monitor the rate at which signatures were being processed. They could monitor the number of ballots that or signatures that were being processed through the day. They could monitor whether they were being rejected or accepted. And Your Honor, I'd like to show you exactly what I'm talking about. If you could call up the video. Your Honor, what's going to be on the screen is an actual capture of the live feed from MTech during the 2022 general election of a signature, of the signature verification function.
Don't know if we'll get media here
No input
today,
here.
but I believe we played this video yesterday. It showed the side-by-side of two people.
And Your Honor, we blurred his face in this video, but we have the actual original that's unaltered.
Two people sitting side by side. One person was taking 5, 6 seconds, maybe 10 seconds between matches.
You gotta switch it. Not same.
The person on the other one was just tapping, tapping, tapping away. Click, 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 match, 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 match. And there was a scoreboard. And the one said, 6, 7, 8, 9, match, 10 match, 11 match. The other one was 1, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 2. And so they're playing that video again, presumably. Now, that's getting into argument about the processing of the ballots, not whether they did it or not. So they're making the same argument, but they're repackaging it to say, the judge, that is not doing signature verification. That signature verification, that inappropriate methodology is not good enough to consider it to be signature verified. So I can see they're going to try to disqualify all of them by saying the process was so bad so that it fits in the envelope. But the way that I read the judge's interpretation was he's going to try to look to say, well, he's going to point and say, well, they did go through the process. You might disagree with the process, but they did do the process.
Your Honor, I'm going to continue on. We will be showing that video unless it's coming up now.
Your Honor, in opening, he can show as a demonstrative, but whether he's going to show it later would be up to you whether it's admissible or not.
Sure.
Understand?
It's not.
And
So, but what that bit,
Cool, we got it.
Okay.
again, Your Honor, this is a live feed capture from the 2022 general election. If you look at the monitor on the left, you'll see this is a level 1 signature review, just clicking through images. He's clicking through them at a rate of
see this?
less than 3 seconds per image, not conducting any signature review at all.
That's what we're talking about.
If you notice, if you zoom back out a little bit, to the right, the signature reviewer is scrolling up and down. That is, you will hear testimony
Right here.
that that's the testimony, or that is the way that the signatures are reviewed. The signature on the ballot envelope appears on the screen, and then the signature verifier has to scroll down to check it with the record signature.
So they're kind of doing it, but are they doing it? Not really. You see him 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. The other person's on number 5. This person, Reds 41, Reds 42. Had to take a little break there. 43, 44, 45. Well, a little slow. 46, and number 6 on the green.
As
47,
you see
48.
the screens flash again up and down, there's simply no way to review signatures, as our expert will testify. This isn't a question of not getting it right. It's simply they are not physically capable of reviewing the signature, both from the standpoint of being able to do an assessment with respect to the procedures, but also with respect to the functionality of the computer. When the images, you have to scroll down to check the record signature.
You got to
You
go
don't
see the
see
other
the
one.
scrolling down function. What that log data shows,
This person can't possibly
Your
be
Honor, is
matching
that
them.
over 274,000 ballots were approved at less than 3 seconds each. That includes one signature verifier who approved 100% of the 26,900 signatures that he verified at less than 3 seconds a signature. Maricopa's log file data shows that 11 of these signature verification workers approved 170,000 signatures at a rate of less than between 0 and 2.99 seconds with a 99.97% approval rating.
Amazing.
That's not signature review, Your Honor. Simply flashing a signature on the screen, clicking a button and moving on is not signature review.
That's not it. Okay. He's not saying they did it badly.
As I said, the evidence will show that
It's not
Maricopa
it.
knew exactly what was going on. They could monitor each of their workers and in fact told them that they were being monitored. Contrary to what counsel has said before, signature verification is not an art. You don't look at signatures like a Picasso and decide whether you like it. There are specific steps that Maricopa trains its signature reviewers in. In fact, there's 11 steps to analyze different aspects of a signature to determine whether or not it's a match. This is as much a science with set procedures. And the whole purpose of those set procedures are to take out the subjectivity of that evaluation. In fact, pull up Exhibit 1. This is the Secretary of State's, then Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, her guide published in July 2020. Page 13. 13. And you'll see, Your Honor, step 1, the signature's broad characteristics identifies 6 different characteristics of a signature. This is what signature verifiers are trained in. And then you can go down to step 2. These are the local characteristics. That's 5 local characteristics for a total of 11 characteristics that are to be evaluated to be considered a signature verification. flashing up on a screen and moving to the next one without taking the steps necessary to verify is not signature verification under any measure. And at a rate of over less than 3 seconds to evaluate, that is not signature verification. Before all signature verifiers go through and begin on the election, they go through training that lasts a week, Your Honor. 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. It's actually quite good for the function that they are being tasked to perform. You will hear live testimony of 2 whistleblowers who, one, Jacqueline Onigkeit, who was a level 1 signature verification worker, and Andrew Myers, whose primary function was curing. Curing the ballot is after the signature has been rejected, then there is an attempt made, and this is per statute, to contact the voter to see if you can make sure that the signature is with who it's supposed to be. Both of these witnesses testified that the process that Maricopa set up for signature review, they had 24 workstations at level 1 review, 24. Maricopa had 3 level 2 reviewers. That's a ratio of just 1 level 2 reviewer to 8 level 1 signature reviewers. As the level 1 reviewers would reject signatures, it would be passed up to the level 2. You will hear testimony, Your Honor, sworn testimony, that the level 2 reviewers were so overwhelmed with rejected signatures that they would then have to check with even more resources than the level 1 had to see if they could determine that in fact it was the actual voter's signature, that they were so overwhelmed that they would not perform the level 2 review. They would simply kick back those rejected signatures back to the level 1. They wouldn't do it at all.
Beautiful.
And you will hear testimony that this was ordered by the managers at MTech. So that's the second part of this. First part, simply clicking through the computer screen like a woodpecker and moving on to the next ballot in less than 3 seconds. And secondly, the fact that the level 2 reviewers were so overwhelmed that they were kicking back rejected signatures that had been sent up to them without looking at them at all, kicking them back to level 1. That's not signature review.
Not signature review, which is the line he's got to adhere to.
As Mr. Myers will testify, he expected, based on what he was told to cure, that there would be 12 to 15,000 ballots for the curing function every day. He was told there's so many coming in, it's going to be a flood. He only saw 10% of that, which meant that on average, there were approximately 10,000 signatures for level 2 reviewers to cure. As he said, the math never added up. There is simply not enough time in the day to perform the signature review function. And again, the log data supports that. There's 70,000 ballots, Your Honor, signatures that were approved at a rate of less than 2 seconds. This is what Maricopa's own log data shows. You will also hear testimony today from Shelby Bush. Ms. Bush is the president of We the People Arizona Alliance. This is a group that's been focused on election integrity. It has been tasked by the Arizona Senate to perform investigations on their behalf. They have data analysts. They have actual people who have been trained in Maricopa's signature review procedures, and they conduct their own training. And this is much of which has been all directed by the Arizona Senate or the Senate President, then Senate President, Sharon Fan, to review signatures and to see what is going on with the process at Maricopa. They received at the behest of the Senate, the 2020 ballot envelope signatures and the actual record signatures that Maricopa employs. Their review that they've conducted in exact accordance with Maricopa procedures shows that approximately 9.9% of the ballots they've reviewed, and it's well over 200, well, about 700,000 now, but 9.9% are egregious mismatches.
Egregious.
Another 12% would not pass Maricopa's standards for signature review. The purpose of this, Your Honor, when you're not performing signature review or signature verification, as we just talked about, that means the system becomes vulnerable to fraud. This extrapolated out of 20% of mismatched signatures making it into the process and being tabulated equates to over 239,000 ballots in the 2022 general election.
Bigger than the margin.
When you don't do signature verification, this is what happens. That's the consequence of just clicking on a screen and moving to the next ballot at less than 3 seconds an image, and even less than 2 seconds an image. I mentioned that the review showed that approximately 20% of the 2020 ballot images did not match. This isn't about relitigating 2020, but it's about showing a failed process. And that evidence corroborates that the process has failed. And just as A.G. Bronovich noted, in 2020, Maricopa, out of 1.9 million ballots, they rejected just 587 signatures.
Gosh.
That's not signature review. You will also hear expert testimony by plaintiff's expert Eric Spakeen. He has testified in over 400 trials and depositions as an expert on handwriting analysis. He has testified in connection with the evaluation of mass numbers of signatures in the context of elections, in the context of mass torts. He will give testimony on that it is impossible, not that you might get it okay, or it might be, it is impossible to review a signature in less than 3 seconds. This isn't about whether it's 30 seconds to get it good enough for 10 seconds, that it is simply not possible to review a signature at that rate when it's done on scale. He has over 30 years of experience in evaluating signatures in a variety of cases. His opinion is that signature verification was either not performed at all, or was simply clicking through in a sham process where the signature verification workers were just clicking through the screen.
It either wasn't done or practically wasn't done. Just clicking through it,
Your Honor,
looks like
there
it, but it's
are
not.
huge questions in the public
That's
about
true.
the integrity of the process. This issue, which again, mail-in balloting is the single greatest potential source of fraud. The evidence here today will show a failed process where no actual signature verification is being performed. On some ballots it is, but the question before your court, before your honor today, is whether no signature verification was being performed on a mathematically determined sufficient number of votes to set aside the election. As I said, Maricopa's own log data shows that over 264,000 ballots were reviewed at a rate of less than 3 seconds. 70,000 at a rate of less than 2 seconds. In addition, testimony that the level 2 reviewers were so overwhelmed that they simply didn't look at the signatures that were piling up on their desk. They simply kicked them back for the level 1 reviewers to take another look at. That's not signature review, Your Honor. I'll close.
Thank you, Mr. Olson.
Kari Lake's lawyer, Kurt
Would the
Olson.
defendants like to make opening statements now or later?
Right now, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thomas Liddy for Maricopa County Defendants.
Need this?
No. All I need is this. ARS 16550. That's why we're here, Your Honor, after your ruling.
Very narrow.
15 county recorders. They have to determine if the signature is inconsistent. Determine if the signature is inconsistent with the elector's registration record. 15 county recorders are elected to do that, among other duties. And we're here today because somebody thinks in Maricopa County they didn't do it.
Yeah.
And that's their burden. And you just heard their opening statement that no actual signature verification was done, but for some it is. Some it is. Not that it wasn't done at all, but there was a showing in the video of a failed process. Well, Your Honor, we're not here over the next 3 days to challenge a process.
This is what the judge is.
Going to challenge a process. You got to do that after the process is set, before the election starts. You already ruled on that. So we're not here to defend a challenge to the process. We're here to determine whether Maricopa County, under its recorder and the team that he assembled, under 16550A, made a determination that signatures were inconsistent with the elector's registration record. And Your Honor, you will hear from Ms. Lake's whistleblowers, who will actually be the marching band for Maricopa County. And they will testify that they, in fact, were part of the process that did do signature verification. They were hired. You'll hear they were trained in the classroom and in practicum, that they executed their duties in accordance with their training, and that they weren't alone. There were others doing it with them. And you will hear that there were other levels from their own witnesses. Level 2 managers would review it. Under Reyes, there's no requirement to have handwriting experts looking for matches and loops and all that sort of thing, because it doesn't require, according to Reyes, quote, does not require any special expertise on the part of the person making the comparison. The statute merely requires that the comparison is made, and that each county recorder in the 15 counties does it. The evidence just shown in the demonstrative is evidence that it was made. Now, if in fact that video showed 2 individuals,
It may be crappy,
you're
but
going to
we did it.
learn,
We did it though.
Your Honor, hear from the evidence that there's 153 others, not just those 2. Now, on those 2, you couldn't see the screen. I would ask the court to take the video for what it is, not for what counsel says it is. Can't see the screen. But if in fact the individual on the left was not doing his job, and as you've heard from counsel in his opening, that all 155 level 1 signature reviewers were being monitored by their supervisors, that individual would have been taken off the line. And Your Honor, you're going to hear
Unless
that
they wanted
individual
that.
was taken off the line.
Oh, they was. Well, how many did you get through? What'd you do with all those ballots?
So, Your Honor, let's keep it simple. Did Maricopa County fulfill its obligations under its recorder and the team he assembled to execute their duties as defined by the Arizona legislature under 16550 to determine whether the signatures were inconsistent? And if so, they're accepted and moved on to level 2. There's no law that requires that there be anything beyond level 1. But Maricopa County, you're going to hear evidence that there's level 1, level 2, and level 3. Extraordinary Herculean effort, which Maricopa County proudly accepts, because when 1.3 million people turn out to vote, it's not a flood, it's a great day. Thank you.
It'd be nice if they could go and vote on election day. Idiots, you guys
Okay.
had problems all over the
Plan.
valley.
Your first witness will be?
Your Honor, the plaintiffs will call Jacqueline Onigkeit.
All right, so good opening arguments. Now, I think that the judge really boxed in Kari Lake's team here, but they've done a nice job to salvage this. They've actually, the judge made them change their standard a little bit. He said, you got to prove that there was nothing done. They can't really prove that, but they've just changed their argument to say that in practice, nothing was done. When you have this poor of a process, it's the equivalent. They just translated it. We had a process argument, but the process was so bad that it disqualifies the entire activity. So they sort of, they fixed their argument in a way to fit the judge's ruling, which is good, but it's ultimately going to be up to the judge to decide whether to accept that or not. And as we saw, broad arguments from Kari Lake's team, massive fraud all over the place, different levels, different analyses. The defense came back out. They just said it's just this one rule, and we got to prove whether we did it or
Ma'am,
not. And we're going to be able to show that we
Come
did
up in
it.
front of the clerk here, raise your right hand, and she'll swear you in. Thank you. Ma'am, if you make your way around to the witness stand and have a seat, please.
She's walking around over here, coming up around this corner here, should be poking up. There she is. Let's get out of the way.
Thank you.
Now,
You may begin when you're ready.
some were asking
From
the
there
judge-
or the podium, either one.
Sure.
The judge has a screen
morning,
over
Ms.
here
Onigkeit.
too.
Good morning.
Would you please state your full name and address? Actually, just your full name for the record.
Okay, my name is Jacqueline Onigkeit.
Could you maybe move that microphone closer or move the chair, one of the two, because you're a little soft-spoken.
Yeah, short, sorry. Can you hear me now? Better?
Is it better? I can hear, but I'm very close.
Here, Your Honor.
Maybe pull the microphone just a little bit closer.
I'll be careful.
Don't pull it
Is
out
that
of the,
better?
Don't put
Yes.
it on.
Sorry.
Be careful with the tubes.
That may be the best we can do. Thank you, Mr. Olson.
Ms. Onigkeit, what is your general understanding of why you are here to testify today?
I'm here to testify on the signature verification process.
And is that the signature verification process that you performed for Maricopa County?
Correct.
Do you live in Arizona now?
No, we just moved to Colorado Springs about 7 days ago.
Okay. How long did you live in Arizona before that?
27 years.
Do you have any political leanings or anything like that, one way or the other?
No, I do not.
What party are you registered?
I'm registered as a Republican, but I have voted Democrat.
And when you've voted Democrat before, who have you voted for?
Obama?
When did you become active in the election process in Maricopa County?
Probably when I started hearing back in 2020, there was a lot of information coming out about the elections not being valid. And so I started getting involved and trying to find out how I could get involved and help so that I could see for myself.
Why did you want to get involved in Maricopa's election process?
I'm doing this for my children. I have 5 children and 9 grandchildren, and I want their vote to count.
We want their votes to count too.
How many elections did you work in for Maricopa County?
I work for the primaries and general. I'm sorry.
You okay, man? If you need a break.
It's
No,
stressful.
I'm fine. I'll be okay.
Do you have water? Do
No, sir.
Would you like?
you want water? We've got a bottle.
Yes, please.
We'll get that for you. Go ahead and continue, Ms. You can approach.
Thank you, sir.
You said you became involved in the Maricopa primary. Was that in 2022?
Yes, sir.
And that was the first time you became involved in the Maricopa election process, other than voting?
Correct.
Why did you decide, or strike that? How did you come to be involved in the signature verification process at Maricopa?
I found out where I could apply to become part of the process. So I went on the Maricopa website and applied for different positions for ballot adjudication, ballot processing, and signature verification. And I was called in for signature verification to work.
And when you say you were called in because Maricopa accepted an application,
Correct.
and that was in the summer of 2022 before the primary?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of the purpose of signature verification?
To verify that in the past history that their signatures match and to verify it's the correct voter.
Did you go through any training for signature verification put on by Maricopa County?
Yes, I did. Celia Neighbor trained us for approximately 5 days. And then we also had a full day of training from a signature specialist named, I think her name was Catherine or Kathleen.
Who is Celia Neighbor?
She's the director for signature verification and ballot processing at MTech.
MTech meaning Maricopa County.
Yes.
And can you kind of describe in a little bit more detail the type of training that you're referring to? Was this classroom instruction?
Correct.
And how long did it go for?
We usually started our day at 9:30 in the morning and ended either at 3:30 or 4 p.m. in the afternoon.
And did you receive any training materials to take home with you or anything and to review?
I did receive training material, yes.
Did you provide copies to council of those training materials?
Correct, yes.
I'd like to pull up Exhibit 8A.
Which exhibit are we looking at?
8A, Your Honor.
Don't have that in any of the filings.
And Your Honor, 8A is a rather large document that might be easier to authenticate if I was able to hand the witness a hard copy.
Is it the election manual?
It's all one. The clerk has pointed out to me that they don't bifurcate 8A, B, and subparts. It's Exhibit 8, and it's to be one exhibit. Is that your understanding? This was the exhibits were presented yesterday, and
Yes,
the
sir.
clerk has to comply with their process. The clerk of the court is separate from me. And so I've been told that Exhibit 8 is Exhibit 8, there's not an 8A and 8B.
Okay.
So going back to you, what were you telling me, sir?
Your Honor, the training materials that I'm referring to are quite voluminous. And to authenticate it, I thought it would be easier if I was able, with Your Honor's permission, to hand the witness a hard copy and have her authenticate rather than flip through. And I could
Have we gotten so technical that we've given up on 200 years of jurisprudence and that's the way we used to do it? Absolutely. You may show it to the witness and she can look at it to verify it. I'm sorry for the commentary. I'm just a little taken aback that the way that I've always done it for the majority of my life is you're asking permission to do it that way. Absolutely, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
You can approach, yes, for that purpose.
Yeah, little interesting comment there from the judge.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
The declaration's not part of that, correct? It's
just the training.
And I hear clicking and things that the exhibits are, I'm told, supposed to be clipped together without pages. They're supposed to be all clipped or stapled together without pages being removed or pulled apart. If we start doing that, it creates problems. So I heard something over there that sounded like the exhibit being taken apart. Yeah.
As I said, Your Honor, it's a number of pages, so I didn't.
No, if she can just pull them over and look at them, then that's great. I just don't want to clip and loose papers,
Flying everywhere.
well, becoming missing in a question later. That's all I'm asking, please. So did you understand what I'm talking to?
You want me to leave the clip on and flip it, sir?
Well said. Leave the clip on and flip it, please.
All right, while we're waiting for this is Jacqueline Onigkeit. This is from Kari
Ms.
Lake's
Onigkeit,
disclosure.
you have been handed a document that's been marked for identification as Exhibit 8 in the court's record. This is does not include your declaration that is the cover for 8. But these are the training materials. And I'll represent to you that these are the training materials that you provided counsel for Maricopa's signature verification training. If you would just take a moment to look through it and tell me if it is a true and accurate copy of what you presented and what you received from Maricopa in the summer of 2022.
This is correct.
Your Honor,
Go ahead and move.
I would move to admit Exhibit 8.
Any objection?
No objection from the county.
Hold on just 1 second because I need to visit with the clerk on the. It's just the direction. Attached that way. Is the declaration marked as a separate exhibit?
It is on our end, Your Honor. So we can.
Yes. The actual exhibit mark does have the declaration attached to it, so the county would object to 8 being moved in if it includes the declaration, since she's here to testify.
It includes the declaration. We have no objection to not including the declaration.
Understand, but once an exhibit is marked, you don't pull pages out. What you have to do is create a new exhibit. I have no problem with that. Just designate the next number in line. We'll put a new tag on it and it will be the entire exhibit minus the declaration.
Okay.
Okay, with that understanding, what will that number be? That'll be exhibit number 46, okay? So plaintiff has moved to admit exhibit 46, as I've stated on the record. Defendants, no objection.
No objection. 46 does not include the affidavit.
Correct.
Just her
46
training
is admitted.
materials.
Proceed with the questioning, but make sure that this gets taken care of so the record's complete.
And just, I guess procedurally, the exhibit 8 is there. She's not testifying from exhibit 8. Does the court want her to use the actual exhibit the court has on file or something that counsel provided for her?
The exhibit, always.
But to the point of the exhibit,
We now made it 46.
It's exhibit 46. Okay.
I can make this easier. Right?
Here's what's going to happen.
What?
At the next break, when I have to give the break for the court reporter, you either make a PDF copy, printing it out and create exhibit 46, or somebody comes up with a copy of what's agreed. Do you have that?
I have exhibit what's now going to be 46. It's double-sided, so we can just move. I
Okay.
just want to look at it and we can have it marked and then.
It's not supposed to be double-sided, but in a pinch, I'm gonna.
Judge's blood pressure is rising very slowly.
Mr. Olson, you agree it's accurate? What you have in your hand then, let's mark as exhibit 46. Are you both agreed?
I'm fine with that, Your Honor.
Bursting. Rage.
Forget about the double-sided or two rule for right now. If you'll give it to the clerk, she's going to make a green tab. We're going to mark it 46, and then you're going to present it to the witness, Mr. Olson. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
So we'll make sure, yes, please.
lot of time being spent on staplers and paper clips, but this is how things go. We got to have the record clean. If you don't do this now,
Well, it's just doing that for future reference.
Things get
Anything we
messy
present
after
to a
the fact.
witness has to be one of the marked exhibits rather than
we'll get
some
the system
substantial
down.
equivalent or something else.
Things will be smoother, hopefully, moving forward.
Great. Okay. The witness now has Exhibit 46 in front of her, and that has been admitted in evidence. Proceed with further questioning.
Sure. Please turn up page 8432. Ms. Onigkeit, if you would turn to, it'll be up on the screen as well, but it's the page marked 8-432 at the bottom right-hand corner. You'll see a slide at the top entitled Reviewing Signatures. Page 432.
Ma'am, if you're having a difficult time finding it, I'll have Mr. Olson come up and point you to it if you'd like.
Thank you, sir. I found it.
Found it. Excellent.
You see the slide that begins with, and you can look behind you, it's there as well. If you look back over your right. Is this a document that you reviewed in your training by
Correct.
Maricopa?
Correct.
And what do you think that the purpose of these training materials were for?
To make sure that we were following all of the laws and make sure that we were obviously doing our job.
And when you say you were doing your job, what job are you referring to?
Signature verification, we had a computer screen and it was for the VRAS. We would log in, get into VRAS, and then click start, and a batch of 250 green affidavits, well, one at a time would pull up, and then we would use the actual green affidavit that was sent in for.
Forgive me for interrupting.
okay.
I want to just stick with the training right now and the purpose of what you were being trained to do. And so when you look at this exhibit, if you turn the next page, and you'll see at the bottom slide entitled Handwriting Analysis.
Correct.
And if you look at the second bullet point, and I'll read that for the record, the second bullet point at page 8433 states, in the context of the signature verification process for early voting, handwriting analysis is used to verify the identity of a voter by comparing the signature on an early voting affidavit against a known signature on the official voter registration file and past affidavit signatures. Was that your understanding of what you were learning to do?
Correct.
And when it talks about an analysis of the signature, what does that mean to you in the context of your training?
Well, we were looking for the way that the signature was either slanted to the right or the left, the beginning of the signature, the way their handwriting, it could be a loop in the very beginning with their name, or at the end, they did a little loop at the end.
And so turn to the next page, please. If you turn to page 8434, are these examples of specific characteristics of a signature that you were trained to assess and analyze when you were making your comparisons of the two signatures?
Correct.
And there, if you just keep flipping through to 435, 436, there are a number of different examples here, correct?
Correct.
If you turn to page 8437, the slide entitled Broad Characteristics, Evaluating the Entire Signature. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
There are 8 bullet points of What those 8 bullet points represent to your understanding of signature verification that you were trained in?
The type of writing, whether it be handwritten or if they were doing cursive writing, the spelling, the alignment, the overall size.
Are these all different factors that you were trained to assess in making a determination whether a signature on a ballot envelope could be verified with the signature on file with the state?
Yes.
If you would turn the page to 8438. You see where the slide entitled Broad Characteristics?
Correct.
Can you, and then the next several slides from 439, 440, all the way over to 441 talk about broad characteristics.
Correct.
What is your understanding of the purpose of assessing broad characteristics of a signature in conducting a signature verification?
I believe that each individual voter's signature, even when they get older, it does change slightly, but for the most part, it should stay the same.
And how would you utilize the characteristics that are identified in your training materials to analyze a voter signature?
Well, as I stated before, a lot of them would be either slanted right or left, or maybe it's, again, not cursive, it was just hand printed.
Would you assess all the different characteristics?
Correct.
And then if you look over at slide on page 8441, which is up on the screen now, do you see where it says local characteristics?
Correct. The spacing and the size of their handwriting.
So when you say spacing, what are you referring to?
Maybe some signatures, they just flow all together, and others, they would actually have the first and the last name separated, a space in between.
And is that a characteristic that can tell whether a signature should match or not?
Correct.
If you would turn to the slide on page 8446.
These are all different indicia for signature matching, all the different permutations of a person's signature. I was trying to find the slides.
I'd like
so we
to
could see them, but I
discuss
can't find
the
them.
equipment setup that Maricopa provided for you to evaluate signatures in the for early voting in the 2022 primary and 2022 general election. Do you see the slide at the bottom entitled Voter Signatures Accessing the Voter Signature Images?
Yes.
So when you were conducting signature review, were you looking at computer images or actual hard copies of the ballot envelope?
It was the hard copy that was scanned and was on the computer screen.
Okay. Can you describe for me and for the court how signature verification would work mechanically? Sitting in front of a computer screen, what would you do?
So we would come in every day, log into our computer and log into the VRAS system, the voter signature, and then we would click start and then new to bring up a batch of 250 signatures to go through, the green affidavits. Once we click start, an image would pop up. Once the image popped up, we were supposed to go through our 11 points to verify the name of the voter matched in the history from before. And it could have been a combination of voter registration forms or past green affidavit envelopes. And once we had verified the points, then we needed to scroll down and just look at the signature for characteristics that matched.
So when you say scroll down, what would happen to the computer screen when you scrolled down?
So you still had the recent green affidavit in front of you, but when you scroll down, you could see all the three that we were given, which again, I said was a combination of the voter registration form or past green affidavits that we would verify off of. So you would have to scroll down in order to verify the signature. So a lot of times I would scroll down very slowly and then scroll back up because some of them were very difficult.
Explaining what we're seeing
Once
here.
I verified the
this
signature,
guy.
if it was a signature that didn't match, then I would click exception, which meant rejection of that signature, which would then go to the level 2 managers for them to look at. If it was an approval, then I would press good and that would go on. And my understanding is that ballot would come from Runbeck for ballot processing to process.
See how
Can
this
you
guy's scrolling
describe the
down?
various levels of signature review at Maricopa County while you were employed?
So level 1 was mostly part-time employees of the county just for election. Level 2 were part-time employees that have done worked several elections, and they would verify. They actually had more signatures. They had the full history. So they would spend more time going through those signatures to verify if they could see a match in order to approve that ballot or that green affidavit.
Were there any levels above level 2?
My understanding there was a level 3, and I'm not sure who was handling level 3.
Were there any managers that oversaw your work or the other signature?
Correct. So we were advised several times that we were being, that we were being monitored and they were doing audits on all of us. And we were advised that if we were either approving too many or rejecting too many, that we would be called into the office and just talked to. If it happened a second time, we would be let go. So we were advised, that they were watching everything that we were doing.
Were you ever called into the office?
No, sir. I was actually assigned extra duties from, I guess, doing a good job from the primaries. They assigned me to do missing signatures. So if a green affidavit was sent in with no signatures, then I would scan all those green affidavit envelopes into the system for them to keep track of which ones came in with no signatures. And then I was given envelopes to stick the original green affidavit in the envelope with a letter stating that they forgot to sign their signature on the green affidavit form and that they had so much time to send it back. We gave a specific date. So I handled this every morning, probably for about an hour to an hour and a half when I first came in.
You mentioned you started off with the 2022 primary election performing signature review.
Correct.
And that was after a week of training, 8 hours a day, 5 days at 8 hours a day, correct?
We didn't. So when we first came in for are you speaking with the general or the primary? I apologize.
The primary.
Okay, so when I came in for the primary, we did the training, but then they sent a large group of us to the county recorder's office because they were running behind on new registration forms we handled and also voters that moved. So they had sent out notices saying, are you still at this address? And then they would send it back in. So then we would go into the VMO8 to verify their information. and then pass it on to whoever was in charge of us at the county.
When you talk about going into the VMO8, was that part of the signature review process or something else?
It was, but that was more at the curing process when we were done verifying signatures. These were the rejected ballots that the signatures were no good. And so we finished on the 11th is when we did the last signatures, and then we started going back into the history just to take another look first, whether or not we could find a signature within all of their history. And once we did that, if we could not, then we would try to locate a phone number and contact the voter to verify their information over the phone.
For the primary, can you describe the setup Maricopa had for performing signature review with levels 1 and 2?
It was the same as the general, only they had more of a sense of urgency because we were getting so many ballots in, and we had a much smaller crew for the primary election. So we were working longer hours.
You said that during the primary, you're working longer hours?
Yes.
And where was the sense of urgency that you mentioned? Was it the primary or the general?
The primary.
How many stations were set up by Maricopa for signature review?
During the primary or the general? During the primary, there was probably 6 to 7 in the second room and maybe 6 to 7 in the first room where I worked.
And so that's between 12 to 14 stations.
Correct, plus the 3 managers that were for second level that were on the side.
So that would be 15 to 17.
Correct.
And can you describe the setup for that?
I mean, it was pretty much the same. We focused in on handling all of the verification of the green affidavits. Whatever was rejected, we sent to level 2. And then they verified whether or not they could find a signature that matched. With the, am I allowed to, with the general, I felt more of a kind of not a sense of urgency like we did with the primary. And we worked literally to the very last day, to the very last second, where with the general, we ended on, would have been Tuesday the 14th at noon, they had us go home, which Wednesday was the last day at 5. So we didn't understand why we were leaving early when there was ballots left in the bins.
Yeah, that's a great
And we
question.
had asked the manager, are you sure that you want us to go home? Would you like us to, keep trying to call these voters to get these ballots cured? And they said no.
Wow.
Do you have an understanding as to the number of ballots being processed for signature verification in the primary versus the number of ballots in the general election that were being processed for signature verification?
There was a lot less for the primary, and there was, I want to say close to 1.3 for the general, but we didn't have as many for the primary election.
And you say 1.3 million?
For the general.
Can you describe for me the number of stations that were employed for the general election for signature review?
There was about 24 for the day shift, and that was split between room 1 and room 2. And then we also had a night crew coming in that they hired that worked from 3:30 to 7:30ish at night.
Were there the same number of level 2 signature verifiers in the general as in the primary?
Yes,
So that would be 3.
correct.
And tell me, you mentioned shifts. What shift were you on?
I was on the day shift,
And this is in the general.
correct. And I was also on the day shift for primary.
What were the hours for the day shift
For primary or general?
for general?
For the general, we started every morning at 7:30. And they usually wanted us out the door by 6:30, 7.
And when you say out the door, was that the first shift was out the door by 6:30 or 7, or was that the?
Everyone, including night shift.
So when did the day shift end?
It was supposed to end at 4:35 in the afternoon, but then they were asking people to volunteer to stay. And so it was just maybe 2 or 3 of us. My counterpart that sat next to me stayed. And
When did the second shift begin and end?
3:30
And when did it end?
at about 7:30.
So at the same time.
Mhm.
How was it possible to have 2 shifts working at the same time with 24 stations?
Starting at 3:30 because half of my crew would leave. They didn't want to stay. So there was less of us there working.
So at any one time during a day, were there more than 24 level 1 signature reviewers during the general election?
Not that I am aware of.
How many, were there more than 3 level 2 signature reviewers during the general election?
To be honest with you, I know just of Andrew, William, and Jeff. I'm not sure who else was working level 2.
For the general election, could you describe your workload? Meaning how many signatures you would review on a typical day?
So the batches were 250. I did keep a tally on a sheet. So each time I would finish going through a batch of 250, I would put a mark down. So every day I usually did between 6 to 8 batches of 250.
So that would be about 2,000.
How did that compare to your workload during the primary?
Well, we stayed there much later. Some of us were there till 9 at night, some till 10. So we did a lot more as far as batches because of the long hours.
How many days a week was signature verification going on in Maricopa during the general?
The first couple weeks we didn't work the weekends, but the last couple of weekends prior to elections, we were there.
Was that Saturday and Sunday or just Saturday?
There was some Saturdays and Sundays. But I also worked, I was pulled to work in adjudication because they were short and had way too many adjudicated ballots. So a lot of times, even though we were let go at 7, I was there sometimes till 10:30 at night.
Wow.
With the adjudication team.
They're going to turn around and say, see, they were
Was
very
there any
verifying tons of
way that
signatures.
the signature, level 1 signature verifiers and level 2 could keep track of the number of ballots that were going to be ready for review?
Can you state the question again? I'm sorry.
Was there any general notification in the room of the number of ballots that would be ready for review by levels 1 and 2?
So for the primaries, Celia Neighbor, the director, would send us an email every morning of how many ballots that we needed to verify the signatures. And then she also would put what we hadn't completed from the day before and added it to that number. So we got emails every day. For the general election, we didn't get emails. They actually had a whiteboard in the second room that they would write down the number of ballots that we needed to verify signatures. So I really didn't see the numbers that they were putting down because that was not my room. We didn't have the whiteboard in our room. But I know that they did write the number of ballots that we had to get through for the day.
Do you
on that
have any
whiteboard.
recollection as to generally what the number of ballots that were to be processed each day?
So I know for the first few weeks for the general, it was sometimes 50, sometimes 60, sometimes 70, those first couple weeks.
And is that 50, 60,
Yes,
70,000?
sorry.
For those of you just joining us, this is Kari Lake's witness. This
Did
is
you
Kurt Olson
interact
asking
with
questions.
the level 2 reviewers
I did.
during the general?
I did, yes. Mainly because we were having so many problems with signatures and the rejections that I would turn around and apologize and say, I am so sorry that I'm sending you these, because they were getting overloaded with signatures and they were getting frustrated.
Okay.
And when you say they, are you referring to level 2 reviewers?
Yes.
And so how did you know they were getting frustrated?
Well, we would go out on breaks or at lunch, and Andrew and Jeff would complain about how many they were having to go through, and they didn't think they were going to be able to get through those signatures because there was too many and there was not enough of them. I do know there were times when rejected signatures that I did send to them, they actually sent them back to us because they got so overloaded for level 2. So,
Okay.
because we would question, we would ask the manager, you know, I just looked at this signature and I rejected it. Why am I seeing the same signatures again? And so they would say, you know, the level 2 managers are they've got too many to go through. So we're just sending them back to you to re-review and see if there isn't anything that matches.
Who told you that to re-review?
Usually it was either Tony, my supervisor, or Michelle would come in, or Celia, because it wasn't just me complaining, it was other people in my room that were complaining of how many, because we kept having to call the managers over to come and look at the signatures of, you know, how bad they were. They weren't matching up. And, you know, what do I do with this?
Nah, it's
I
fine.
mean, so they would come over and just tell us, you need to be very cautious. You need to pay attention to what you're doing. And remember that whatever you reject or approve, you could be called in to testify. And I think that's why a lot of us were asking them to come over and look, because there was so many bad signatures.
How do you know that the signatures that had been sent up to level 2 were being sent back?
Because we asked, you know, we had noticed ones that we had already rejected were being put back into the queue. So we asked, you know, I just did this maybe like a half an hour ago. If it's a unique name, you're going to remember. And so a lot of us were stating, why are we seeing these? Is the system not working? What's going on? And we were told by Tony or Michelle or Loma or Celia that they kicked it back because level 2 had too many to go through. They just wanted to make sure, you know, for us to go back through and really verify whether or not we couldn't find a match.
So who is Tony?
Tony was my direct supervisor.
And was he employed by Maricopa County?
He's a full-time permanent employee.
And you mentioned Celia,
Correct.
and who is she?
She was the director and she's a full-time permanent employee.
And you mentioned a third person?
Michelle, she was also a full-time permanent employee.
Tony, Michelle, and Celia.
What kind of pressure did you feel in processing signatures for signature verification during the general?
I think we all felt really pressured when they sent back what we had already reviewed, and we really didn't feel comfortable about approving what we had already rejected. We had already went through them. So, you know, when we questioned them about it, they just told us, if you still don't feel like you can find a match, go ahead and reject it. And I did,
Do it again.
because I did not feel comfortable approving something that I had already rejected. We'd already went through them.
Did
everybody else do that there?
Did you ever hear of the level 2 reviewers complaining about the number of ballots that were being rejected and sent up for them for level 2 review?
Yes. It was taking him quite a bit of time because he was having to go through meaning Andrew and Jeff were complaining because they were having to spend more time to try and locate a signature that would match throughout their history.
And
I asked, I apologized to them, especially for Andrew. He was there when we started in the morning, and the next day when he would talk to us, he was there till 9 or 10, sometimes 11 o'clock at night, trying to go through level 2. I know that Jeff and William always left at 5:30-ish. So he was left by himself to get through those for level 2.
During what period of time in the general election did these complaints occur?
All throughout, especially for the newer people that hadn't worked the elections. They didn't feel comfortable with what they were seeing, and they were complaining. I mean, I know that sometimes I know Jeff was keeping track, like a spreadsheet, an Excel spreadsheet, because we were catching signatures of individuals that didn't even belong in the history. Meaning, say if it's a John Smith,
Gosh.
and it was a woman's name, and this wasn't a married couple. This was completely different names.
Totally random.
So they told us to write down the voter ID, the name of the person, and to give it to Jeff, the second level manager, and he was keeping a spreadsheet of all of those signatures. And we were told they were going to clean up the voter history to try and get rid of those out of.
I'm sure.
Because we asked, how did these even possibly get into the history?
I don't know.
They're not even
Weird.
the same. They're not the same name. They weren't a relative. How did this happen? The addresses were different, everything.
Yeah.
How do you feel your
well.
experience during the
over.
general election with the events you're just describing compared to other level 1 signature reviewers during the general election?
Objection speculation, Your Honor.
Lay some foundation if you're going to ask that.
Did you have discussions with the other level 1 signature reviewers while you were working in the general election?
We really didn't have discussions about those specific signatures. It was we were so very close that you could hear them call Tony or Michelle or Aloma over to show them that name did not belong in the history. And so that's when Sue came in and told us, you need to write down the name, the voter ID, and make sure that you give it to Jeff so that he can complete the spreadsheet, the Excel spreadsheet for us.
How did this affect the rate of processing of ballots in a general election? What you've just described, issues like that.
Objection speculation. I
That's not-
heard the comment or the question just generally, not just to the witness.
Okay, rephrase, please.
Did what you just described of having to talk with the managers about the ballots that shouldn't be there, how did that affect your ability to process signatures?
That was the same question.
It made me
Yeah.
really check to verify all the points that the voter that we had the green affidavit come in matched what we were looking in the history. So when we started getting them in there, I think we spent more time trying to really make sure that this was the correct voter.
Did you have discussions with your peers on breaks or anything like that? Or did you overhear comments by other level 1 reviewers during the general election?
Yes, they were complaining a lot about a lot of the bad signatures.
And the room that you were in, is it an open room or were there separate?
No, it's an open room. We had cubicles, but we could see each other, talk to each other.
During the general election, were all 24 stations filled during the day that you could observe?
Correct. There were no open seats.
And did that go from morning until the close of the shift in the evening?
No, once 5 o'clock hit, then there was less of us in room 1. Because we had several people that didn't want to stay overtime and went home.
Would that station seat then remain empty?
Yes.
Okay. A little bit of
Do
pause
you
in the question.
recall November 8th, Election Day?
Yes.
And can you describe what you saw happen on Election Day with the number of ballots that came in?
We didn't have very many ballots on election day. So a lot of us were pulled to work in other departments. We maybe had a few thousand to go over in the morning. And then once we finished, Floyd, my co-partner that sat next to me, was a Democrat. And so they usually, if we had low numbers, they sent the 2 of us to go over and work adjudication. And then others were sent to SEB, which is the Special Elections Board, because they were busy.
To
What
adjudicate
happened
ballots
after
that can
Election
read.
Day?
The
Election
very
Day being
next,
November 8th.
the very next day, we got bombarded with, I'm going to say close to 298,000 ballots that we had to go through.
Wow.
It's very overwhelming.
Nothing on election day, but the after,
What
day after
was,
onslaught.
did you have discussions with the level 2 reviewers about this?
I think mainly just because they were complaining and we would apologize for sending over the rejected signatures, that they were getting several. Again, a couple of them would say, you know, you guys are spot on. Don't stress, don't worry. You're doing it right. We're also not finding a match.
And you mentioned earlier that signatures were being kicked back from level 2 to level 1.
Correct.
Did that happen during this period when you, as you say, you were bombarded with ballots?
Yes.
Can you describe in more detail what happened?
Just that we would be going through signatures and then we would notice one that we had just went over that had been kicked back because level 2 got too overwhelmed with
Do it again.
with their queues. And so they would come in and say, we are
Make it
sending
match.
back the level 2 manager queue to you to just check it a second time and make sure you're not missing anything.
Do you know who made the determination to send the ballots back from level 2 to level 1?
You know, when we get up and say something to tell me, I'm assuming it was Celia. I cannot say that for sure though.
Celia.
I just know that it was kicked back to us.
They don't want to go
How did you feel
back.
when ballots were being kicked back from level 2 to level 1?
Well, it's just adding on the same work that we'd already done.
Right.
And most of us rejected them and sent them back to level 2.
And when you say most of us, who are you referring to?
Within our group in room 1, they were complaining.
How many were complaining that when you say a group of us?
Maybe 6, 7.
Out of how many?
Do you know what happened to the signatures that had been sent back? If they were re-rejected, what happened to them?
I don't know because I could not see what level 2 managers were doing.
How long did it take to process the 298,000 or so ballots that you say came in on November 9th?
I know that we finished on Friday, the 11th.
Did it surprise you that that number of ballots were processed so quickly?
Yes,
Why?
because it takes time to actually scroll through and go through those signatures. And the rejection, it takes even longer for the level 2 manager to go through the full history to try and find a match.
Unless you just click like Maricopa County.
Between November 9th and that Friday, how many level 1 signature reviewers did you see on those 2.5 days working each day?
Everyone was there, so it would have been the full 24.
And how long were the work days on November 9th, 10th, and 11th?
These, again, they made sure that we were out of there no later than 7. Everybody had to leave.
And when you say 7, you're talking about 7 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
So to your knowledge, what did everybody leave at 7 p.m.?
To my knowledge, yes, including the night crew.
So to your knowledge, there were no level 1 reviewers after 7 p.m.
Correct.
And that was for the 9th, 10th, and 11th of November.
Correct. I know that when we got those numbers in, they had advised us that they had, because at the county recorder office, they had brought them over and had them trained by the signature specialist so that they could verify signatures. So I know that they told us, Celia came in and told us that they were also working on it at the county recorder's office and also the special elections board out in their building where they were working. They were also verifying signatures out there.
Were you told why the normal level 1 reviewers were told to go home after 7 p.m. and the signature review function was performed at the county recorder's office?
No, we thought it was odd.
Why did you think it was odd?
Well, because we had observers that were constantly watching what we were doing, but there was, I'm assuming, no observers there who was watching what they were doing. I don't know. We just thought it was, we thought they would come to where we worked at. Maybe they set up in a different area for them to verify signatures, but they didn't. They just told us they had the regular county recorder employees working signature ver to try and get through all of those.
During the primary, you had said, I believe there was a sense of urgency during the primary.
Correct. They wanted to get as many ballots once the election was over, cured. So meaning all the rejected ballots that the signatures didn't match, they wanted them as many as possible to be cured, meaning we were looking up in the VMO8 system to go through their full history. And then if we could not find one that matched, then we would look for a number to call. If it wasn't on the green affidavit envelope, we would look in the history for a phone number and try and contact the voter to verify.
That's
During
a lot
the
of work.
primary, are you aware if the signature verification process was performed at the county recorder's office or any other location beyond the MTech?
For the primaries, they didn't tell us whether or not they were doing it. They did for the general because we had received so many green affidavit envelopes in from the night of the election.
Would you have been, how willing would you have been to work extended hours on November 9th, 10th, and 11th to process these additional ballots?
No, we would have stayed late. But again, if they sent us home at 7, most of the time, Floyd and I, my partner that was a Democrat, we would run in and work adjudication till 10:30, 11 o'clock at night.
Did you work late, or strike that? Did level one signature reviewers work past 7 PM during the 2022 primary to review signatures and verify them?
Yes,
How late?
sometimes 8, sometimes 9, sometimes 10. It just varied on how many we had left over. Because usually they didn't want any more than 2,000 to 3,000 left in the queue for us to get to in the morning with what was coming in the next day.
Did anyone else express concern? I'll strike that. Were there signature verification workers at level one that worked the primary with you and were also working the general?
Yes, both in room 1 where I worked and also in room 2.
Do you know approximately how many level one reviewers work both the primary and general?
I thought she said 24 on the general.
Maybe at the most 10.
In the primary?
Are you aware of anyone else expressing concerns about why on November 9th, 10th, and 11th, the MTech, the facility for processing and verifying signatures, people were told to go home at 7 PM? Level one reviewers, for example.
Yeah, we were concerned because there was so many of them to get through. And we actually, several of us asked if we could stay and help with the process, but they said no.
Didn't want
And
them.
when you say they said no, who is they?
Celia, Michelle, Tony.
Go home. We
Paloma.
got this. We got it. Thanks for your help.
Earlier, you testified that there was a board and it showed sometimes 50,000, 60,000, 70,000 ballots to be processed each day.
Mhm.
Do you know if that board was utilized during the November 9th and 10th and 11th?
I don't know for sure. I was not in that room.
After November 11th, did you continue working in was there any level one signature review going on after November 11th, to your knowledge?
No, we actually started to cure the ballots, meaning we went into the VMO8 and looked through all the history. They brought in bins of ballots and they gave us a red bin for rejected signatures, a green bin for ones that we were able to find the signatures that matched. And then the white ones were ones that I think the white ones were just that they brought them in for us to pull stacks to bring to our desk.
When did you end your work with Maricopa on the 2022 general election?
That would have been the 15th at noon. They sent us home.
Do you know whether all the ballots had been completed curing at that time?
No.
What?
There was several bins left over. I know there was several in our room, and we asked the manager, Paloma, and Tony, are you sure you don't want us to stay to complete our work? And she said no.
And when you say there were several bins, do you have an idea how many ballots were left over?
In our room, I'm going to estimate 6 to 7 because we had about 7 bins in our room left over. I don't know what was left in the
How many bins? How many ballots
second
in each
room,
bin?
but I know there was many because they were also working on them.
And when you say 6 to 7, is that 6 to 7,000?
Correct.
Okay.
They were the very large mail bins and they had them clear full. stuffed.
The margin here was 17,000.
Did you have any discussions with your colleagues at level one signature reviewers about being sent home?
Yes, we were wondering why they were sending us home when there was still many to cure and we still had one more day.
If you all were sent home, who was going to do the curing?
Everybody else.
Do you know?
I have no idea.
Katie Hobbs was.
Did that ever happen during the primary, 2022 primary election?
No, as I stated, we stayed till the very last second to do the curing process. We were running. We were making phone calls. We were checking through the history. We were, because for the primary, they weren't just curing their ballots through our phone calls. They were also curing them through text message. They were curing them through emails, meaning they would send in a copy of their photo ID for us to verify their signature. And then we would have to run, we would take those forms that Celia and Michelle and Tony had printed out and attach it to the ballots that were in alphabetical order. And then that would go in a separate bin for them to come and grab. They would stamp it and then forward it on to Runbeck.
Looking through the rest of his notes, wondering if we're getting close to an end here. Leaning over to co-counsel.
Pardon me?
We're finished right now, Your Honor.
Okay, no further questions
No
on
further
direct.
questions.
And Your Honor, I'm ready to begin, but I'm cognizant of the court reporter's time. It's 10:40, so I'm about for an hour and a half. So I don't know if the court wants to break here.
Yes, we'll do that right now. Okay, we'll take a 15-minute break and resume after that.
All right, so the court's going out for a 15-minute break.
Can I leave this here?
Yes, ma'am. Leave it exactly there and you can take your break and stretch your legs.
All right.
whatever you'd like.
We'll do a quick recap and then we'll take a break ourselves. But we had finishing of direct testimony from our newest witness. Her name is Jacqueline Onigkeit. This is Kari Lake's witness. She just got direct examined by Kurt Olson. And so we heard a little bit from her. She's talking a lot about signature verification. And I actually pulled this up from before, but this is what she was brought in as a witness for. This is her. Miss Onigkeit worked in signature verification back during the election. We obviously saw that, and helped to cure and to adjudicate ballots during 2022. So she's going to testify as to all of those things, her observations during the process. And so, look, the testimony is good. I mean, it's persuasive in that there are all sorts of problems. We saw that she was there for 5 days with training. We also know that she voted for Obama, but was actually here testifying because she was concerned that her grandkids would not be able to vote. Had a lot of signature verification training, showed up, had a lot of other relationships with people called Tony, Michelle, Celia, who were all, I think, at a higher echelon than her because they were full-time Maricopa County employees, and they were telling her that, you know, we don't need your help and check this stuff again. We had Andrew and Jeff on level 2. Bunch of stuff went up to level 2, came right back down, and she looked at it. They were irritated about it. They didn't want to redo the work. And so a lot of conversations about problems in this unfolding of, you know, the counting of the ballots, but we heard testimony from her that they were doing these things, right? And so depending on how the judge applies this standard, what I expect to see out of the cross-examination is going to be the government coming out and saying, okay, so you did do signature 1 level signature verification for level 1. You did that? Yeah. Somebody else was doing level 2? Yeah. And there's also a level 3. And do you know anything about that? And she'll say maybe something or other. Okay. Do you know that they didn't do level 3? No. Did you know that they didn't do level 2? In fact, they did do level 2. And and you did level 1, didn't you? Okay. So they're just going to turn back and say, as they did in the original opening argument, this is not about the process. It's not about whether somebody was clicking like a Maricopa County tech employee, clicking like crazy, or the question the judge fleshed out for us in his original under advisement opinion, his rulings recently, was that it's about whether they did it or not at all. Whether they did it or not at all. And so, my friends, we will also take a quick break. Let's do a quick stretch break. We'll come back in about, let's do like 5-7 minutes or so. And then I want to hit some of the super chats that came in. Thank you, everybody, for submitting those. And we'll wait for the court to get back in session. So we're going to take a quick stretch break. We're going to stretch our legs out, get some movement in there, refresh those drinks, and we'll come back. Let's make it like 6 minutes, and we'll be back with Kari Lake trial part 2. Let me get some stuff here on the screen while we take our quick break. And it looks like they turned the feed off, actually. Did they turn the feed off? Oh, here it is. Okay, so here's what we're looking at right now from the court. But we will be back in, let's do 6-7 minutes on the screen. Refresh those drinks, get some movement, and we will be back here very soon, my friends, in about 5 minutes. All right, my friends, we are back. Nice little break. Hopefully you got your drinks refreshed. I went up and got my Locals mug, filled it with ice. Oh man, that's the wrong way. Here it is. Locals. Got a refresh of the sparkling water. Got some bubbly over here in the house. Not sure what you guys are drinking, but we're ready to rock and roll. It's trial day, baby. We've got a lot to get into. We're just getting started. And so they are still on break. And what we're going to do is say hello to some of those amazing super chats that came in. And I appreciate everybody who sent those in. The court has turned off the feed, it looks like. And it looks like somebody might be moving around over there a little bit. So we'll see what is happening. They said it'd be about a 15-minute break. So we do have a little bit of time until they come back. But let's say thank you to everybody who is supporting us here today. I very much appreciate that. Who is in the house? Yeah. This one came in from Lil Mandy in the house. Thank you, Lil Mandy. Lil Mandy says, hey, Robert. What's up? Hey, Mandy. How are you? Good to see you. Thanks for the super chat. We had another one from Luke. Luke says, I'm really glad you're covering this election fraud. Thank you very much, Luke, for being here. Thanks for the support. It is very troubling indeed. And I know it's Arizona, and I know a lot of people aren't going to be governed by Katie Hobbs or Kari Lake. I will, unfortunately. But this, I think, is a big issue for the rest of the country. I mean, if Arizona continues to go blue, as they allege, that's not good for the country. Republicans are going to have a real hard time winning if that is the situation. And so I think it's important to cover. We got Zulu's in the house. Says, I can't stay, unfortunately. I added that. But how long does the Genius Pool figure signature verification should take? Then they can get out their calculators and tell us more about the next day result mandates predicated upon that reasoned and definitely not arbitrary number. And so Zulu, I think, is making a point about the subjectivity of these calculations and saying, well, somebody might be able to match a signature in 1 second and somebody else might take 4 seconds or 10 seconds. And Zulu, I'm not sure if you were here yesterday when we actually talked about Kari Lake's expert witness and her disclosure, but one of their documents, that's not it. I was going to try to pull it up while you're here, but defendants, let me see. I'm trying to dig it up. Designation and disclosure. Here's the disclosure of expert witnesses. Maybe this is where it was. No. Well, Zulu, they did the calculation. I think we talked about it yesterday. And I was trying to find, maybe this is the document. We were looking for exhibits and declarations, but that's not it either. All right, well, I was trying to find it. I'll continue to look for it. But Zulu, to your point, they actually did go through this. And this is part of what we heard in testimony today. The woman who's testifying, she was explaining the 11 different indicia. Curly cues. Does the person put hearts over their eyes instead of a dot? Did they do that cute little thing? You're looking for indicia. Is it slanted left? Is it slanted right? Are they fat letters? Are they small letters? Is there spacing between the letters? Is there not? Is it cursive, or is it not? And so on. And the question is, if you're supposed to go through a checklist, like on all of these, check that, check that, check that, check that, check that, how long does that take you? And if we saw that one person, he's taken yes, 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 is that really enough time to go through that indicia appropriately and accurately? So they did come up with a calculation, and I'm just having trouble finding it. There were a whole slew of filings that came out yesterday, but we did talk about it in the show. And I think what their argument is that if you do an analysis, there's 70,000 ballots that it took 1 second or less to approve. 70,000 ballots. So is that really matched or not? I don't know. the judge is going to say, or I think the government is going to say, that distinction, and this is, I think, Zulu's point with a little sarcasm lathered on there as per usual, but it's not appropriate for one side to insert themselves into that conversation and to decide whether 1 second is appropriate or not. In other words, that's not what this trial is about, according to the judge and his standards that he just set. He said it's only about whether they did the thing or not how they did the thing. It's only whether they did it or not. And in this testimony that we just heard from the previous woman who was on the stand, she was explaining that there was a ton of activity for level 1. There was a ton of activity for level 2, ton of activity for level 3, which I think is what the government is going to layer into. They're going to just come back and they're going to hit that hard, saying, well, so you did do level 1 and other people did do level 2, and you know of people who have also done level 3. Well, judge said, you guys got to prove there wasn't any, and there was no. And we'll see what the judge does with it. But good to see you here, Zulu. Thank you for the very generous dono. And I'm really trying to find that document because they actually did get their calculators out. Here, actually, here's one person who did some calculations on this. This is not the document that I was... Oh, I know where it was. It was in a motion. It wasn't a declaration. I know where it was. That's why I couldn't find it. It's going to be back on page 1. Lake's motion from relief. Okay, so I think we read this yesterday. And this is actually the better example of what Zulu was talking about. So in their filing, yeah, here it is. This is what we talked about yesterday. And this goes to the calculations. Here's what they say specifically. Speckin, who's going to come in and testify, has continued to analyze voluminous data and information relevant to his previously disclosed report. There were 700,000 instances where the evaluation of the signature was made in 5 seconds or less, okay? And that's the bulk of it. So you could say not the majority of all the votes, but a plurality of them, a big portion of them, 700,000 of them, took at least 5 seconds to review, or equal, less or equal to 5 seconds. So then there was another 600,000 that were 400,000 that took 3 seconds or less, 275,000 that took 2 seconds or less, and then 70,000 instances where it was made in 1 second per signature verification, which means he was either not done or it was simply clicking through the images without conducting a signature comparison. Because basically, as we heard from her testimony, what you had to do is you'd have to scroll down. Okay, so like, you know, if this page is an example, we have Rob Govea signature right here, right, which kind of looks like, you know, something like that. And it is, you go, okay, that's the lazy, sloppy dude wrote down. Okay, then you just got to scroll down and you got to say, okay, here is the actual signature, right? You know, Govea, right? And so you have it there. You go, well, that one looks a little slanty. That one looks like the R is the same. Okay, that R is a little bit different. Okay, but both of those, that looks the same as like that one there. And the G's got a little squiggly like that. So that looks the same as like that one. Okay, that matches. That looks good to me. You scroll down. It also, I check all the other boxes. Okay, and boom, check, right? How long did that take? I don't know, maybe a second, maybe 2 seconds, maybe 3 seconds, maybe 5 seconds. I don't know. But when they do the analysis, they say, well, 70,000 of those were done in 1 second or less. And if you think maybe that's not appropriate because the bulk of all of the others, right, took longer than that, 275 plus 465 plus 615 plus 731 were all completed more quickly or took more time, maybe those are better signature matches. I would guess those are higher quality signature matches. So maybe these are garbage, and that is obviously bigger than the margin of difference that we saw. So that's what I wanted to reference, and good stuff there from Zulu.
So
We're back in session.
at the break, we had yet to begin the cross-examination. I understand you'll be doing that, Mr. O'Connor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Are there going to be other defendants cross-examining as well?
I think I'm the only one.
Very well. Okay. And we have the witness remains under oath and she is ready to proceed. So you may proceed with cross-examination as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good mid-morning, Miss Onigkeit, sorry. I
That's
just talked
okay.
about that. My name is Jack O'Connor. I'm with the Maricopa County Attorney's Office. I'm going to try to do my best. The court reporter's here transcribing everything we say. So hopefully it was good on direct. I'm trying to make sure we don't talk over each other. So if I ask you to stop so we don't talk over each other, it's just to respect the court reporter. First off, I want to thank you for applying to the county, for Maricopa County, and performing a public service for us and working the election and verifying the early ballot signatures, or early ballot affidavit signatures. As you know, as you witnessed, the county cannot do this without you. So we appreciate it. Our loss that you've moved to Colorado Springs.
Yeah.
If you find yourself back in Maricopa County, I hope you come back to us. So I'm also going to ask you a series of hopefully yes or no questions. And if I could just get you to answer those questions in a yes or no answer. Any follow-up, Mr. Olson or Mr. Glenn will be able to ask you those follow-up questions. But if you could keep it to a yes or no answer, I would appreciate it. Well, you said you were part-time, but it sounded like you worked full-time. As a full-time county employee during this election season, or the last election season, were you compensated for that time?
Yes.
Financially compensated?
Yes,
And did you cash those checks or receive direct deposit?
direct deposit.
And you said you worked for the county in the primary and the general election. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'm just going to focus on the general election. So, you know, that member period for our discussion here. Now, the training you participated in, when did that occur? Do you recall the month?
That would have been in June,
June. Now,
the end of June, maybe the beginning of July is when we started.
and that was for the primary and general election. Is that correct?
Correct, but my training was done during the primary.
Okay. Now, what's your background? What did you do in a prior employment?
Well, when my children were little, I worked at the YMCA as a preschool teacher. And
Nice.
then as they grew older, I was a manager for Marie Callender's for many years. And then I worked at Lifetime Fitness as a manager in the
Right
cafe.
Nice gym. Nice gym.
And while I was working at Lifetime Fitness, I went to school and got my medical assistance. And I started working for a neurologist shortly after I graduated for 5 years. After that,
Well, side note, neurologist, doctor, hand signatures, better or worse than what you saw?
I'm going to
Funny
say a
joke.
lot worse.
Okay, that's good to know.
Funny
They
joke.
usually had a stamp.
Okay. So, outside from deciphering the doctors you worked with, do you have any prior experience with signature verification or understanding how signatures are looped, dotted, and so forth?
No.
Okay. And so this training you received in June was your first exposure to this sort of, for lack of a better word, science.
Yes.
Right.
Science.
So you had testified that the training, in your belief, that was to follow the laws and to do the job, but it was also to teach you how to review signatures, the characteristics of signatures, so forth.
That is correct.
And you still have Exhibit 46 in front of you.
Yes.
And the record, or I believe at the bottom right-hand corner, you'll see what's called a bait stamp. I'm talking about specifically Lake 8-432. This was your exposure, your teachings on signatures and signature verification. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I noted that you said you came into this position wanting to do a good job because you wanted your children's vote to count. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
My children and my grandchildren.
Okay. Congrats on grandchildren. Did you take that mentality, that mentality with you as you reviewed these signatures?
No, I was very focused in on verifying signatures, doing the right job, and making sure whether or not the signature matched.
You answered my
Oh,
bad.
good.
You answered my bad question. So, is it safe to, based on your training, do you understand that when a signature is verified, is determined consistent, that ballot then is removed and then directed towards tabulation for counting?
So once a signature was verified that it was good,
Yes.
then they would take the green affidavit and send over, once it went in the computer system, my understanding was then the next morning we would have those. Okay, wait, can you rephrase that? So I don't.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And anytime I ask a poor question, I'm bound to do it. Please ask me, so we can be on the same page here. What is your based off your training, what is your understanding of what happens to the ballot once you verify it as a good signature?
Then it was sent over to run back I guess a list of which were good signatures, and those green affidavit envelopes would come over the next morning usually, and then it was sent over to ballot processing to open the ballots and count them.
Okay, so it's your understanding that the process would end up with that ballot being counted.
Correct.
So is it safe to say that you wanted to ensure that the signatures on the affidavit were consistent with the voter, the signatures you were viewing, so that that person's ballot could be counted?
So we usually would have to scroll down to verify. And as I said again, it was a combination of voter registration forms, past voter registration forms, or prior green affidavit envelopes. And if the signature matched, we would approve it. If not, it was rejected and sent to level 2.
Okay, that's fair. I want to ask you about your training, the training you went through. Did part of that training, or the instructor, I should say, did that instructor instruct you to review your 250 signature batch before you clicked the green button to move on to the next batch?
We actually had to go through it twice. So it would go forward. Once we got to the end of the 250, then we'd actually have to go backwards through the 250, just to make sure we weren't missing anything. So if it was a rejected, I would scroll down and verify whether or not that signature matched.
And when you say verify, are you verifying what
On
you've
the
already?
past history, I'd have to scroll down, and it was, again, a combination of voter registration forms or prior green affidavit envelopes.
So is it correct for me to say that even though the title is level 1, strike that. Is it correct for me to say that in your role as a level 1 signature review, you are actually reviewing your batches of 250 twice?
That is correct.
You're
Now-
doing double signature verifications. Wow. We do it twice in Maricopa County.
As you process more ballots, could you first review the initial go through your initial signature review quicker than before? If my question's poor, just yell at me.
Yes. Can you I'm sorry.
No, my question. By the end of your time with the county, were you more efficient at reviewing signatures than before?
I don't know that I would call it efficient. I probably took my time to make sure, because you, again, you have to scroll through those signatures. Sometimes it was handwritten and then they would have a cursive, or maybe it was just a star or two S's. So when we'd call the manager over, I'd ask her, you know, this clearly doesn't match the 3 that I have to verify off of. And so Tony, Michelle, Aloma, or Celia would say, you know, if you see a curvature at the beginning of the signature or at the end, you can approve it. If not, if you don't feel comfortable, then reject it. And most of the time I would reject it. I did not feel comfortable with that.
Yeah, again,
Okay.
I already did it the first time. Why'd
This
they ask her
second
to do it again?
review, could you do it quicker than the first review?
No, I did not do it quicker than the first review. So that you know, at the very beginning, Celia came in because we were having a lot of problems with the signatures and advised us, remember, whatever you approve or reject, you could be called in to testify. So you need to make sure that you're really checking the signatures out before approving or rejecting.
So we all know the phrase, and I think it's correct to say your focus was on quality of signatures, not the quantity of signatures. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You could probably
Process.
do it quicker. And by it, I mean review this second review quicker, but your focus was on the quality of the signatures.
That is correct.
Not whether they were
And-
done or not.
From what you just said and your discussion with Mr. Olson, it sounds like this this desire for quality over quantity was not just with you, but with the managers who you were engaging with. Is that fair?
I'm not sure what they were thinking. I just know the way of what I was thinking.
You previously testified that they wanted you to be the managers, the 3 managers you had discussed with Mr. Olson, that they wanted you to be cautious, to pay attention, and to really verify those signatures. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you did the best job that you could.
With the information I was given.
Yes. And that's all the information you had was those 3 signatures, correct?
When we did the curing of the ballots, no, I had full
like the-
access to
Just like
the,
level 1 signatures. You were just at the level 1 signature stage. You testified you just had those 3 signatures that you could view, correct?
no, because at one point, when the bins were brought in, we're still verifying signatures. Celia had us go back through the signatures and stated, I want you to go into the VMO8. You could have missed something. Now that we have the live ballot, I want you to go in and go through the full history. If you see one that matches, please bring it to the manager and show them so that they may stamp it and forward it
Okay.
if it was a good signature.
When you say VMO8, bin, Celia, is that talking about the curing process?
No,
You described, or you discussed with Mr. Olson that you were not the only level 1 signature reviewer. There was a group of you. Is that correct?
that is correct.
You can see where their argument is going. Did you
Some
do-
of these
you did the thing,
some of these
right?
signatures were difficult to review. Maybe you saw you're an old doctor. with a difficult signature. What did your training, your June training, teach you to do? What was that analysis you performed?
If it was a bad signature, I went through the history. You know, there's certain curly cues at the beginning of the signature, curly cues at the end sometimes. The way that the signature was swayed either to the right or to the left.
Hearts on the
Sometimes
eyes.
it didn't match at all. And as I stated, I would call the manager over. I'd raise my hand and call one of the managers over to look at it.
But it's correct to say that some of these signature ballot affidavit envelopes, you approved as good signatures. Is that correct?
There was some that were good, yes.
There was discussion about level 2 reviewers and managers. You were not a level 2, sorry, you were not assigned as a level 2 reviewer, correct?
That is correct.
You just engaged with them, communicated with
Well,
them.
I think that we were doing level 2 when we were going back through the history.
Interesting.
And part of that, as you engaged with them, they directed you to, if you couldn't find a match on a re-review, to then
Reject it.
reject it. Yeah. Level 3, are you aware that level 3 is an audit level?
I'm like I said, I don't know who worked level 3. I just know we were informed several times throughout working that we were being audited every day. And if we were approving too many signatures or rejecting too many signatures, we'd be pulled into the office, given a warning, talked to. And if it happened a second time, we'd be let go.
Okay.
I never was called into the office or talked to.
1 second. There was some
Co-counsel?
testimony about curing. Did you participate in this curing process? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. There was a comment at the beginning of this trial that said that the county recorder was simply not performing verification. Ms. Onigkeit,
Can you rephrase that? You're saying the county recorder, or are you speaking in regards to MTech?
fair question.
Sorry.
No, fair question. There was a statement made earlier that the county recorder, MTech, was simply not performing signature verifications, and that signatures were not being reviewed at all. Would you agree with that statement, given your prior testimony?
At what level? I mean,
Ms. Onigkeit,
so
you explained to us that you reviewed signatures,
that is correct.
good signatures, some of those signatures, and you rejected some signatures. Is that fair?
That is correct.
So did you perform your obligation as your duty as a level 1 signature verification to verify signatures?
Yes, I did.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Yeah. He could have gone further on that. And would you agree with me that there were also level 2 signature people who were verifying
There's no other
signatures at level
defendants that
2?
have
Okay.
cross-examination. Am I correct?
Nothing from the Secretary of State, Your Honor. Thank you.
Nothing from the governor, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Katie Hobbs's other
Just a
teams
brief redirect, Your Honor.
are bowing
we're-
out.
We're back to redirect. Thank you, Ms. Rolls.
Kari Lake's lawyers back up, going to
Mr.
rehabilitate
Onigkeit,
her.
if somebody told you that a level 1 reviewer reviewed 26,900 signatures with 100% pass rate at an average of less than 3 seconds per signature verified, would you say that's signature verification as you've been trained in Maricopa?
Objection, speculation,
She's got,
lack of foundation. I was like,
It's a hypothetical, Your Honor.
well,
Hypothetical.
she got
It's
the
beyond
training.
Scope of the cross.
Well,
I get it.
she's
but I
got the
think that it
training.
is. I think he rephrased the question. If what you're backtracking to was, did you perform your duty as a level 1 signature verification person, then your question, I believe, goes beyond the scope of cross.
Ms. Onigkeit, you were also asked some questions about scrolling on the video screen.
That
And
is correct.
scrolling forward, and then at the end of the review of the batch, you would have to go back.
That is correct.
Could you cue up Exhibit 19, please, at the beginning?
It's not an exhibit.
Well, demonstrative, excuse me, what has been marked as Exhibit 19.
Is it a demonstrative or an exhibit?
It's a demonstrative right now, so my apologies.
Okay.
Is that the beginning?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, take it back to the beginning, please. You see the video screen of the gentleman with the left monitor?
Yes.
Don't know what video they're playing. Looks like we can see a
You can stop there.
sliver of it right here.
Object to using this document or this video.
Oh my
It's not
gosh.
demonstrative. This isn't an accumulation of things. This is an attempt to show a video and use it to get witness from a testimony about an incident or a situation. It has nothing to do with anything she has personal knowledge of. It's inappropriate to use it. It can't be used.
I haven't heard the question yet, so I'll wait until the question, but ma'am, I know there's going to be an objection, so don't answer the question until I have a chance to deal with the objection, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Ask your question.
You watched that video. Is that signature verification as you've been trained?
Objection, Your Honor.
Does that depict signature verification that you were trained?
Objection. False or speculation. Lack of foundation. I haven't heard her say she's watched the video.
Did you watch the video, Ms. Onigkeit?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you see the screens flashing forward?
This guy's objecting from far away from the
I
mics.
appreciate Your Honor. Objection before he continues.
Well, I think he's going to follow it with a question. I'm letting him lay a little bit of foundation before I get to the objection and the ultimate question he wants to ask.
Did that video depict the same setup that you had when you performed level 1 signature review?
Yes.
Okay. Do you understand what was being depicted from that video?
Objection, Your Honor. Where are we headed here?
Laying a quick foundation, Your Honor.
Right, but
You're
asking her if she understands what her understanding is not an appropriate question.
Your Honor, I also want to object. This video has not been authenticated. We don't know what that is on that video.
We don't know if it's a loop. We don't know if it's cut. We have no idea what we're looking at. And more importantly, she testified she saw it, but I'll remind the court, she was not in here when it was played earlier. We invoked the rule of exclusion.
When did she see it?
Ms. Onigkeit, when did you see that video?
Right now.
Did you see that video before?
I just saw it right now.
I think that's what she was talking about.
Okay.
Counsel had said, did you see that video or did not see the video, and she was looking at the screen.
She's testified now that she's seen it, and I believe it was projected on your screen.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
And you're,
It hadn't played that. This is why this entire line of questioning respectfully is inappropriate.
Respectfully, Your Honor, the witness is saying it was on her screen. It had.
wait. Before we go back and forth, I don't believe what was played, the entire thing that was played for me in opening was played, it couldn't have been in those a couple seconds. And so if there's a problem here with what's being portrayed and what you're going to ask her that she understands from watching the video, at least she's got to see the entire video before we even get to the question of what you want to ask her about it. So if you want to play it for her, I'll let you do that now, and then we will have question and objection after that. Okay? understanding that it has not been admitted into evidence, it's something that hopefully you're trying to lay some foundation for. Am I right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And
Okay.
you'll avow to me,
Looks to be the same video.
you'll avow to me that you intend to link this up later by establishing the foundation for the video to be admitted.
Yes, Your Honor.
By the expert
Including, Your Honor,
Specken.
if I may, authentication and including how it was created, who created it, whether it's cut and paste. I don't know. I don't know
Right.
where this has come from.
Specken's going to testify to
That is
that.
included in foundation. And did you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's his avowal. I'll take it as an officer of the court. We'll play the video for her if you'd like to, and then you'll ask your question.
He'll-
Yes, Your Honor. Can
Bring-
you play it from the beginning, please?
They'll bring the witness back later, which is the expert witness Specken, who did those calculations, and he's going to come and say, I did this assembly. And so they're watching this video, I believe, the one that we watched earlier. Let's play it again. I think they're watching this right now, which shows two people side by side in Maricopa County Tabulation Center. So two people sitting at stations here. This person is not even scrolling on the screen. This person is just clicking approve, 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 and has already gotten through 16 ballots, while the person on the right is actually scrolling. Okay, they see up here, scroll down, match it, click a button, okay, approve. Number 4, scroll up, scroll down, look at the name. Okay, yeah, name matches, that looks good. Okay, scroll back up, and he's going to approve it, and then that's going to be for him. Any minute, he's looking at all the things, he's reading it, studying it, scrolling back up, scrolling around. Oh, there it is. Click it. 5. Got 5 done. This other person is just boom, boom, boom. 42, 43, 44, 45, 46 to 6, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. Boom, bing, bing, bing. This person's just hitting them out of the park. Finally, number 7, 54. This is like embarrassing. Bro, don't you know how to rig elections? Click faster. What are you doing in Maricopa County? And hey, if you haven't liked this video like this guy in the red here. Pretend like you're a Maricopa County election worker and like this video wherever it is you're watching it. Like it harder than a Maricopa County election worker. And you can see, you know, how is that signature verification? Okay, yes, you're going through the motions. You're just clicking around. But can you do that? Is that legitimate? Is that how we want our elections run? Would people be okay if Kari Lake had won this way? And this was somebody marking Katie Hobbs' ballots or Kari Lake's ballots? What if this was reversed? What if this was a Trumper just flying through mail-in ballots? There'd be a meltdown all across the country. But this person's just clicking them. And the other person, as you can see, presumably in the same bullpen, in the same crew, is going slowly, one by one, reading the document, verifying the signature. And so she's still watching the video. I'm sure it's a much longer version of that. But she's still watching it. And I'm sure the question is going to be, does that look like legitimate? Does that look like you guys were trained to do it that way? Co-counsel's coming up with a note. Drops that
Did you
down.
see the timestamp on that video, Ms. Onigkeit?
I was actually paying more attention to what was.
I'll represent, Your Honor. It was November 10th, 2022.
Well,
That's this
that's
video.
testifying.
That's what it said, but yes.
That's testifying.
Okay.
It'll speak for itself. She's testified she didn't see the timestamp, so.
I was paying more attention to what they were doing.
Understood,
I
ma'am.
apologize.
Did you see 2 stations on that video?
Yes, sir.
You earlier testified about when signatures were being reviewed, that it would have to scroll down. Do you recall that?
That is correct.
What did you see on that video?
The person on the right was doing it correctly
Mm.
and the person on the left was not.
Oh,
And why do you say the person on the left was not?
There's no possible way to click through that and be able to verify from the past history in order to verify that signature, regardless if you're going forward through the 250 or backwards through the 250. We were told to scroll down and make sure that we verify the present green affidavit with the past history affidavits. We didn't spend any time verifying the signature.
So the video on the right, what did, the video of the station on the right, what about the computer screen told you that it was being, signature verification was being done properly?
She was scrolling up and down, checking the signatures on the past history, either a combination of voter registration forms or the green affidavit.
Did you see any managers enter the room on that video?
Objection, speculation. They were slurred.
There'd have to be foundation for that, and I think we're edging further and further from the scope of cross. But
One question, Your Honor, if I may.
ask it.
Okay. Did you recognize anybody in that video?
I-
Pardon?
Speculation.
Join.
Wait,
Everyone in the video was good.
it's a yes or no question.
Yes,
There you go.
Who did you recognize?
Celia Neighbor.
Yeah.
And then also the person on the left was Stephen. I'm not sure who the person on the right was.
Steven,
Thank you, Your Honor.
busted.
Okay. All right. May we excuse the witness?
Steven.
Your Honor,
Well, I
Clicking
asked
like
you,
a
may we
maniac.
excuse the witness. Is this,
Your Honor, before you excuse the witness, the county wants to object to this entire line of questioning that
Of
took
course you do.
place as being beyond the scope of his cross-examination. What he asked the witness, what Mr. O'Connor asked the witness, was whether she personally did signature verification correctly. He did not ask whether anyone else did. And so what just transpired here was beyond the scope. And I think that we should be allowed a few questions on redirect to discuss just this video.
That's fine. Give it to
I would
him.
say it's not beyond this. Council was asking about backward. That constitutes signature. Scrolling up this video, a demonstrative. Fix the.
Come up to the mic. Come on,
what
Kurt.
Council said, is asking questions about it. Third, and
okay.
Your
Come
Honor,
up.
excuse me, the governor would just like to join in the county's objection and note we're not even sure this was ever properly authenticated. We think we were still in the process of it ever being actually authenticated.
They're going to do that
and to
later.
the extent that the witness identified anyone in the video based on what everyone was blurred out, kind of a common sense objection, candidly. So,
Oh,
okay, sorry.
gosh.
Join. I join, Your Honor. I think that it's inappropriate to have gone into that line of questioning. I do appreciate and understand why the court gave counsel leeway, but I don't think you got anywhere near what was going on in cross. And I would ask the court to either strike it or give our colleagues here with the county attorney's office an opportunity to redirect her, I suppose, for lack of a better term.
That's fine. Ask her
Okay.
some questions.
Sorry.
I'm not going to strike. Okay. I believe that
They're panicked. The expert's going to come out and talk about the video anyway. They're just freaked out about this.
I'd like to note, Mr. Liddy earlier talking about that video, said that the gentleman that was on there had been, clearly, they know it was there. They know that that video is authentic. Otherwise, how would he have known who the gentleman who was clicking like a woodpecker?
Like a
was on
woodpecker.
the, part of that video.
Like that like button, baby.
The knowledge counsel for defendants does nothing for the actual authentication of the video from the perspective of the witness.
I'm a little bit puzzled about. It's not the authentication of the video that I'm worried about. I let you use this for demonstrative purposes. You avowed to me you'd link it up later.
Yeah, with
That's not the focus of what I'm concerned about. It's whether it goes beyond the scope of cross, and the questions were asked about going forward and backwards in cross-examination. So that was an example of going backwards and forwards. She was looking at the screen. She said the one on the left doesn't appear to be doing what I understand to be scrolling up and down appropriately. The one on the right was doing that. Okay. To the extent that that's the testimony, I will accept that as being within the scope of the cross-examination. Okay. So back to my question.
Good.
May we excuse this witness?
Very good.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah. The
Thank you all.
defendants,
Is that a yes?
they're going to authenticate it and verify it later. There's no jury here. It's the judge.
No, sir. Thank you.
You're free to go. All right. So
Okay.
we are done with that witness. A little bit of panic over there in their voice. They really did not like that video. And I would have been fine with some additional
Who is
questions.
the next witness?
We're going to get cross-examination on the
Please, we'll
video
call
anyways.
Chris Hansen.
Chris Hansen's coming in next.
Okay.
Let's see who this person is. Chris Hansen.
Mr. Hanson, you'll come forward, sir, and just stand. This is my clerk right here. If you'll come forward and stand in front of her, raise your
Hansel.
right hand. She's going to swear you in, sir.
Chris Hansel. Testify about the knowledge of 2020 election verification,
Thank
also
you, sir. If you'll
authenticated
make your way around to
documents.
the witness stand and just have a seat.
He's
As soon
coming
as he's
across.
situated, you may begin. Who's doing this witness?
I am, Your Honor.
Proceed, Mr. Olson, either from seated or the podium, either one.
Good morning, Mr. Hansel.
Good morning.
Would you please state your full name for the record?
Christopher Barry Hansel.
And what is your general understanding of why you are here to testify to today?
I'm here to talk about my part in acquiring the data that's become important to this trial.
What data are you referring to?
It's data that I received as a result of a public records request that I submitted to the County of Maricopa.
Just like to ask a few background questions first. Do you live in Arizona?
I
Mr.
do,
Hansel? How long have you lived in Arizona?
about 2 years.
Where did
Welcome.
you live before that?
I lived in California and the state of Washington.
Oh, California. All right. Well, hopefully you're not
Do
bringing that
you
crap with
have
you.
any college degrees?
I do. I have a Bachelor of Science in Electronic Engineering.
Can you go through your work histories from, say, 2006 to the present?
I have a business. I provide software services for custom business software and database design
And have you done that since 2006?
since 2006, yes.
And are you on your own or do you have a company?
I have a company and I have contract workers that work with me from time to time, but mostly I'm on my own.
Do you have any other positions of responsibility within any political parties?
Yes, I'm the executive director for the Maricopa County Republican Party. It's really a fancy title for assistant to the chair.
Nice. We'll take those
Do you
Californians.
work at, have you ever heard of We the People AZ Alliance?
Yes, I'm a member of that organization and I am the data and technology director for We the People AZ Alliance.
Right on.
How long have you been the data and technology director for We the People AZ Alliance?
I've been a member of the organization for about 1.5 years, and for most of that time, they've entrusted that responsibility to me.
Have you performed any projects for We the People AZ Alliance?
We have the data and the envelope images and the reference images for the 2022 election, and my part in that project has been I designed the software that we use to analyze those, and I architected the system, the secure system that we have that holds those images and provides the ability to analyze them.
Have you received any training from Maricopa on any election-related activity?
Yes, I attended the training for signature verification for the primary, and worked in the recorder's office for right before the primary election, but then did not end up working in signature verification during the primary.
You mentioned you had architected the program for We the People AZ Alliance regarding signature verification.
Yes.
What did that entail?
So we have a secure system that that holds the reference images for signature verification as well as the envelope images, the affidavit envelope images. So we have that on a remote server, and then we have a connection to that server at a couple of facilities, and those are secure facilities that provide access to those images to be able to perform signature verification at each one of those locations.
And so We the People AZ Alliance is conducting signature verification of actual ballot envelope signature images and the actual record data from Maricopa County or the state?
The We the People AZ Alliance was commissioned by the Arizona Senate to do further investigation of the materials that came out of the audit. And that was one of the materials that came for the audit is the reference images and the envelope images from the 2020 election. Yes.
Do you have an understanding as
Hold
to
on just a second.
Your Honor, objection relevance. He's talking about the 2020 election and review of signature affidavits from the 2020 election.
Okay. Do you have an avowal that you're going to link this up?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, the governor also objects on the grounds that to the extent the witness is going to purport to testify on any expertise, he has not been disclosed as a witness and
As an expert.
as an expert.
We're not offering him as an expert, Your Honor.
Your Honor, Secretary of State has noting on hearing his testimony or technical backgrounds on highly technical expertise. He was not disclosed as an expert. Touching on technical things should move
He
on.
wasn't disclosed as an
By
expert.
trial time word.
Okay, thank you. All the defendants want to join the objections? So noted. This appears to be expert testimony. He's testified that he is the person that designed the software that analyzed the data and performed the signature verification audit. I think this is where this is going. The questioning is, you're going to ask him what the outcome of that was.
No, Your Honor, I wasn't. I was merely laying background. I wasn't going to ask him what the outcome.
Then I'd sustain all of this on an objection for relevance if you're not going to link it up.
I think maybe I should ask what you were referring to when you said what the outcome.
Well, let's talk about the expert part of this first. It appears that he's testifying as an expert. A fact witness would be your last witness who testified about things that were observed, seen, heard, experienced firsthand. This witness is testifying about scientific evaluations and studies and things that were done through software. That's good testimony. It's not a fact witness. That's every expert's a fact witness because they'll testify to what facts were. So tell me where this is going. You said you weren't going to link this up. I told everybody you had to disclose your experts. Okay, I understood that Mr. Hansel was going to be testifying about the public records request and the information that was derived, the timing.
Yeah, that's all here.
The steps that he took to diligently process the information from the public records request because it was
this is the
most recent
disclosure
that he received that. This is something completely different than I understood that Mr. Hansel would be testifying to in its expert testimony.
We'll move on, Your Honor.
Okay. So I'm sustaining that objection.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
they didn't include anything 2020 in their disclosure at all either. No, nothing about software, just about
Mr. Hansel,
obtaining the knowledge,
do you
verification.
gather data from Maricopa County regarding election activities?
Yes, I'm part of the process for We the People AZ Alliance for collecting data through public records requests.
Did you issue a public records request on or about February 3rd to Maricopa County?
Yes, I did. It was a request for information from signature verification from the 2022 election. It's the public records request that became the Maricopa County number 1482.
Exhibit 21.
So I think they're going to object to all of his conclusions. Any questions about what did you come to? What did you determine? What is your outcome? What do you
Hansel,
believe? All of it.
On the screen is a document that's been marked for identification as Exhibit 21. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I wrote the 4 bullet points in this document.
And is this the public records request number 1482?
It is the one that became 1482, yes.
Does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of the public records request that you signed?
Yes, it does.
Objection, Your Honor. This Exhibit 21 is longer than this one page
Well,
or 2 pages. There is a
that's fine.
long email attached to it.
Mr. Olson, can you hand him Exhibit 21? Let him look through it and ask him that same question, please.
My pleasure, Your Honor.
Should be the clerk's copy up here that you can use, the one that's marked. That'll take care of any discrepancy. Please, yes.
Mr. Hansel, you've just been handed a document that's been marked for identification as Exhibit 21. Take a moment to review it as you are.
This is familiar.
Pardon me?
I'm sorry.
I didn't hear your answer.
This is familiar.
Is Exhibit 20, the document marked for identification as Exhibit 21, a true and accurate copy of the original?
Yes, it appears to be.
And Exhibit 21 is a multi-page document. There's also an attachment to the letter.
Yes,
And are you identified as the author or recipient of any of those attachments?
I am the author of the conversation on the side of We the People AZ Alliance, yes.
And does this appear to be a true and accurate copy of those email exchanges?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move for admission.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on foundation grounds. This lengthy email exchange includes, and I have a color copy. I don't know if the court has a color copy. There seem to be sort of interspersed conversations by things written by different people, some of whom are members of the Maricopa County Recorder's Office. It's not wholly clear who wrote what. And it is also, the original letter was not by Mr. Hansel, but by Shelby Bush.
And the emails are from Shelby.
Excuse me, Your Honor. The governor also objects to the extent that this extensive back and forth is hearsay and offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Beyond that, we think that it's outside the scope of the trial and is irrelevant to the extent that this is about public records requests and not about whether signature verification happened at levels 1, 2, and 3. Thank you.
Okay. Is this being offered to show the public records request that was actually made?
Yes, Your Honor, and the receipt of the data, which is Exhibit 20.
Okay. Is there a
We'll stipulate to the fact that they submitted a public records request.
Yeah.
Okay, but
But-
this exhibit, according to Mr. Olson, also shows data that was provided in a response?
This exhibit shows the email exchange between Mr. Hansel and the custodian at Maricopa regarding the responses to Public Records Act request. And then ultimately the date at which the Maricopa County fulfilled that request.
And what you're seeking to prove is the request was made, the date it was made, and the date it was fulfilled?
And that the information was provided as stated in that email.
Any objection?
No objection to that.
Thank you. Exhibit 21, that's admitted.
Thank you.
Okay, so we got public records request, which is fine. But any conclusions that come out of this, they're going to try to nuke.
With respect to the public records request number 1482, do you recall when you received that data from the county?
We went through several iterations before I finally received a file that was close to what I requested close to what I requested on about April 26th.
And how did you receive that data on April 26th?
It was made available on a download portal. I logged onto the portal with the password that I was given, downloaded that onto my computer. It downloaded in a zip file, and the data it came in the format of a CSV file that was in the zip file. Then I removed that, and the data was then available to me.
Who provided that data to you?
My interactions have been with the Maricopa County records custodian. So that's who it is that provided the email and the download link and the password.
Your Honor, Exhibit 20 is a CD-ROM. There's not really much to present to the witness. But I would like to question the witness about that briefly to establish a foundation.
Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead.
I object, Your Honor. We're going to question this about an exhibit we're not looking at. It's highly inappropriate.
No. I'm
Yeah.
hoping, go,
It's been disclosed.
He's going to ask them
proceed,
what's on
Mr.
it.
Olson, and then if there's specific questions that we have a problem with, we'll address them.
Mr. Hansel, are you familiar with what has been marked for identification as plaintiff's Exhibit 20?
I'm sorry, what is?
The witness doesn't have Exhibit 20. I don't know how he would answer the question.
Objection, Your Honor.
I see.
Okay. I'm going to allow him some leeway to establish the foundation.
Yeah, ask him about it. Does he recognize, do you know what's on it?
Understood that
Yeah.
question? You can answer it, sir.
If this is 20, then yes.
Yeah,
And
CD.
what is Exhibit 20?
This is the file that I removed from the zip file and then had available to me for processing.
And is Exhibit 20, to your knowledge, a true and accurate copy of the data that you received from Maricopa County on April 26, 2023?
Yes, the information I submitted for 20 is a true and accurate copy.
Objection, foundation. The witness
Okay.
cannot.
I'll sustain it. You can ask him how he knows that.
How do you know that's a true and accurate copy, Mr. Hansel?
I'm familiar with the chain of custody when I provided the file and I reviewed the CD-ROM that the information went on after it was copied onto the CD-ROM.
Objection. Again, foundation, this is, I don't know how many lines there are, but I think it might be hundreds of thousands. And I don't know what this is. And I don't understand how the witness can testify to what it is.
Because he assembled it, or he helped to assemble it.
Your Honor, this is data that was provided by Maricopa County, for one thing.
I understand all that, but how it got from, he testified that he downloaded it. And it was placed on a CD-ROM.
You're familiar with what's on it? Have you seen
You
it?
brought the CD-ROM to court and remarked it as an exhibit. So,
Witness gave it to the lawyer. Lawyer put it on a CD, so he can't testify about that connection. Rather than him putting it on a CD, he could have, you know, hey,
He's looked at the files
have you
and
seen the
said,
CD?
this appears to be what the data was that was downloaded by me. So
Let it in.
I just need some level of assurance that what's on the CD-ROM. I don't know who downloaded this CD-ROM
Right.
and who created it, and then how it got to my courtroom from being downloaded. So that's the foundation that I think we need. So if you can lay that, go ahead. How it got to my courtroom from being downloaded. So that's the foundation.
He
that
gave
I
it to
think
the
we need.
lawyer. The lawyer put
So
it
if
on
you
a
can
CD.
lay that, go ahead.
View it before he's asked.
Mr. Hansel, did you oversee the creation of the CD-ROM
Oh, he
and
did
the transfer of the data onto that CD-ROM?
Yes, I
Good.
observed each step of the process and verified the data on the CD-ROM after it was transferred to the CD-ROM.
Well done. Nicely done.
And was the data transferred onto the CD-ROM also provided to defense counsel via any link?
Objection. I don't know how Mr. Hansel would know the answer to that question.
It matches the data. The CD
I don't know
matches
if
the
he knows
data you
if it's-
got from Maricopa.
How it's relevant to foundation, but let's stick with foundation for just right now. So I'll overrule the question on, or sustain the objection, but as to relevance, let's stick with, he oversaw the CD being created. Next question.
How have you verified that the data CD-ROM is the data that you originally downloaded from Maricopa County on April 26, 2023?
I observed the chain of custody from when it left my computer to the CD-ROM. I verified the format, I verified the columns, and I verified the size of the file.
So you'd agree this CD is an accurate representation. It matches the data you downloaded, right?
He's offering it again. Any objection?
This just re-urging the same objections we've made so far.
Okay. All right. I'm going to admit it over the objection. So next.
Good.
Thank you. We have no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Do you have any cross for this witness? Any of the defendants? Just confirm that they look, that what they said at first was correct.
You guys want to, hey, you guys better mute your mic over there. Or just leave it open so we can hear everything we say. Actually, I prefer that.
No, Your Honor, no cross-exam.
All right.
Nothing from the governor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
No cross.
Therefore, no redirect. And may we excuse this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Hansel, you're free to go. Okay, we're going to take the afternoon recess. We're going to resume 1:30. So
1:30, an hour and a
we'll be
half.
adjourned until that time.
Oh gosh. All right. Well, so they're going to take a lunch break. Yeah, this was pretty interesting. Oh, all right. Sorry about that, Judge. Sorry, all due respect. I was got distracted. The chat was distracting me. Sorry about that. All right, Judge is out. All right, please be seated. All right, so we're going to see what they do with this
Yes, sorry.
feed as the lunch
Sorry
hour
about that.
comes upon us. And I imagine we're looking at the courtroom to see. We like to see when everybody moves around, you know. Is there anything else that stands out? Have not seen any Kari Lake sightings at all. And so we'll see. There they go. Someone just removed you from the meeting. Pfft, rude. We were trying to peer in there and see what's going on. But okay, my friends. So we are going to do a break here in a minute. But I think what we'll do is we'll just keep the feed going and we'll just have a break. And so if you want to check out, go to lunch, you've got a meeting or whatever, we'll be back here. We'll just let the feed go. I've actually got a couple videos. So I'm going to take a break at some point in a minute. Not a long one. But I'll play a couple of our prior Kari Lake videos. We have a video on Clay Parikh that I can get queued up and some other segments from some prior shows. that review the document. So I'll queue those up, and I will let those play in a minute. But let's say thank you to some of these super chats that came in, and I'm very appreciative of those. Let's see who else is in the house today. Hey, it's Ned Frankley. Ned Frankley's in the house. What's up, Ned? Ned is giving me a lot of credit for something I definitely didn't do, but I'll take the credit. He says, Rob, thank you for fixing background play. Robert, you're welcome. Sometimes when I get bored, I just, hack into the YouTube servers and fix some of the quirks in their technology that are frustrating. But that is Ned. Thank you, Ned. And thanks for being a member for 5 months. Holy moly. We appreciate you being here. Joanne, what's up, Joanne? Joanne Baresi. No message on that one, but a nice comment and a nice thumbs up. We very much appreciate that. It looks like Rick Gregory gave Gio a membership, courtesy of Rick Gregory. And I saw Gio in the house. Good to see you, Gio. We're glad you made it over. We got a new supporter who's coming in. Big welcomes to Freedom for Evar, who is now a member on our YouTube community. Welcome. Don't forget to grab the Telegram link if you are on YouTube. Make sure you grab that Telegram link, certainly. We've also got Joel Rowley, who came in here. This was for the swear jar, VP, talking to Vientikis. Probably called him out for dropping a bomb out there in the chat. But we appreciate you, Joel, for jumping into the swear jar. Appreciate that one. But it was so worth it, he said. Sometimes it is worth it. Sometimes you got to just let the expletives fly, We got Zombie Cartman's in the house. Says Zulu is a TDS weirdo. Well, Zulu, we do love Zulu. Zulu likes to needle us here big time. And sometimes he has some comments that are difficult for me to decipher. But that's why we love Zulu. He keeps us on our toes, and he's a great addition to the community, and we're glad to have him here. And we love you too, Zombie. We love you too, Zombie Cartman. We love Zulu. Thank you for the comment. We also have Zulu gifted 5 memberships. Look at that, right on the back of it. Yeah, Zulu here. Thank you very much, Zulu. We love Zulu. And gifted 5 memberships. Guess who's coming in courtesy of Zulu? See, we love Zulu. Matt T. We got Tom Guthrie coming in the house. Eddie Clay. Locals is saying, shout out to Zulu. We love Zulu. Paul Mino. Hey, Paul Mino got gifted a membership by Zulu. That's amazing news. And that's Justin. Also came in courtesy of Zulu. Thank you, Zulu. And who else is in the house? We got Just Me. Thank you, Just Me. Says, Rob, this is a thank you from the 5,000 people above to smash the signatures like button. Thank you, Just Me. Yeah, tap that like button like you're a Maricopa County election worker, like Pecker Steve Pecker. Just tap, 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 tap. Pretend like you're just liking ballots in Maricopa County. Tap that like. We also had, who else was here? Paul Mino got the gift. What's up? Lance is here. We got Lance says, thanks for what you do, Rob. Well, thank you, Lance. I really appreciate you being here. And we're going to have a lot more fun. We've got, day 2 tomorrow, day 3 on Friday. So thanks for being here, Lance, and for joining us. American Dreamer just became a supporter on YouTube. And back to back, not only did American Dreamer become a supporter, but also brought in Midnight Spirit. American Dreamer gifted 5 membos. We've got Midnight Spirit, Platypus Jones is in the house. We got Catherine's coming in, Artac, and Renee Webster, all welcomed in courtesy of American Dreamer. And so welcome, American Dreamer. We're glad you made it. And thanks for bringing some more people into our amazing community. We had some Rumble rants come in. This one's from Gentifer. Says, thanks, Patriot Polywog. I hope Rob tells us non-legal people exactly what happened, and is Kari Lake winning? Is the judge on her side? So let's come back on that. We'll do sort of an all-around catch-up before we take our break and just sort of do a refresh. Gentifer says, I hate it when that woman says the government objects. Says Cartel Katie ain't the real governor. Kari is. Kari won and everyone knows it. From Gentifer. Cartel Katie, indeed. Oh gosh, that's too funny. Good to see you, Gentifer, and I appreciate that. We'll come back to your prior question here in a second. We got LG Frey. What's up, LG? In the house. says, and these punks probably wonder why people dislike most lawyers and the government. It's true. Lawyers are a lot, you know. Tell me about it. I have to live with one, me. Thanks, Robert, for not being one of those lawyers. Well, I try my best. You know, it's active awareness is key to this situation. If you know you're one of those people, you got to take care of it. You know, you can't be irresponsible with your lawyerliness. I'm reading a good book right now. And he talks about lawyers and how terrible lawyers are. He says, I hate all lawyers he says, I'd send them all to the moon, even my family. And I, you know, got a good chuckle out of that because I can relate. We've got another one from In God's Hands says, God bless you all. I had to adjust my attitude. Well, that's always good. God bless you all. God bless you back, In God's Hands. Attitude is important. You know, we can really control that in many ways. Don't have to be the victims of our own minds. We can take control of those with some discipline. We also have, In God's Hands also became a monthly supporter on Rumble, which is super amazing. And so thank you to everybody who sent those in. Very, very nice of you. And we also had a couple locals. Now, our locals, we had to open up a second thread. So I want to go check out that first thread and say hello to everybody who was in that thread, because there were some tips that came in over there. I thought I saw. Yeah, here was one. Don't be hating over on our locals. Says, thank you everyone for your prayers. It means the world. And so we got some prayers going out over on our locals. And we had a couple of questions too. We had this one from Wild Child. Says, are the signature verifiers paid by the number of ballots? Laughing but serious. I don't think so. I don't know the actual answer to that, but can't imagine that is ultimately how it works. And so, okay, my friends, let's do a quick recap before we take a little bit of a lunch break. We'll be back in about, well, they said 1:30 our time, so that'll be 4:30 Eastern. And so let's take a quick look at the mind map that we have been assembling. We've got 2 witnesses today that we saw pop out of here. We got Jacqueline Onigkeit. She talked about signature verifications, and we also heard from Chris Hansel, who talked about, well, we're still working with him. We've got public records request conversations. I think we're going to get a lot of objections in his testimony here very soon. So we're still in the early stage of this. Okay, we've got day 2 and day 3 coming up. At the start of the show, we had some questions and some concerns about the standards that the judge has ordered. And so just from a very high level, we've been talking about 2 different issues. One is about whether signature verification happened at all. Did it happen or did it not happen? And did it happen or not happen at levels 1, 2, and 3? The judge said in his order that we read at the start of the show, which we'll probably refresh before we start this afternoon segment, he said that Kari Lake's argument has been narrowed so heavily that she's basically saying now that no signature verification took place at all. Level 1, level 2, level 3. That's what the judge says she's got to prove based on our reading of the current order. That is a very difficult thing to prove. Now, Kari Lake's team have modified their arguments and they've bundled it into this new argument. Obviously, there were signature verification happening mechanically. There were people there signing documents and stuff was happening in court in the election tabulation center. But the argument now, because they have to hit that threshold that nothing happened, is that basically there was no signature verification because the process was so broken. Yes, it was technically happening mechanically. It's like, yeah, you might have a car with 4 doors on it and 4 wheels on it, but it doesn't have an engine. All right. So it's not really a car. I mean, technically it's a car, but it's not really anything that works. So yes, you'll meet the threshold of just doing the signature verifications, but Kari Lake's argument has been rebundled into being the mechanism, the methodology of doing the signature verification is not sufficient to be considered proper and to meet the threshold of the law. So Kari Lake, a lot of her arguments have been into that bucket, saying that what we saw was problematic. We saw two people, one guy doing it right, one person doing it wrong. She's saying that is a problem with the process. But if the judge says, I don't care about the process, I care about whether it happened or not, then what we have heard today in court is actually evidence that supports the government, because they are talking about, at least our first witness, Jacqueline, saying that she was involved in some signature verifications, and presumably she did many of them right? She's testified, yeah, all of them, the ones that she worked on, and rejected some, and rejected them again, meaning that a bunch of them were done appropriately. Now, everybody else, well, and I think that if the judge holds to that standard, that they've got to disprove any signature verifications, they might lose on that in that interpretation, just based on what we've seen thus far. Now, if the judge is going to open up that argument a little bit and allow them to say that, yeah, signature verification technically happened, like it technically had 4 doors on it and 4 wheels, but it was so broken because somebody was just clicking like a woodpecker in order to get the ballots done. It was so broken that it essentially means it wasn't done. And that's a tall order to ask for. So what we're seeing right now, I think, is a difficult battle, no doubt about it. I have been liking some of what I've been seeing from Kari Lake's attorneys, and some other things have been concerning, and I think we're going to run into that with Chris Hansel. One thing that I wanted to share was that this was the disclosure from Kari Lake's team. This was the disclosure of their witnesses. And on this list, they listed everybody, including their expert, Eric Spieken, and Chris Hansel. Chris Hansel is here, but this is just their general witnesses. We also saw the name of the other woman who testified previously, our first witness, Jacqueline Onigkeit, who is on this document. But then if you compare that with the expert disclosures, like we see here, he's not on this list. This is Kari Lake's expert disclosure statement. And the only person we see here is Eric J. Spieken. So we don't actually see Mr. Hansel. It says Spieken will offer testimony in the area of signature verification processes. He's going to respond to testimony as a fact witness and other things. And here is his record, right? Here's his resume, his CV, and all of the things. So when we get to conclusions from Chris Hansel, we're going to see objections fly all over the place, and it is going to be a doozy, I'm sure of it. So we'll get over there after the lunch hour, and we'll come back and we will check back in with the court. But we will take a little bit of a break here for now, and it probably won't be too long. I don't know how long we'll hang out for. But I want to queue up a couple other, another video. We've got some other Kari Lake stuff that we have previously discussed. And so let me see if I can queue up a good segment for us while we're here. We had one where we had Clay Parikh. So let's do that one. And then we'll come back in about 20 minutes or so. Kari Lake's, and we'll check back in on the rest of the news. So this was from Clay Parikh. We'll get this one playing. Let me get a timer queued up so that we know what's going on. And we'll do this one for about 20 minutes or so. And then we'll come back and we'll hit some of the other highlights. We'll see if there's any other good news poking around. And so, my friends, I hope you take a break. I hope you get some lunch. You get some good movement. Stretch those legs out a bit. We'll be back in about 20 minutes And until then, I'm going to play this, which is Kari Lake and the declaration of Clay Parikh. Kari Lake's expert declares under penalty of perjury the following is true. I've got personal knowledge. I have a master's in cybersecurity. I continually work in areas. Briefly, let me just preface this. This was Kari Lake's other prior expert. Doesn't look like he's going to be testifying this time, but this is what he submitted as a declaration in order to bring back some additional new claims. Here is what he said. Kari Lake's expert declares under penalty of perjury the following is true. I've got personal knowledge. I have a master's in cybersecurity. I continually work in areas of information security and infrastructure. I've worked for several testing labs and tested voting machines, specifically Weil Laboratories, National Technical Systems. My duties were to perform security tests on vendor voting systems. Clay says, I have read the Maricopa County General Election Ballot Investigation Report. I've read the transcripts of the preceding hearings. I've also read multiple emails and received responsive documents. I've got several log files from Maricopa, and I've received responsive data that I have personally reviewed to create the reports. And so Kari Lake's expert says, I make the following observations. In response to a public records request, Maricopa County returned the system log for 445 voting tabulator centers used in the 2022 election. I got them on or about December 6. A thorough months-long analysis of the logs were conducted as part of our investigation. The meticulous data model design and intelligence isolation exercises included over 30 million lines of system logs. The scope of this effort encompassed several thousand man-hours in research, data, interviews, testing, and collaboration. Further complicating this time-consuming process were incomplete records that harmed our review. He says, to gain an accurate understanding of the 2020 election, multiple requests were filed. We got some of these, including issuing a subpoena to Senator Townsend. Specific information and data points sourced from the ballot-on-demand printers also came up from a report of Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, former of Arizona, called Justice McGregor. Through these efforts, we have been able to definitively make the following determination. Kari Lake's expert, Clay Parikh, says, none of the 446 voting center tabulators used on election day were tested for logic and accuracy on October 11th in violation of Arizona law. Zero, not one. The only testing of 446 centers with the same election project occurred after they certified the machines on October 14th, 17th, and 18th. Subjected to a testing average, each one of 9 ballots, only 9 got fed through. 260 of the 446 voting centers failed the clandestine post-certification test with the same, quote, ballot misread and the same, quote, paper jam errors that plague voters on election day. Following the tests in October, with the failed state of the tabulators preserved, because they had failed during the tests that are in the logs, Maricopa County knowingly and intentionally, or with reckless disregard, distributed the tabulators to voting centers for use on election day. Knowing they were bad, put them into service anyways. The print to fit issue was not caused by the reasons that were given. They were not limited to the BOD printers, nor was the condition isolated to only 3 centers. Instead, the fit-to-print resized ballot images were found by the Maricopa Board of Directors to be produced intermittently. Voting center tabs logs revealed that over 8,000 ballots were rejected for print-to-fit conditions, and they could not be read. They required duplication. The speckled and faded print issue was also not caused by the reasons they gave. The combination of both printer errors yielded approximately 7,000 ballot rejections every 30 minutes the day of the election, a rate which persisted and was unmitigated from the times the polls opened until they were closed. 7,000 ballots every 30 minutes times a full day of voting is a lot of ballots that have problems. And most of the day of ballots would be going for Kari Lake, wouldn't they? Maricopa's testing, they say, did not comply with law. This is Kari Lake's expert, who presumably we're going to hear Kari Lake's lawyers disclose and hear from next week. Says the election procedures manual says specifically, the rules say, the Board of Supervisors or officer in charge of elections is responsible for performing the test on all voting equipment prior to each election. The conduct of the test must be overseen by at least 2 election staff or inspectors members of different political parties and shall be open to observation by representatives from everywhere else. But systems logs and other records that were provided by Maricopa County from the government established that no vote center tabulators used on election day were tested for logic and accuracy on October 11th. They just weren't tested on that day. A failure to test all the equipment to be used is a failure to comply with the law. Maricopa County and the Arizona Secretary of State, Katie Hobbs, who conveniently was the Secretary of State, now happens to be the governor, both falsely certified that the testing was conducted in a public test on October 11th. 2022, but no vote center tabulators were tested yet. He refers us over to Exhibit 1. Let's see where this is. Look at this guy's report. Look at this report. Oh my gosh. Exhibit 1 from Katie Hobbs's Department of State, Office of the Secretary of State. Isn't that interesting? Logic and Accuracy Equipment Certificate. Pursuant to the Arizona Revised Statutes, Arizona Secretary of State, Katie Hobbs, has completed the required logic and accuracy testing and certifies that the voting equipment, including accessible voting and tabulation equipment, met the requirements in Maricopa County for logic and accuracy testing standards on October 11th, 2022. Maricopa County will confirm that all early and provisional ballots from ICX accessible voting devices are duplicated prior to tabulation at central counting locations. Signed by the Secretary of State's office, her representatives. They also filled out this certificate of accuracy, alleging that in preparation for the November 8th election, this equipment was tested on October 11, 2022. We, the undersigned, do hereby certify that the pre-logic and accuracy test was conducted for November 8th in accordance with the law. We attest that the count produced by the equipment and programs was used correctly matched, and programs used correctly matched the predetermined manual tally of the votes provided. Bunch of people signing off on it. This person's, Kevin Gallagher, is a Republican. We got one Republican, another Republican. We've got two people from MCTEC, which is the Maricopa County Tabulation Center. We've got an office and another MCTEC, and we've got two Democrats. So we got Democrat, Democrat, Democrat. We got Democrat, 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 and two Republicans are there. Jani Bryant and Kevin Gallagher, the Republicans. We've got the other Democrats who are on this list. Here's an invoice. Central Count Election Day Tab Test Deck. This invoice is from October 20th from Runbeck Election Services. And they're noting in the invoice the quantity of the ballots, and they're charging per ballot. This is interesting. So it looks like the rate per 1,000 is $290 per 1,000 ballots is the total. So we've got a couple dates. This was a test date. You see here, this test deck, and here's another test deck. And those look like they're, election day tab test deck. Job number, so 27,000 ballots divided by 1,000 ballots equals 290 at a unit inventory equals about $8,000. What else do we have in exhibits? Total ballots inserted, 9, 5. Looks like these are the testing. 9, 5, 10 ballots here at Biltmore. Black Mountain had 5 ballots inserted. Total ballots, total misfeeds. Okay, yeah, that's what this number is. Look at all this. So apparently when they did the testing, we don't know exactly when that was. They say it was in the days after the 11th. But here you go. So they insert on this one 6 ballots, 1 is bad, 17% error rate. 7 ballots go in, 2 are rejected, 29% error rate. This one, 10 ballots go in, Biltmore, nice part of town here. 5 of those are rejected, 50% rejection rate. And they're just going through the list. This is from their own logs, it looks like. 16 ballots went in, 6 rejected in Cave Creek, 38% rejected. 14 went in a Christian community church. That's a good place to make sure you get your ballots rejected. 43% of those. Definitely make sure the Kari Lake votes at the Christian community churches are thrown in the dumpster. Good call on that one. Here's another one. 15, Community of Christ. Oh, that's great. 5 out of 15, 33% of those are gone too. Interesting. 58% on this one. Dayspring United Methodists. Oh, the Methodists. 58% of them. Get rid of their ballots too. Yeah. Who else is here? What other religious people are here? Oh, yeah, let's see. Okay, you see the list. There's a whole lot of them. Wow, 70% on this one. Gilbert Freestone Rec Center. Wonder what they're up to. 21 ballots out of 30 that were inserted all got rejected. Looks like these are some pretty serious problems. 36% in Goodyear, 40% in a park school, 43% somewhere else, 50% in Levine. This is our election. 50% in the Love of Christ Lutherans. Oh, the Lutherans too. We almost forgot about the Lutherans. We got the Christians and the Methodist Christians and the Lutherans are here too. We've got 50% of their ballots right in the dumpster when they were testing them. All right, so you can see all the various different locations throughout Arizona, and they're assembling all of them. Here's what they get in conclusion. Logic and accuracy test. Over 50% failed, 260. Looks like those failed. This reflects the date of the election, not the dates that the tapes were printed. A total of only 23 ballots were tested on the date of the election, not the date the tapes were printed. The printing was stopped and the tape is incomplete. It's cut short. Look at the details. He's looking at the paper. The paper's unsuitable. Media weight, printer settings. Let's go back to his narrative. He says the only testing of the 445 voting center tabulators with the same project occurred on October 14th, 17th, and 18th, saying the Maricopa Board of Directors does not identify any evidence that pre-election testing was performed in accordance with the law, nor was any reference made to the process or the testing results. This is a pretty noticeable admission, I'll say, as the report repeatedly refers to stress testing under the law. Arizona law requires that both central tabulators and the center tabulators are tested. Jarrett testified during trial. When asked about testing, he said the following. For the county's logic and accuracy test, that is to run test ballots through. For the county's test, it's thousands of test ballots through our tabulator equipment, both the central count tabulation equipment as well as the tabulation equipment that would be used at the vote centers. But the election manual states that the officer in charge of this election must utilize the actual election program for the election day, not a copy. One record that exists which documents all tabulator activity is called the tabulator log. A screenshot of this is below. This is what the tabulator log looks like. Looks like a command line interface, and it's just a text file. The system log for the tabulator begins on October 14th. Indicated there on line 7. You see him here. This is the system log, October 14th. What did the certificates say when they were tested and certified? October 11th. The same system shows that the polls were closed on election day, thereby confirming that this log is in fact the actual election day program and not a copy. It's important to note that the log encompasses all activity for the election project beginning on the 14th. The log does not indicate that the tabulator was operated prior to the 14th, including the possibility that it was tested on the 11th. There is no October 11th log there. It goes from January 1970 to October 14th when they first started using it. So why did they say it was certified on October 11th? The same also removes any possibility of any testing conducted on or prior to October 11th using the actual election program. All vote center tabulator logs have the first initialization date using the same election project as used in the other logs, 14th, 17th, 18th. This is at least 3 days after the county certified the tests. Every one of the 446 tabulators were subject to some type of test, everyone, either on October 14th, the 17th, or the 18th. That included an average of about 9 ballots, which 260 of the 446 tabulators experienced errors on that day. So 0% errors, as we just looked through the logs, 184 of the 446, 260 had errors. And now some of those errors were in the 10%-ish, but others were 40%, 50%, especially for the Christians. The test described above was not open to the public. No public notice was issued for those tests, and no political party observers were present as required by the law. And as we saw, they all signed the document for the other date, not on those other dates. There is no record of memory card seals for any of the voting tabulator centers on any of the checklists, also in violation of the law. It says the vote center tabulator logs show no subsequent attempts to rescan or to troubleshoot or to remedy the failures of the tests? No, because they were working perfectly. The malfunction was part of the deployment. That's great. They go, oh, this one's 70% error rate. Perfect. Where should this one go? Oh yeah, put that in the Christian Methodist schools. Give that over to them. Considering the overwhelming failure of the vote centers during the post-certification testing as defined above, along with the absence of any actions to identify or rectify the cause of the failure, there remains no logical explanation other than that which was experienced on election day: continued failure. Maricopa County failed to provide the results aggregated by the election management system, and despite Maricopa County saying that they fact-checked, claiming that the purpose was to confirm the accuracy of the results, they wrote on their page, they wrote, the purpose of the test is to confirm that the votes are attributed to the correct candidates and the ballot measures in the election management system, and that each candidate and ballot measure receives the accurate number of votes. Predetermined results are compared against the results of the test. The equipment cannot be used in the election unless the results of the test are accurate. So they're saying our own tests say we can't use inaccurate equipment, but they know, they're on notice that they've got a ton of inaccurate equipment. The tabulators could not overcome the printer failures. This is what's leading to materiality. This leads to the actual change in the outcome of the election. They couldn't correct it after the errors were had on site. The first issue to point out from the footnote is that the central tabulators read all the ballots, but he says that's not actually true. The central tabulators do, and they did, reject defective ballots. I'll prove that later. But first, it is important to understand how the contest selections on a paper ballot are counted. Tabulators do not count or, quote, read directly from the document. They produce an electronic image of the ballot. Dominion voting system on both things connects with different software and creates an image in either black and white or grayscale at a certain dot per inch, depending on the jurisdiction's preferences. Only after this process is the ballot image passed to the software to analyze, authenticate, and then contest the selections. The software-controlled process, which digitally compares that electronic ballot to a predetermined map of the vote, so it's like an overlay, right? They put an image in, they say, we should have Katie Hobbs here, you should expect Kari Lake here. If you see a bubble here, that means Katie Hobbs. If you see a bubble here, that means Kari Lake. It's just a map that they just put over the top of it. The fit to print issue was not isolated to certain printers. The model makes up about 78% of the printer inventory, and it's widely used. He says there were major problems with testing. The samples were inadequate, and they also showed unmitigated problems. He says that Maricopa County officials referred to these as being able to scan defective ballots, but they were not able to scan defective ballots. How do I know? Here's the error counts that we saw. Back page grid error, 204 of those. Ballot ID not in the database, 84 of those. We had a back page grid error, over 1,000 of those. 838 of a front page grid error. Add them all up, the number is 3,000 problems. So when you discover errors during testing, it states that all failures must be reported to the Secretary of State, who in this election happened to be Katie Hobbs, who says, what are those errors about? Thanks for the notice. The tests that were conducted on October 14th and 17th and 18th have massive failures. Even though the test included only an average of 9 ballots, over half the voting centers failed the misfeed. You can see the chart again. One poll tape is printed before the polls open. Each tabulator is required to be tested, and many were missing. The tapes were missing. He says that the fit to print issue was an intentional malicious act. Ooh. During the Lake and Hobbs evidentiary hearing testimony, when questioned about the issues on election day, Scott Jarrett testified. He said, quote, well, a few of the other items that we've identified, though, as far as our on-ballot printer-on-demand printers, we did identify 3 locations that had a fit-to-paper setting that was a problem on election day. So those were at Journey Church in Glendale. They had about 200 or a little over 200 ballots out of about 1,500. That would be the same with Gateway Fellowship, East Mesa. They had 900 ballots out of just 2,000. And then we had an LDS church, yes, the Mormons, in the heart of Tempe that had 60 out of 1,500. Says Jarrett describes the 19-inch image on a 20-inch paper as a fit-to-paper issue. Jarrett stated that the issue was, quote, due to our temporary technicians when they were trying to identify solutions on election day, adjust a setting. So Jarrett's testimony implies that this issue was limited and was caused by techs, just technicians. But that's inconsistent. The investigative report has several inconsistencies. Jarrett testified that techs had made changes, but there were no troubleshooting changes made during the investigative testing. There are no settings that a tech or anyone could make on the printer to make randomized changes to a printer. If this is a purely random error caused internally by the printer, it's either a software bug or an extremely rare hardware issue. The bug would have been the most likelihood, but there are no bug fixes or patches listed by the vendor. A patch or a bug fix would most likely exist, and it would affect every printer. But the randomness still doesn't reveal why this would be happening. The only cause of this is erroneous code or malware or remote configuration changes. During his testimony, Scott Jarrett stated that the fit-to-print issue occurred because techs adjusted a printer setting while troubleshooting a, quote, speckled ballot. His testimony is inconsistent with other evidence, including McGregor's report, saying that printers randomly selected 19-inch ballots for unknown reasons at unpredictable times, at weird intervals with strange technical data, indicating that no settings or combinations of settings could have caused the change. The fit to print issue rose on election day, and it precludes the possibility that it changed from settings. Two printers use different hardware and software, so the most likely cause is its software control external to all of the printers. That possibility was not investigated nor even considered by the McGregor team because they lack the expertise to dig in. Scott Jarrett's testimony also indicated that it was limited to just 3 locations. That's not true. The rates of occurrence say that 8,000 or more may have been impacted by the issue. For example, at Victory Church, they had issues. Here's a screenshot from the logs. Out of 15 ballots I looked at, 14 of them were the 19-inch. 93% were the wrong ballot size. They're also taking a look at various settings, saying the settings were incorrect. We got a bunch of printer error messages. The error rates were extremely high. He's showing you the charts. Maricopa County's claim that the late afternoon fixes resolved the issue is also incorrect. The graph below shows thousands of false paper jams lasting almost all day until 6:30. Look at this, 6:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. Polls open right here at 6 in the morning. People get off work at about, 5 o'clock. This is about 6 o'clock. So if you're going in to vote, if you're leaving work on the way home, if you're going on your lunch break, if you're just taking your day to go off, jammed up in this section. Then they fix it. Oh my gosh, everybody's going home for the evening and the votes are being counted and it's looking good. So it all starts, not a problem anymore. They get it fixed. Election day showed a widespread continuous pattern of insert failures. 7,000 insert failures every 30 minutes from 7 a.m. on. Here's what it looks like. Election day starts. Now imagine if you're Katie Hobbs and you're a Democrat and you're running for governor and Kari Lake is the Secretary of State in charge of running elections, and something like this happens to you and all of your voters were supposed to be there on election day voting for you. And this is what it looks like. 30-minute intervals on election day. Count of ballot insert failures. Here's what it looks like. Look at this. Goes all the way up, 7,000. It's hovering around 7,000 on average, bumping up over 8,000 at some numbers. All day. And then it trickles back down at the conclusion. 71%, nearly 3/4 were involuntarily rejected using a threshold of misfeeds over 20%. 71% were involuntarily rejected. Extraordinarily high threshold. Absolutely nuts. So if this were anybody else, if this were any other election for a Democrat, there would be an absolute national meltdown over this being stolen away from the Democrats. But here, it's not even it's all, it's over. It's over already. All right. Stop crying about it, you conspiracy theorists. This was signed by Clay Parikh, and he will be the expert witness, hopefully, that we hear from next week, presuming that Kari Lake and her lawyers get permission to bring him in from the judge. And we're back, my friends. Hopefully you had a nice little break out there. I certainly did. And we are getting back in our seat, getting prepared for the trial to pick back up. We still have quite a bit of time, actually, about 50 minutes until it picks back up. But we can hang out and check in on this. I wanted to poke around Twitter and take a look at the chat and see what everybody had to say about this. Hopefully, we are still broadcasting, coming across alive and well. And so let's just hop on Twitter and see kind of what this morning's reaction is to all of the Kari Lake stuff. We see Kari Lake War Room is posting some clips for us. A very good account to follow. They've got some trial highlights already out, courtesy of Right Side Broadcasting Network. Says whistleblower testifies normal level 1 signature verifiers were sent home early during the signature review function that was later performed at the county recorder's office. And so if you're just joining us and you missed some of this morning's testimony, we'll see if we can get some highlights for you.
But there was
Were you told why the normal level 1 reviewers were told to go home after 7 p.m. and the signature review function was performed at the county recorder's office?
no, we thought it was odd.
Why did you think it was odd?
Well, because we had observers that were constantly watching what we were doing, but there was, I'm assuming, no observers there who was watching what they were doing. I don't know. We just thought it was, we thought they would come to where we worked at. Maybe they set up in a different area for them to verify signatures, but they didn't. They just told us they had the regular county recorder employees working signature ver to try and get through all of those.
So we had some interesting testimony from her. And what I think we're seeing is Kari Lake's team trying to modify their argument in a way that complies with the judge's rule. But unfortunately, in doing so, they're almost assisting the other side because they have to talk about the signature verification process. As she's talking about all of these problems, like being sent home early, what were you being sent home early from? Oh, from signature verifying. Oh, so you were there doing signature verification. And so it is kind of an interesting line that they have to follow and a needle they have to thread. I think this was the similar clip from Kari Lake War Room. We didn't understand why we were leaving early, why there were ballots left in the bin.
Kind of not a sense of urgency like we did with the, am I allowed to, with the general, I felt more of a kind of not a sense of urgency like we did with the primary. And we worked literally to the very last day, to the very last second, where with the general, we ended on, would have been Tuesday the 14th at noon, they had us go home, which Wednesday was the last day at 5. So we didn't understand why we were leaving early when there was ballots left in the bins. And we had asked the manager, are you sure that you want us to go home? Would you like us to, keep trying to call these voters to get these ballots cured? And they said no.
This was a little bit interesting testimony because during the opening argument, Mr. Olson came out and was explaining that the level 1 threshold employees or workers were so busy that they couldn't do a good job and that they would send them up to level 2, which was also so busy. And I think there's a little bit of a difference there. I could be wrong. Maybe he didn't talk specifically about level 1, but I thought he did. In other words, there was so much, they were understaffed. There was so much over production required from even level 1 that they couldn't do a good job. That's in part why the other guy was clicking so fast. Woodpecker Steve was just banging through them, signing everything away. So when she comes out and says, no, it was a little bit slower, I didn't feel as much pressure, kind of cuts against his argument that they were moving so quickly that the argument is that the signature verification process was so corrupted, it was so invalid that you can disqualify the entire activity.
Am I allowed to, with the general, I felt more of a kind of not a sense of urgency like we did with the primary.
The general would be bigger.
And we worked literally to the very last day, to the very last second, where with the general, we ended on, would have been Tuesday, the 14th at noon, they had us go home.
So like, that's an interesting fact, and we can all fill in the gaps on that one and ask ourselves, why did they send them home? But that's not really what's at issue here, right? The judge wants to know, did you do signature verification or not? That was based upon his prior ruling from the under advisement opinion that we saw yesterday. Actually, this morning.
Which Wednesday was the last day at 5. So we didn't understand why we were leaving early when there was ballots left in the bins. And we had asked the manager, are you sure that you want us to go home? Would you like us to, keep trying to call these voters to get these ballots cured? And they said no.
They don't want any more help. Very strange. We got Charlie Kirk. He's over on Twitter. He grabbed this clip for us. Says, powerful clip from Kari Lake's attorney, Kurt Olson. Maricopa's log file data, this is from opening arguments, shows that 11 of these signature verification workers approved 170,000 signatures at a rate between 0 and 2.99 seconds. 99.97% approval rating. That is not signature review, Your Honor. And that came from the same filing here. Kari Lake has an expert witness called Specken. He analyzed all the data. And this is how it ultimately breaks down. So we're trying to ask ourselves, like, we know signature verification happened. There was a bunch of workers there. The judge is asking Kari Lake to disprove that, is to say that there was no signature verification. But what Olson and Kari Lake's team are doing is they're saying that is not my argument. Our argument was that, yeah, there was actual people doing the signature verification thing, but it was so corrupted that it wasn't actually verifying any signatures. So you can call it the thing, but it's not actually the thing. Specken has analyzed this voluminous data previously disclosed in preparation for this case. And this is where you see the breakdown. 5 seconds per signature verification. And I don't know, I don't know how long it takes to scroll up and down and to do those things, but I certainly know it's probably not as fast as that other guy was going. Steve Woodpecker guy. And so this is what Olson is referencing. Adding all of these numbers up, saying that at the bare minimum, 1 second or less, we had 70,000 instances of those. And 70,000 instances, 1 second or less, that's still at a high pass rate, like 99%, is pretty dang amazing that can be the standard. All right, and so I am getting my screen resituated. And getting this pulled back up. Let's check in with the court just to make sure that they don't have anything going on over there. And then we'll say hello to the chat, see who is out there in the house. Okay. So we are reopening our tabs to check in with the court. And here is what we've got from them. Not too much activity, but we are still live. And then let's see who is over on YouTube. Let's jump into the chat and say hello to everybody before we get back in session. Over on locals, John McGarvey says, if this judge gets an Arizona Supreme Court position, I'm going to go ape bananas, says John McGarvey. I don't know that he'll be on the way to the Arizona Supreme Court, but you never know. Hey, what's up on YouTube? Let's say hello. We got Jacob Castro's in the house. I see Spuds is over there. What's up, Spuds? Gyro's there. We got Natalia Trumpos in the house. Georgia's in the house. Hello, everybody from Georgia. Good to see everybody. Mesa, Arizona. How many people are from Arizona? Are you getting a little bit nervous as I am that it's going to be a longer haul with Hobbs? Ugh. It's still early. It's still the first inning. Let's not call the game yet, Rob. But let's see what else is going on over on Twitter. We got afternoon from Olga. Brian's in the house. Gyro's in the house. North Phoenix, Gen X Boomer says, I'm going to be working the next election. Good stuff. Here was the clip from Charlie Kirk and Kurt Olson.
Right. It's simply, they are not, as our expert will testify. This isn't a question of not getting it right. It's simply, they are not physically capable of reviewing the signature, both from the standpoint of being able to do an assessment with respect to the procedures, but also with respect to the functionality of the computer. When the images, you have to scroll down to check the record signature. You don't see the scrolling down function. What that log data shows, Your Honor, is that over 274,000 ballots were approved at less than 3 seconds each. That includes one signature verifier who approved 100% of the 26,900 signatures that he verified at less than 3 seconds a signature. Maricopa's log file data shows that 11 of these signature verification workers approved 170,000 signatures at a rate of less than between 0 and 2.99 seconds with a 99.97% approval rating. That's not signature review, Your Honor. Simply flashing a signature on the screen, clicking a button and moving on is not signature review. As I said, the evidence will show that Maricopa knew exactly what was going on. They could monitor each of their workers and in fact told them that they were being monitored.
And that guy apparently, according to the government, was let go. And we got his name out as Steve. And I wasn't sure if we were going to see Steve as a witness. In fact, let's take a look at that. Is Steve going to testify? Let's go take a look at some documents, shall we? This is over from the court website. We're looking for Kari Lake's disclosure of witnesses. We've got her expert disclosure. And I think it might be on page 2 at this point. But Lake's disclosure of experts is 1. And we're also looking for Lake's disclosure of witnesses. Which, where the heck is it? Not on that page. Is it on page 3 already? But we wanted to see if Steve was going to show up. Lake, here it is. This is the motion. I flew right by it. So, do we have Steve on the list? No, we do not. Other witnesses coming up for Kari Lake. Eric Speakin. He's the expert witness, and they've already disclosed him. We've talked a lot about him. We played the video over the lunch of Clay Parikh, but he does not appear to be in this trial. Ray Valenzuela, we remember him. He testified last time, and he was actually a good witness. You know, he was, I think, very useful for the government. He knew his way around election processes. And so they're going to bring him back out. But we remember listening to him. Scott Jarrett was the guy that, man, he was very squirrely on the stand last time. He was the guy who came and testified about the 19 inchers being printed on the 20 inchers. Day 1, he said, I had no idea about it. Day 2, he came back out, suddenly knew about it. And so I'm sure we'll hear from him. I don't know if we'll get to him today or not. But certainly there will be more of him. And you remember what he looks like. So as this has been percolating, we've also been creating the mind map of all the various witnesses who have been showing up. And so let's take a quick look at that as it loads. These are the 2 we heard from today. Jacqueline, Onigkeit, and Chris Hansel, and he's back up. And so we're just about get ready to get started with him on cross-examination. But because he's not an expert, because he's only disclosed right here, and we can see as we get back into him, it says Mr. Hansel will testify about his role in obtaining and knowledge of the 2022 general election signature verification data produced by Maricopa County, right? And that's that CD-ROM we were talking about with those, millions of pages of documents. So he's going to talk about that, the data that it was produced, and he's also going to authenticate the documents produced by Maricopa. But there's no sentence here about and his conclusions, and so what? He got the documents. He's got knowledge of the data, what's in the data, and he can authenticate the documents because he made the records request. But what's he going to say though? Testify. So let's compare that to another witness who we already heard from today, which was the first witness, which was a fact witness, Jacqueline. She actually worked there in signature verification and in adjudication and in curing, so she could testify as to what she observed was the process for verifying the signatures for curing and her observations during the process. Got that. But this other guy, Hansel, for as amazing as his work surely is, I'm sure it's amazing and it's great, but there's no real so what. We always ask the question here, so what? It's a very important question. I had a law school professor in civil procedure, shout out to Professor Dye, who was a very difficult guy to learn under. He knows why. And he was always asking a question that always stuck with me, and it was always, so what? Okay, you tell him something, you give a fact, you say, okay, all of this thing and this and this and the other things, but so what? What's the conclusion? And this was a great question that we had with the Durham report. It's like, all right, thanks for the nice book report, but what are we supposed to do with this now? Are you going to do anything? Or you actually thank the FBI and DOJ for their great assistance in helping you all, and so on and so forth. But so what? What are we going to do with it? And now we're hearing from Holly and from Marjorie Taylor Greene about impeachment and about prosecutions and so on. But so what? So now they're going to say, that's great. Testify about your FOIA request. Testify about what you were able to request, but you can't come to conclusions based on any of this because you have not been authenticated. You have not been established to be an expert witness. Now we can compare and contrast that against the expert disclosure statement, which here we have a little bit more about. This is analysis. Rather than just reporting about facts like a fact witness would, they have to declare that under expert witness disclosure rules that Eric Speakin over from Speakin Forensics will offer testimony in the area of signature verification and time study analysis, right? That's the so what of the signature verification. He's also going to comment on, respond to opinions by other experts. His education and experience are there. And the subject of Speakin's testimony, his opinions, and the basis for those opinions are attached as Exhibit B. He's qualified to have these opinions because he's an expert, because we're qualifying him according to this document. And so the analysis that he conducted, he can opine about. But we don't have that for Mr. Hansel. So he's really going to be treated like a fact witness, just like Jacqueline was. What did you see? What did you observe? The knowledge of the signature data, that's great about it, but any analysis, any so what information is just not going to fit. So he'll come in and, I think the cross-examination Well, yeah, I don't think we're going to get much out of him, is what I'm saying. So we'll see who comes out next. We've got Shelby Bush. Let's take a look at these other witnesses. Oh yeah, Bill Onesie Twosie Bill Gates. Remember Bill Gates? Onesie Twosie Bill Gates. Let's see if we can pull up a video of old Onesie Twosie Bill Gates. You know, he's got PTSD now because he ran a terrible election. He's the guy who said, well, you know, there's just some onesie. No, the election's fine here in Arizona. There's just a couple of onesies and twosies things that we need to fix around our parts, and everything's going to be just fine. And I'm like, what is this? Who is this person? Why are you talking like that here in Arizona? Very strange behavior. Is this what he said here?
Thanks so much for joining us. Blake Masters, by the way, just made some allegations that ballots in Maricopa County, your county, have been mixed up. Listen to this.
So people, when they got to a machine and the machine didn't work, they were invited to just drop their ballot in a secure box. Hey, we'll count this later. Well, it turns out Maricopa County on at least two occasions mixed up those uncounted ballots with ballots that had already been counted. So it's a giant disaster. It's a giant mess to try to unmix these ballots, right? I think the most honest thing at this point would be for Maricopa County to wipe the slate clean and just take all the ballots and do a fresh count.
And the RNC, the Republican National Committee, just released a statement saying this election has exposed what they call deep flaws in Maricopa County's election administration. I want to get your response, Bill.
Well, Wolf, thanks for having me. First of all, let's take the Blake Masters allegation. There were 2 vote centers where the ballots that went into that box 3 were actually commingled with the ballots that went through the tabulator. Now, here's the thing. We can absolutely address this, and we will. In those 2 instances, we know exactly how many people checked in at that vote center. We can then check the total number of ballots that were left there, either tabulated or in box 3, and determine if they're the same. We can segregate those out and make a determination. And the best thing of all is that we will do this with the Republican and Democrat observers watching this to make sure that everything checks out. Again, the issue is every one of those votes is going to be counted. The people cast at the vote center. The only issue has been where they're being tabulated. They're at the vote center or here at Central Count. Furthermore, as to Blake Masters' suggestion that we should, quote, wipe the slate clean and start counting over again, that is simply not allowed for under Arizona law. Additionally, the suggestion.
So I was trying to find the clip where he's like, onesie, twosie. No, everything's fine over here. It's just a couple onesies and twosies we just got to fix up over, you know, around Arizona. And apparently he's having a hard time with this because, and, you know, I don't want anybody to have, PTSD. I don't want anybody to be suffering and in pain. But I also think that our elected officials should not, do a terrible job and then cry when they have criticisms coming their way for doing, a terrible job. And so here is the piece from, where did this come from? Arizona Republic. Bill Gates, onesie twosie, Bill Gates has PTSD and his fellow Republicans mock him. I mean, a little bit, kind of, yeah. Because over the weekend, Washington Post published a moving and personal account of the cost of being a Maricopa County supervisor in the 3 years since Donald Trump lost Arizona. Yeah. Very, very dramatic. If you have any concerns with the election at all, and you challenge your elected officials who are supposed to be accountable to the people, you're going to give them PTSD and you're a monster. And how dare you? And you better shut your mouths and just accept the election results. Otherwise, you're a stochastic terrorist and you're causing poor Bill Gates a little bit of hardship. Here's the ridiculous article from the Washington Post. Arizona official targeted by election deniers, probably get targeted by the FBI soon for that one, now struggles with PTSD. I guess maybe public service is too much for you there, Bill. Maybe you should resign in disgrace and go live on a ranch somewhere. in California. First came the misinformation, then the relentless criticism. Anger and resentment welled inside the local leader as he surveyed the mourners during his friend's funeral reception last year. Bill Gates, a lifelong Republican, elected to Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, stood with his wife and a friend as they ticked off the names of those gathered around them who had betrayed them, their party, and their country. They're making a hit list? What? Bill Gates stood with his wife and a friend and ticked off the names of those gathered around them who had betrayed him, their party, and their country, making lists. Gates stewed that they had done nothing as he and other leaders in Arizona's most populous county faced relentless criticism, violent threats, and online harassment. They helped spread baseless conspiracy theories, and because of their actions, Gates said his integrity has been questioned. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah. The election went off terribly. On election day, there were major delays all at various locations, 70% delays. We saw the numbers. And who votes on election day? Kari Lake's people. He was labeled a traitor. And I don't want anybody to do anything violent. There is absolutely no room for actual violence here, but you can make political criticisms as long as they're lawful and legal and within the law. People are saying bad things, and I don't condone any of that, okay? And that type of stuff is actually illegal. So don't even joke about that stuff on the internet, especially if it's a public official, okay? They don't take to those types of threats kindly. At the reception, Gates began wildly waving his arms as he ranted. He was out of control, and he was on the verge of disrupting the solemn gathering. His friend walked away. His wife, Pam, grabbed Bill onesie-twosie by the arms and tightly shook him. She said, "What are you doing? You've got to stop it. Stop it." Screaming at him. The intensity of the past 2 years had delivered Bill onesie-twosie Gates to the brink. His usual cheerfulness and folksy humor were gone. He had grown sullen and lonely as he detached from those closest to him. He wasn't sleeping. He lost his appetite. He always was preparing for the next fight. Yeah, and his ever-simmering anger would increasingly explode into the view during public meetings, interviews with journalists and social gatherings. So, just so we're clear, they're saying that the Trumpers caused him to be an out-of-control person simmering with anger, exploding into meetings. He wasn't like that before, right? There's no way that he had any problems at all. Perfectly capable human, no issues, totally reasonable person, very calm, no anger at all, never a perturbed demeanor. And then suddenly after an election, a bunch of Trumpers posted some mean things about him on the internet. And he turned into this kind of a monstrous person, preparing for the next fight, ever simmering anger, breaking out in the middle of public, wife saying, "What the hell are you doing, honey?" And so on. Because of Trump, right? Not because that's just his natural disposition or any of this stuff existed before or any of that stuff. A therapist would soon tell him he was experiencing classic signs of post-traumatic stress disorder from being a government official who runs an election. Yeah. Wow. A condition typically associated with wartime veterans and violent assault. Right. Right. Where you might think there's a little bit more justification for that. Not running an election poorly and then getting criticized for it. Maybe you shouldn't have run for office. Here he's speaking to a virtual. Wow, this is very neat. This is amazing. The Washington Post sent in a reporter called Rebecca Noble to go in and take a photograph of him at his home, super stressed out and talking to his therapist on his Dell computer, right? See how that goes? Gates speaks to his therapist during a virtual session. So he says, Washington Post says, "Hey, onesie-twosie, what's you up to?" He says, "Oh, nothing, just sitting here with my PTSD and depression, Maricopa County disaster." He said, "Well, that's great. I want to write a story about you, and I'd like to get some photographs." He says, "Perfect. Why don't you come over, bring your cameraman, and I'll get on the phone with my therapist, and you can take pictures and join in on our therapy session, and make sure you get a good one. Make sure you get one where like my hands on my head. So it looks really dramatic." So they say Gates is among many election figures whose lives were upended because of Trump and his allies. Now, efforts to forcefully combat those narratives have come forward, but they're always accompanied by threats and harassment. Again, I don't want any threats. I don't want any harassment, but legitimate criticism is perfectly fine. You're allowed to do that in this country. It's the First Amendment. And if you run a crap election, we're allowed to say you ran a crap election. If that hurts your feelings, we're sorry about that, but maybe you should pick a different role and not try to run the elections. Even today, more than 2 years after the election, it's not unusual for election workers to take different routes home to avoid being tailed. And they are training in de-escalation techniques, and they're bolstering their home security systems. Conferences for election officials now double as group therapy sessions. So do you understand this? Like, they're admitting this openly. Conferences for election officials now double as group therapy sessions, okay? So, hey, Arizonans, fellow Arizonans, these people who are still in charge, when they get on Zoom calls, what this is telling us is that they just meander around. They have conversations with themselves about how attacked and oppressed they are by those MAGA ultra-Republican extremist conservatives, right? It's group therapy sessions. Hey, how are you doing? Did you get tailed on the way home? Anybody attack you for ruining the election? No? Okay. Did you get any more mean comments on Twitter? Oh, did you call the police? Opportunities to talk with their peers about the strain the work has had on their mental health and their families. Not coming from the left, not coming from Antifa or from any Democrats or from the blue team at all coming from the right, all to marginalize people who dare question an election. Look what these people are doing. Bill Onesie Twosie Bill Gates has to bring over a reporter to watch him have therapy. Now, I'm really harmed, you know. I am. Watch. Let me get my therapist on my computer. Watch this. Oh, hi, therapist. This Washington Post reporter doesn't believe that I'm PTSD'd. Am I? See, I have a therapist. Here, take a picture of this. Put it in your magazine. Says, this has been a family journey, Gates said, his voice cracking. We're all working through this together. But we had to understand that we couldn't do this on our own. We had to reach out for help. And so before election denialism took hold, he had been an optimist, ruined by Trumpers. And in his mind, he was a model conservative. He grew up watching C-SPAN after elementary school, founded the Teenage Republican Club, preached slow taxes and smaller government. County supervisor, he led election integrity operations, and he even voted for Trump in 2016. He served as a church catechist, always taking pride in his integrity and decision-making. But in spring 2022, he began to question his own worth. He felt himself slipping away, and his family did too. His wife no longer even recognized the man. His three teenage daughters stopped coming to him with their problems. They're like, oh gosh, Dad's psycho now. Somewhere in the fog of his fight for democracy, okay, yeah, I'm sure, they thought he had stopped listening to them. He was consumed by feelings of abandonment and never-ending political fights. His wife confronted him in the kitchen after the friend's funeral. She said, honey, onesie twosie, you have to go to therapy. They had planned to travel once she retired, but the Trump MAGA conservatives wrecked Pam's retirement too. She couldn't imagine spending so much time with the person he'd become. Oh, this is sounding like we're on the brink of a divorce now. She knew being in politics required sacrifices, but this was just too much. Says, honey, I will forever love you, but this angry person who doesn't listen, who's so under pressure constantly, isn't someone I like right now. The person I like and the person I love is still in there, but the person I live with every day has become someone I don't even recognize. He'd experienced many devastating moments, but this one was the most. He described the state of his health in an online assessment. Oh, so the Washington Post journo probably sat down next to him and said, hey, let's go to one of these personality tests online and see how messed up you are. And so he typed into this form, he said, I'm an elected official who has experienced a significant amount of death threats since 2020, and also have had many other elected officials from my own party who have attacked me and questioned my integrity. Well, don't do things that are borderline disintegrous. Don't lack integrity. People have a right to judge your integrity if you're in a position of public power. And if you don't like it, resign. With COVID subsiding, I've started to attend public functions where I've seen some of these individuals and I have reacted very negatively and gotten very angry. I've also been interviewed by many journalists over the last 16 months about this issue and have come very sad and very angry during these interviews, sometimes even crying. Okay, look, I don't take glee in another person's hurt and pain and suffering at all. I don't like it. It doesn't make me feel good. But this is, in my opinion, evidence of instability. And I have a hard time connecting causality from Trumpers that caused all of this. But this is very useful. This is why they bring the Washington Post in to sit down with him, to really expand upon this story, regardless of whether, where it came from or not. I'm not a doctor. I'm not trying to diagnose the guy. But the Washington Post is lathering on top of this to extrapolate the story, to make this a big attack from the right. Everything the right does about questioning the election is now fatal. You're not allowed to do it lest you cause PTSD in some elected official. The threat started even before the presidential election. Okay, right, there you go. So it's not even about the election. During the summer, as the number of deaths from COVID mounted, the county that's responsible for managing the health emergencies had also enacted a mask mandate that enraged far-right activists. Okay, so it's not even about the election, okay? It's about COVID, it's about 2020, it's about 2022. Gates pulled into his driveway before the 2020 election, and apparently there was a flyer in his mailbox with a body holding a whip. And it was a mean note to him, and it was also distributed to his neighbors. So it wasn't even just to him. Okay, so somebody got, it was his neighbors. It says, "This is your neighbor, District 3 County. He thinks he's your master. He wants you muzzled." So they told that around to everybody else. And he got upset about that. One daughter asked how many such vicious tactics how many people with vicious tactics knew where they lived. One daughter asked about it, and apparently they have another daughter who is Ugandan and black, just so we're clear about that, very important details in the story, was devastated that the flyer equated her father's support of the mask mandate to slavery. Got to get your intersectionality into every article that you write. Wow. Are you kidding me now? Bill Gates also has a black daughter from Uganda who's worried that right-wing racists are attacking her father, makes her think about slavery. Wow, that's like a lot of intersections of a lot of different complicated things happening all at once. His third daughter was also unable to sleep that night. Yeah. And again, I don't want the daughters to feel bad. I don't want the family to be under duress. I want competent elections. If Gates ran competent elections and didn't try to muzzle us with masks and lock down the whole stinking state, maybe the response from the public wouldn't have been what it is. And again, I'm not endorsing that, but people complaining about these things is part of the job. You've got to be able to take that criticism. He and his wife told the kid not to open the door. And again, I don't want anybody going to houses. I'm not condoning anything like that. But he's talking about, information and security getting worse. He felt violated, ran for re-election. And after it became clear that Trump was going to win, they said they trusted the results. But he worried that our family is not going to be safe in our home. He booked a rental home, and they had what many people call is a staycation. But the daughters knew that they were hiding out. In a political climate, state Senate Republicans threatened to hold the county board in contempt. They didn't turn over the 2020 material that was subpoenaed, including ballots county leaders didn't think that they could lawfully release. That's whatever. So now we're back into the political arena. Now this is going to be a lot of pressure for him to bear. Those damn Senate Republicans out of Arizona are coming hard against him, demanding records. The supervisors thought that they were going to be perp walked and jailed for not complying with the subpoenas. Gates worried that the vote what it would do for his family, for his law license, and for his reputation. He worked the phones, Twitter filled with an avalanche of reports One said, "You don't speak for real constituents." Wow, very evil. The state Senate vote was planned. Gates went to the state capitol and he prepared for his arrest. He says, "I love you guys. I'm about to be arrested." He was holed up in his office. He got an email saying, "You're not going to be held in contempt after all." Obviously, because this stuff never happens. He says, "Oh, thank God." He's so relieved. Onesie twosie Bill Gates. Now he's living a new, darker way of life. Online harassment is just part of his routine now. He stopped attending political meetings. He keeps waiting for Republican officials to speak up. Most never did. Well, because you're doing a terrible job. Nobody's going to defend you if you're doing a bad job. Mark Brnovich launched an investigation, and the probe carried new risks, indictments. Yeah. So we keep seeing problems out of this office. Alistair Adele, our Maricopa County attorney, passed away. Look at this article. It keeps going. Now he's in PTSD. He says, "I'm not the smartest guy." Says, "I'm not the most dynamic speaker, but I always like honesty. I had integrity, but they've taken away that from me forever." No, man, they didn't take it away from you. Okay. They're not ripping it away from you. Your behavior, people draw conclusions about your integrity. If you have integrity, nobody can take that away from you. If they took something from you, it's something you never had. His therapist offered coping mechanisms like breathing exercises, which is very good. Breathing exercises are good. One I recommend is the 4-7-8 breathing pattern from Andrew Weil. 4 counts in, 7 counts hold, 8 counts out. You do that 4 times. Don't do it while operating heavy equipment. Gates felt himself being pushed into a corner. He said, somebody said, "I didn't feel alone." And I guess he's in therapy a lot now. So he said, "Here you go. We've got group therapy sessions. They're still working here." Yeah. Meanwhile, Gates and his colleagues were preparing for another election, channeled his anger into aggressively debunking false information, demystifying the voting process. Oh, but this is the 22 election now. On 2022 election day, there were reports with problems with printers. Conspiracy theories spread. Right. What do you mean? Like the election machines aren't working? That wasn't a conspiracy. They weren't working. Gates again found himself under attack. Again. Man, it feels like maybe he's just not good at this. Maybe if he's always under attack, maybe he's doing things that his constituency doesn't like and that aren't attacks in the first place. They're just legitimate criticism of an elected official. His wife knew the drill. Honey's going psycho again. So she packed a bag and they fled their home. Gates and election workers from all over the world were sequestered. Drones flew a helicopter over the place. Horseback patrolled the roads. It felt like a war zone. These people running an election are talking about it like they're in a war zone and like they have PTSD, which is an insult to American men and women who have actually been to war zones and actually suffer PTSD. This was an election in Arizona. Felt like a war zone. And the guy is fleeing his house now on routine. They have a bug out bag. Every time he gets a bag, Twitter comment, "Oh, I'm under attack. We got to go." Gates and election officials face scrutiny and ridicule about the equipment failures, as they should have. You're allowed to be scrutinized. Every few hours, he stepped before the cameras and took questions. He said, "Guys, I just need a few minutes." Breathing exercises and prayer kept him calm. But Gates could not escape the struggle. He's making amends with old friends he felt were disloyal to him. And now he is in regular therapy sessions and he's accepting his outsider in Trump's Republican Party. Now, when Gates' critics calls him a traitor, he reminds himself that their opinions are a reflection of them, not him. Oh, sounds like you're talking more about yourself than me. And he just walks away, skips down the road. But that's often difficult, especially as the nation prepares for another election and Trump might be at the top of the ticket. A worker came to his home to fix a leaky pipe, and the plumber had a "Make America Great Again" hat. Shout out to the plumber. Make America Great Again. And as this guy was fixing Bill Gates's broken, disgusting toilet, Gates felt anger swelling in his chest. In his chest. He said, it was a trigger to see that in my house. Gates left the room and took some deep breaths. And he's still running things, right? He's still in Arizona on the board of directors, board of supervisors. He's trying to see when his term ends. So my point being, he is still going to be in elections, right? So when Donald Trump is on the primary ticket, he'll still be involved. When Donald Trump is on the presidential ticket in 2024, I don't know if he'll still be in office, but somebody who is triggered by seeing a MAGA hat is running elections in a state when one person on the election, on that ballot, is somebody this guy can't even handle. He has to go take some deep breaths and leave the room. Which this plumber better be very careful. That was almost attempted murder, I think, by wearing that hat. He basically is an insurrectionist now. Insurrectionist plumber. Probably has the FBI, looking at him. Oh, yeah. So-called plumber, huh? Fixing things, making America great with your pipes and your wrenches. Gosh. All right. So that is, my friends, what we're dealing with. And this guy is in Arizona still being onesie-twosie Bill Gates. And I hope he figures himself out. I hope he figures out what this is. He doesn't have to be an elected official. If he's going to be doing dumb things and it's going to be causing people to be upset with him, and every one of those criticisms is reinterpreted as an attack, then maybe he should just pick something else to do, because that's maybe not the right call for him. All right. Now, we are getting close to the time, very close to 1:30. And we're seeing what the court is up to. As the session comes back in, we've got a few minutes. Let's see who else we had in the chats, my friends. Who is here? We had Sean. Man, Sean, thank you very much, Sean. Sent in a super chat from Hungary. And the very first super chat from our friend Sean. And so big thanks to you, Sean. I appreciate that, man. And I appreciate you being here from Hungary and for sending that in. We also want to shout out our friend Dolphin Fan is the man, who has gifted 5 new memberships to our amazing community. Big welcomes to L. We got John Williams is coming in. We got Murdog Mandates. We got Bernhard, and we got Lil Jones all coming in, courtesy of Dolphin Fan is the man. And we appreciate you. Thank you, Dolphin Fan. And hey, if you're joining us on YouTube as a member, don't forget to grab the Telegram link. It is in the community tab section on YouTube. We appreciate you joining us there. Also, big thank yous go out to Vientikis. Vientikis submitted a Rumble rant over on Rumble. Says, I don't care who wins elections. No electronic voting machines, no single point of failure systems, and no reduced redundancy systems for sensitive processes. Yeah, I'm pretty much on board with that. I mean, I was talking with a friend from Thailand, and he was telling me how they do their voting there. It's all paper ballot. And in fact, he said that they actually put their thumbprints onto the ballots. They had an election this last Sunday. He says it's all paper, it's all thumbprints, and everything is traceable. I said, well, that seems pretty smart. Why don't we do something that we can, verify that doesn't involve all this complicated stuff that has many points where you can inject problems into the system. So thank you for that one, V. Patrick's here. What's up, Patrick? Says, Rob, I'm sorry, but this is a blatant sign of the voting fraud. I mean, Kari Lake's team has to get there. Actually, they don't even have to meet the fraud standard. They just have to show that there was nothing that was even signature verified.
Please be seated. Okay.
We're back in session.
All right, this is the continuation in CV 2022-09-5403 of Kari Lake versus Katie Hobbs et al., the trial of this matter. And present for the record, we have either parties representatives, or their presence is waived, and counsel for all parties are present. So you have a remote witness at 2.
Yes, Your Honor.
But we have about 25, 30 minutes. So who would you like to call right now?
Your Honor, before we start, if we could do one little housekeeping matter. If it pleases the court, we'd like the court to just recognize that if one defendant makes an objection, all the defendants are joining so that we don't have to jump up and say, me too. If we don't want to join, we'll inform the court.
Is that okay with plaintiffs?
Bundle those objections.
It's fine with me. It's whether that's adequate for the record, you know, on appeal or whatever. If that's your statement, that whatever objections made by defendants are joined by all defendants unless there's a statement otherwise, I'll accept that.
That's exactly what I'm saying, Your Honor. Yes. Thank you.
No objection.
Thank you.
They're all interchangeable anyways. Who cares?
Who would you like to call?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Shelby Bush.
Okay.
Okay, Shelby Bush coming in the house. And we'll pull up the disclosure statement on her to see what we've got.
Bush, if you could just come right up here in front of my clerk and then raise your right hand and she will swear you in, ma'am.
Standing right there in front of the judge.
Thank you. Ma'am, if you'll make your way around to the witness stand and then just have a seat, please. All right, I believe she's situated, so Mr. Olson, you can proceed either from where you are or the podium, sir, your choice.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Bush. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, Shelby Jean Bush.
And do you have an understanding as to why you were here to testify today?
I do.
What is that understanding?
It's to testify in regards to our involvement in the footage and the signature verification aspect for the Kari Lake trial.
Okay. Are you the chairman of the We the People Arizona Alliance?
Yes, sir.
And what other job titles do you have outside of that organization?
Sure. So my career, where I make my living, is in the medical industry. I am a medical administrator responsible for coding and government compliance issues for the medical industry. I'm also first vice chair of the Maricopa County Republican Committee.
Did you found We the People Arizona Alliance?
Yes, I founded that with the co-founder, Stephen Robinson.
How long ago?
It was founded approximately December of 2020.
And what is We the People Arizona Alliance's purpose and function?
We're a volunteer-driven organization, and our primary function is government accountability and transparency. So we use an array of various experts and a robust amount of public records requests in order to analyze and understand our government and our government processes and how it works so that we can educate the public.
Have you ever been retained by any Arizona legislative body to perform any election-related activities or investigations?
Yes, we were actually appointed, myself and co-founder Stephen Robinson were appointed as deputy liaisons to the Senate audit in 2021. And after that, we were asked to continue our work in regards to the processes. Specifically, it ended up being in the areas of voter registration and signature verification, so that they could better understand and use the information obtained from the audit on what they needed to do to improve our systems, our election systems legislatively.
With respect to signature verification, what projects has we, the People Arizona Alliance, been involved in?
We're going to get objections.
So we were
here.
asked to do a study of the policies and procedures. So we started there. We also interviewed multiple voters and asked questions about their voter files. We did some studies on the VMO8s, which is the voter registration or voter record profile that contains the exemplars. And after doing so, we spoke with former Senate President Karen Fann, and we expressed some concerns of findings within those VMO8 voter profiles that were being provided to us. And so at her request, she gave us access to the ballot affidavit envelopes for the 2020 election, along with 5.5 million historical.
Yeah, we're going to get objections. The same objections we saw for the previous witness are going to come back out.
Just for the record, if the witness is in the middle of answer or a question, let's just wait out of courtesy till that happens. And then if it's after the fact, you can move to strike, etc.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Apologies.
Okay. Apologize. You're in the middle of your answer.
Thank you.
Do you want to continue or do you want to have him re-ask the question?
Would you like to re-ask the question or should I just continue? I'm fine to continue. So then we were also given access to 5.5 million records from the voter registration or VMO8 profiles, which is voter registration forms, previous provisional ballot entries. Some of these were Service Arizona, handwritten. And this allowed us, the original goal in this was to allow us to better understand these voter registration profiles and how they're kept and maintained and what those records look like and their usability, because that was the initial concern. It eventually evolved into us doing a full-scale audit on the 2020 signature envelopes, the ballot affidavit envelopes with those affidavits, but we did extensive research just on the profiles themselves.
And here comes the objection.
Hold on, Mr. Olson. Did you want to interpose the objection now or?
Yes, Your Honor, we renew our objection to the extent that this is irrelevant. Again, to the extent that the witness is testifying about the 2020 election, as we are here to try allegations about the 2022 election.
Thank you. Are you avowing that you will have something to link this up in terms of your proof that you're offering for the 2022 election?
Yes, Ron. I'm just setting the background right now.
That's why I asked you a question. Okay, I'll allow the leeway to go into this and then subject to Mr. Olson linking things up and making his offer of proof later on.
Ms. Bush, what type of storage facilities does We the People Arizona Alliance maintain for election-related data?
So we actually house and maintain 3 independent servers in locations. One of them is primarily for the data, and we also have another server that up to do nothing but specifically capture the live footage of the election department as it comes through the Maricopa County feeds.
I hate to interrupt. I note that Mr. Myers is appearing here, is available in the courtroom. No. Electronically. You're looking around as though he's walked in. Electronically, it's popped up on my screen. So I don't know, you're just starting out with this witness, but I don't know if you want to take him now out of order because you're going to be shifting gears in about 15 minutes and you're just getting started. What do you want to do?
Your Honor, I would like to continue with this witness.
I'm sorry then.
Long, and
I'm sorry then. I'm taking more time than it would have taken otherwise.
Your Honor, no, just real quickly, Mr. Myers wouldn't know this and hasn't done anything wrong, but the rule has been invoked. And so
he can't hear. He's not admitting.
Okay.
It's just showing that he's sitting here electronically.
Right here.
And he can't see or hear.
He's not even admitted.
Anything in the courtroom unless I admit him.
I understand. I'm sorry, Your Honor. That's fine. Yes.
From the live stream, anyone can watch the live stream. I have to rely
That's right,
on
baby.
individual integrity and the lawyers communicating
we're right
so
here.
that people aren't watching the live stream.
That's right, baby.
Your Honor,
Shout
can I
out to
then
live
ask
streams.
that you instruct once again over the live stream that any witness should not be listening, just in case Mr. Meyer is.
Your Honor, we're in contact with him. We could quickly call him and tell him to drop and then come back on when requested.
That's fine, but the concern he has is that any witness shouldn't be watching the live stream.
If you're a witness,
any more
turn
than
this
they should be
stream off.
sitting in the back of the courtroom.
If you're
I just
testifying in
took
this
it at
trial,
face
turn this.
value that
Cut it.
practicing lawyers would know to let their client know that, and I have no reason to suspect that they haven't. So apologies.
Turn it off, Andy. Cut it off.
Please continue.
Ms. Bush, I believe the last question related to what type of storage facilities We the People Arizona Alliance maintains for its election-related data. I believe you said you own 3 separate servers.
And that is correct. We have one server that's dedicated to housing the secure data that was provided to us from the Senate. Another one that we predominantly use for data analysis information. And then we have a third server that captures and maintains all of the live footage as it comes through the feeds from the Maricopa County Elections Department.
And can you describe more with respect to the latter, what the live feed from the Maricopa County Elections Department is?
Sure. So part of the statutory requirement in the state of Arizona is that the Elections Department has to have camera footage feeds available to the public anytime that there's tabulation or ballot movement. Maricopa County, along with some other counties that we've captured footage on, actually maintains those 24 hours a day, 7 days a week throughout the year. And those are direct link feeds into the camera system that is set up in Maricopa County Tabulation and Election Center. And so our technician that we employ actually utilizes those links to live capture and archive all of the footage from the various camera feeds off those live films, so that when we are looking into a situation or auditing or trying to learn more about the process, we can reference those videos and images in our research.
So they're scraping the data.
How long has We the People Arizona Alliance been capturing those live feeds in this methodology?
Since January of 2021.
Has video captured from these live feeds ever been used in any court or legislative proceeding?
We attempted to use some during the legislative proceeding. We have provided some of this footage to legislators for their own knowledge and records. And we've issued some publicly, but we've never used any in a trial situation prior to,
Are you familiar with what has been marked for identification as Plaintiff's Exhibit 19?
Yes, sir, I am.
Did you participate in the creation of Plaintiff's Exhibit 19?
Yes, we instructed our technician to take various date and timestamp footage from the signature verification rooms during the 2022 general and send those to us, meaning myself and Steve Robinson, where we were able to view that footage and download specific clips. We took this particular video clip that's represented as Exhibit 19, and we provided it to counsel to mark and enter as an exhibit.
And is there a date timestamp that is placed on this video footage as it's captured by the service that you employ?
Yes, so the camera footage is actually already date and time stamped by Maricopa County, but we also have an internal date and time stamper that will, in addition, create another timestamp so that we can correlate and make sure that the footage is representative of the accurate date and timestamp. And it can be sometimes by 5 seconds here, 5 seconds there, but it does allow us to authenticate the exact moment in time that something occurred.
Can you describe the process by which We the People Arizona Alliance archived the Maricopa Live video feed?
Sure. So our technician, we provide the links to the cameras. And in this particular instance, for Exhibit 19, it would be signature verification view 1. Instance for Exhibit 19, it would be signature verification view 1, I believe, off of their live link. So if you were to go on Maricopa County, you would get that link. So those links run on a computer system, and all of the feeds that go into that computer system is then captured by our software and immediately stored and archived. And it's stored and archived by camera view, and so by location and link. So all of the footage is actually metadataed with the camera and the link that it was obtained from.
Scraping all the different angles. Remember, we were clipping through those. We were bouncing around MikTeX. What are they doing here? What are they doing here? They were scraping it all in real time as they're beaming it out.
Participate in selecting the clip of video that was placed on what has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 19.
Yes, that particular clip was actually cut and uploaded onto our private shared server at my direction.
What did you do to ensure that the video clip that was burned onto the CD that has been marked as Plaintiff's Exhibit 19 is the same video clip that was archived from the live feed?
So I was able to remote access, actually Steve and myself together, remote accessed into our actual server and confirmed the footage, date, time, and where it was located in the archives of our server, and then compared it to the video footage that our technician sent us to ensure that it was what we had requested.
And is the video clip that has been placed on the CD-ROM marked for identification as Plaintiff's Exhibit 19 the actual video footage that you selected?
So that exhibit was actually provided to me by yourself, by counsel, to review and confirm, and I was able to do that. And I do confirm that it was actually, I believe, labeled 19-002 is the footage that we provided.
He got up to do an objection.
And is that an exact duplicate of the live feed captured and placed on We the People Arizona Alliance's server?
Yes, it is.
Move
Let
to
me
admit.
ask one question for myself. Is this, well, you ask it. Is this you're going to offer it? Is this a continuous run of time, uninterrupted, or is this clips pasted or any way cut or adapted?
Ms. Bush, is this a continuous video clip, approximately 2 minutes and 30 seconds long?
Yes, it is. This has not been edited in any way.
Your Honor, at this time, we would move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 19.
Any objection from defendants?
Yes.
Objection, I would add, Your Honor, just want to confirm for the record who had the blurs.
The what?
The blurs, there are blurs.
Oh, to protect the identity of the terminal operator.
I know they're there. Who did it is the question. Yeah.
Go ahead and ask.
Your Honor, that was for the demonstrative only. The video CD-ROM does not have the blurred image.
Okay, so 19 as offered right now is not edited or in any way changed from the video footage provided to you by Ms. Bush's organization.
Yes, Your Honor, correct.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right.
Exhibit 19 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I believe that to be this video.
Your Honor, at this time, we have no further questions.
Which is what they wanted to
Any
get in.
cross-examination from any of the defendants?
I believe it's this one.
Yes, Your Honor.
Counting the ballots. This person just clicking. They scraped that feed. They captured it. Somebody watched this and assembled the video. That's what they're arguing about.
Thank you for being here. I know coming to court is not always everybody's most pleasant experience.
Oh, they all do the
We
intro.
appreciate you coming. It's how we arrive at the truth, and that's what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
Have you ever testified in court before?
No, I have not.
Okay. Well, I want to kind of lay the ground rules, and these aren't my rules. They're what works best for the court. We try not to talk over each other, and you did a good job with plaintiff's counsel. I would ask you to do the same with me, and I will try to do the same with you. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The court reporter has to try to take all this down, and so we both need to speak at a relatively nice pace. And you did a good job during the first part of this. I would ask you to do similar here, all right? Okay. So I want to talk about the three servers that We the People Arizona has. And first, I want to ask, are they We the People Arizona's servers? Is that right?
So yes, 2 of the servers are actually owned by us and one of them we sublease.
Okay, one you sublease. And you have, do you have data from Maricopa County on all these servers?
I can confirm for sure on 2 of the servers. On the 3rd server, I can't say for sure, to be honest.
Okay. Do you have data on the server that you sublease?
No, sir.
Okay, that's the one you can't
That's the
confirm.
one I can't confirm.
Okay, all right, very good. Now, on those servers, any of the 3, does We the People Arizona have any images of Maricopa County early ballot affidavit envelopes with signatures?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does We the People Arizona have on any of those servers any other signatures from Maricopa County that come from the voter registration database maintained by the recorder?
I'd like to pose an objection. I'm not sure how this is relevant to authentication of the video.
Your Honor, they opened the door talking about servers. I would like to find out what data they're storing, because there are laws in Arizona about who is allowed to possess voter registration data and what they're allowed to do with it.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit squirrely. If she starts making admissions like, yeah, we've got all their records. We've scraped everything. We've got pictures of the names and the ballots and all the stuff. She, you know, he's trying to get her to admit a crime, essentially. That she was scraping all of these things and cross-referencing, indexing a bunch of stuff, and in doing so violated the law. So he's being very, very sneaky here. And I thought he was going to go into the server, right? The third-party server.
Referring to civil or criminal statutes.
I am referring to
probably criminal or both.
Just a minute, Your Honor. I want to be sure I don't answer you incorrectly. Your Honor, I cannot say with certainty, but my understanding as I stand before you today and my belief is that it is only a criminal penalty.
Only.
I'm
That's
not
the
aware
worst.
of a civil penalty attaching.
Only? No, that is the worst one. He's trying to get her for a crime right now. Be very careful here. They do not want people watching them. They will threaten you with crimes. That's how disgusting this is. Oh, you caught us?
One other objection, because it appears that they are seeking answers towards 2020 data, which the council has so vociferously objected to being relevant to this action. I still would maintain my objection that this is nothing related to the authentication of the live video feed, which is what this witness was offered specifically to do.
Your Honor, if I can speak to that, or would you rather not? If I can speak.
Rather not, because what I'm going to do is say something on the record, and then I'm going to allow a brief recess, and then something to be heard. But
yeah, the judges get.
Ms. Bush,
Yes, Your Honor.
in fairness to you, you're being called as a witness, but these are not your lawyers. You understand?
Yes, Your Honor.
Probably should get a lawyer.
And if there's some type of repercussions, and that's why I asked the question about possible penalties, whatever. I haven't researched it, haven't looked into it, but we're talking about additional questions being directed to related to possession of this information.
Hanging criminal charges over her head to shut her up.
Mr. Olson has now pointed out that we're talking about 2020 data, and there's a trade-off of probative value and prejudicial effect. And this is not a classic 403 analysis that I'm referring to. In other words, I can allow the questioning to continue if you wish to offer the evidence that's related or tied to the foundation of the data that's being stored. I'm not part of any kind of civil, criminal, or other ramifications or anything. I'm just piqued in terms of a witness being called into my courtroom and asked questions, and if there's criminal repercussions or whatever that may be of consideration, that's something that she is entitled to. She has a Fifth Amendment right that she can exercise no matter who's called her to prevent something happening with her. She may decide that she wishes to proceed anyway. This is her call. This is an excess of caution. This is nothing more than allowing her to have that information or discuss it. You basically told me, wait, this is 2020 data, so they're objecting to it. If you don't intend to use 2020 data, I'm not going to let them ask any more questions about it because this is your witness.
We don't intend to use any 2020 data.
Then end of discussion. I'm not asking, no more questions about the 2020 data. No more follow-up at this point in time. I'm not going to have this witness ask any more questions or have her answer any more questions under oath about
Your Honor, that would be fine. May I ask whether this is the 2020 data or whether it's the 2022?
No.
Okay.
At this point, because anything further is stepping down that road. And if they're not using 2020 data, they can ask all the questions they want about 2022 data. But where we stepped off the path is the 2020 data that you referenced, Mr. LaRue.
Fair enough, Your Honor. I understand. May I ask if she possesses 2022 signatures? 2022 signatures.
She hasn't testified to anything related to signature comparisons. As I understand plaintiff's claim, that's not what they're arguing. Okay. So I don't want you asking this witness any more questions that are about anything like that.
Understood, Your Honor.
Don't try to threaten her with criminal charges, is what the judge.
If I misstated or overstepped anything from plaintiff's perspective of where your claim is and what you intend to prove specifically through this witness.
No, Your Honor, you were spot on.
Very well then. Let's move on to another area of questioning.
On.
Very well then. Let's move on to another area of questioning.
All right, moving on that. He was
Okay,
trying.
thank you, Your Honor.
Man, what he was trying to do.
Or do you want to bring in the other witness?
If you're close to finishing.
I'm very close, Your Honor.
Let's finish.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Ms. Bush. Let's talk about the video that you discussed, and it was Exhibit 19.
Wow.
And you know what video I'm talking about, is that correct? Exhibit 19?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And you testified that it was an uncut and unedited video, I believe. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was obviously clipped out of an entire lengthy time span, but the clip itself was unaltered or unedited.
Okay, so there was video before it that you had, and you chose this portion. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And video after it. There was video after it, correct?
That is correct. It's a long continuous feed, so it would be several days worth of footage.
Understood. As you watched this video, were you able to tell by looking at the video whether the man on the left was marking signatures as consistent or as inconsistent? Were you able to tell which he was marking?
Objection, Your Honor. Understand the relevance. He's not being offered signature verification. It's simply to authenticate the video.
I thought the objection was going to be foundation. Because I was staying on foundation.
Let's
hasn't offered any testimony related to interpretation of the video.
Okay, let's try it again, Your Honor. I'm sorry. Thank you. So turning back to the video, do you know what it is a video of, what it's showing?
Yes, sir. This is video footage of signature verification room 1 and employees, be it temporary or full-time, verifying signatures for the 2022 general election.
Okay. And how do you know that?
I know that because I've been watching this footage for a long time. I've also confirmed these camera feeds with people who have worked within the room themselves, who have validated that that is what is taking place and where it takes place.
Okay. So it's your understanding that the people in the video are doing signature verification. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you able to tell what action they're taking with respect to any particular signature in that video?
That's a yes or no.
Yes.
How are you able to tell what action they're taking?
What I know is they're moving from one signature to another signature. I can also tell when the camera scrolls whether they're looking at additional reference signatures, but I cannot tell whether they're accepting or rejecting.
You cannot tell if they're accepting or rejecting. Okay. Do you know whether that is the first or second signature review?
Objection, Your Honor. Foundation form.
I think that he's asking for her understanding. If it's a yes or no question, if she's able to tell, she can answer. First of all, ma'am, do you understand the question? I can have it rephrased for you if you don't.
Yes, I understand the question, but no, I need you to repeat it. I'm sorry.
Well, let me lay some foundation. Not that we need to, but just to be sure we're both talking apples and apples. Are you aware that before a batch of ballots is sent on to level 2, the signature 1 reviewers go back through that batch?
Can you repeat that?
Are you aware that before a batch of ballots, 250 ballots, envelopes, are sent on to level 2, the level 1 reviewer is told to go back through that batch and make sure that what they marked is what they meant to mark?
I have no way of knowing whether that took place or not.
Okay, so you're not aware whether the signature reviewers are told to do that. Is that correct? Okay. So with that being the case, you would have no way of knowing whether this is the initial review or whether it's the follow-up check review. Is that correct?
No.
Okay. And because we don't have the video of what transpired before, there is no way to know from that video whether the man on the left took 40 seconds per signature prior to that video, is there?
Foundation.
Making the argument he's just double checking his work.
As a signature verification worker.
No,
It's already been testimony about.
that I understood, but I think that the question goes to the witness had access to the clips before and after it and could have reviewed those. But ask it more clearly to her if you would.
You know what? I don't even think we really need. Your Honor, we'll move on. And that is all the questions that I have for you, Ms. Bush. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Is there any redirect? Okay. May we excuse this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defendants, may we excuse this witness?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Ms. Bush, thank you. You are free to go, ma'am.
Gosh. Getting really close there.
Okay,
borderline
let's,
threatening
get
this
your
woman with
remote
criminal
witness
charges.
Online, please.
She was just a question or two away to saying, yeah, we've got that. Yeah, we've got that. Or no, we don't have that or whatever. And he was going to turn around and say, oh, you got this video, you got this signature, and you got this name. And that's a violation of Arizona statute for privacy rights. You saw their signature, you saw their name, and you saw the ballot.
He will appear on this little screen right here, and probably the questions need to be right in front of it.
You're asking the wrong person.
Understand. Yeah, I think we have to switch.
How dare you catch them? How dare you scrape their videos from their servers? They don't like to be made fools.
This one's fine. Thanks.
And so shout out to
I should sit here.
Shelby Bush
Oh, actually.
for the courage to
Do you
testify
have him admitted
in the
here?
face of threats from our own government.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Shelby Bush, we the people. The web address, wethepeopleazalliance.com. If you want to go and support their work.
Mr. Myers,
Yes, sir.
you're able to hear me?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can. I can hear you clearly. Counsel, can everybody hear the witness? Yes?
Yes,
I
Your
can,
Honor.
Yes.
Yeah, we got
Okay,
him.
can you hear that when they spoke from their microphones, Mr. Myers?
Watching the watchers is good.
Yes,
We're
I
good.
can.
We got him in here.
Very good. Mr. Myers, I'm going to have you sworn in first, sir. You don't need to stand up for this, but I do need to have you raise your right hand. My clerk will administer an oath to you, and then we'll begin your testimony.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
So help me God.
Thank you, sir. Who's going to take this witness? Mr. Olson, you may proceed. Is everybody able to see what they need to see in terms of the witness's appearance?
Yes, Your Honor.
Plaintiff?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, please proceed. You can do it from either place.
Good afternoon, Mr. Myers.
Good afternoon.
I assume you can hear me okay.
I can.
Could you please state your name for the record?
W. Andrew Myers.
And what is your understanding of why you are here to testify today?
Discuss signature verification that occurred during the 2022 general election.
Do you live in Arizona currently, sir?
Yes, sir.
Shout out.
How long have you lived in Arizona?
17 years.
When did you become involved in election processes in Arizona besides voting?
I would say it was June of 2022 when I worked the primary.
Had you ever worked in any election-related activity in another state before that?
No.
Why did you decide to get involved in the Arizona 2022 primary?
I just heard a lot of people complaining and I found myself as one of those and I decided I was going to do something to help out.
Right on.
And when you say you heard people complaining, what were they complaining about?
You know, just about elections and weren't happy with the way things were going at Maricopa County, and I felt like I should volunteer to help out.
What is your understanding of the purpose of signature verification?
That the voter is to sign the affidavit stating that they are the voter, and that we're supposed to, as signature verification people, to verify that against counter signatures that are in the database to make sure that that is who that person says they are via their signature.
Did you go through any kind of training for signature verification put on by Maricopa?
Yes, I did in the primary.
And was this in the July 2022 timeframe that you underwent your training?
Either late June or early July.
Can you describe for the court the training that you were given for signature verification?
They brought in a signature specialist. I can't remember what the actual title that she had. It was about 4 hours long that was discussing basic signatures, characteristics of signatures, you know, things that people do when they're signing their name, or people that are maybe trying to commit fraud, what they typically might do or not do when they're doing signatures.
Besides that 4 hours of training you just mentioned, was there any other training given by Maricopa for signature verification?
I think there was a little bit of it done during our orientation in July about what to expect and kind of walked us through a little bit of what we would be seeing. So kind of orient us to the envelopes and what our expectations were going to be of us.
Another witness who participated in signature verification for the 2022 primary testified about a week-long course that was about 8 hours a day for the Monday through Friday. Did you participate in any type of course like that?
Not that I remember.
Did you have any classroom training in signature verifications beside the 4 hours 4-hour course that you mentioned?
No.
Can you describe the process by which Maricopa taught you to review signatures?
So when the affidavit would come up on the screen, cellular neighbor would tell us that there's 4 points that before you advance to anything, that you verified, so that the affidavit, the current one, the live one, as I would call it, has the voter's name and their signature. And then the counter one, would be in the right-hand signature, again, would have the voter's name printed on it, and then there would be a signature underneath. So that would be, the go, no go. If they didn't have you couldn't make out the voter's name on the envelope for some reason, it got cut off, you were just simply accept it because they needed to redo that one, or go to a level 2 review, something like that. And then once you did that, then you were basically taught to kind of look at the general signature first, kind of get a feel for it, compare it to the other one in the right-hand corner. And then I would just start from the left-hand side of the signature, begin to look at the letters or the signature itself, start to look at spacing, start to look at the slant, So on the live ballot, was there the signature going straight across on the line, and then maybe the counter signature, it was going upwards? Then you got some problems there. So you're looking at the lettering, how they're formed. Then you're also looking at spacing. So there was discussions about pin drop, but sometimes because the resolution was so low, you really couldn't make a determination if there was an actual, sometimes a period afterwards and stuff like that. But then, again, looking at the slanting, you're looking at the spacing, and you kind of look at the overall signature and move on from there.
Did you perform signature verification exclusively throughout the 2022 primary?
Hard to do all that in 1 second.
For the bulk of it, yes. But then I got involved with about 5 days prior to the actual election day doing curing. Sometimes I'd come in the morning and would do a couple batches of signatures and then go into the big room where all the U.S. postal bins were with the affidavits and do the curing there.
Was the curing function and the level 1 signature review in the same room?
In the primary, no.
How was it set up?
So it was known as the big room, and so the large room at MECTEC. What the setup was, there was like 6x3 folding tables. Then there was these I forget, they called them baker's racks or whatever. So we would put the green envelopes in alphabetical order. There was about 23 U.S. postal bins. And then we put them on the baker's rack. And then the tables that we had, when we would get the printout from email or maybe text secure, you would pull those bins down. You'd pull like the bin of M's and go through some of these printouts that voters had verified the information that that was actually them, and marry up that paperwork with the affidavit itself.
Can you describe for me the setup for the 2022 primary in terms of number of workstations for level 1 and 2?
It's signature verification.
Yes.
So I was in the other room. So the one room I was in, there was probably there was probably 10 monitors, which is what a signature verifier would use. But I think at the end, we only had maybe 7 people doing signature verification in my area. And then the other room where you mentioned level 2, the managers were in there. The setup was probably another 10 signature verifiers and then 3 level 2 and 2 managers. There was 1 manager and modifiers and then 3 level 2 and 2 managers. There was 1 manager in my office, my area.
So with respect to signature verification in the 2022 primary for which you participated in, were there only 2 rooms where level 1 signature review was conducted, as far as you know?
Yes.
Were you aware? Strike that. And it's your recollection that there were about 17 workstations for level 1?
Something like that, yeah. Yeah, it's been a while, so yeah.
And it's your recollection that there were 3 level 2 workstations?
Correct.
Who were the managers that you mentioned during the 2022 primary?
So Celia Neighbor oversaw it all. Tony, I think his last name was Ortiz. Paloma and Michelle, I don't know their last names.
Approximately how many days a week did level 1 signature review happen during the 2022 primary?
I'm going to say 3 to 4 weeks. So we were brought, and I can't remember exactly, but I think they mail out the actual ballots 21 days prior to the election day. So we were brought on for that. So within days of the ballots being mailed out, so, you know, within that 21 days, we started doing signature verification. And then we were on until there's a drop dead deadline of 7 days after the election for ballots to be counted, things like this. So we were there for that period. So about 4 weeks, I guess.
Was level 1 signature review conducted 7 days a week, or was it 6 days or 5 days?
During the primary, we were doing it Monday through Friday. 2 weeks prior to the election, we were doing Monday through Friday and Saturday and some Sundays. I didn't do the Sundays. We were brought in at, I think it was like 8 in the morning till 4 or 4:30. I can't remember, but we were doing a lot of overtime then as well. So, and then the weekend after the election, we were involved in it Saturday and I think Sunday as well.
Do you know how many shifts there were during the 2022 primary of level 1 signature reviewers?
I know the day shift, and I know there might have been some night shifts, but not that totally remember that there was a lot of people doing nights.
Did you ever work?
Mainly coming in to do calls, if I remember right?
Did you ever work the night shift during the 2022 primary?
No.
Do you know when the night shift would end during the 2022 primary?
I really don't. Again, like I said, we were working probably, especially 2 weeks ago, we were working till 6, 7 o'clock at night, and some people were, working till 8 and 9 o'clock at night from the day shift. So I can't tell you about really, like I said, most of it from the night shift seemed like they were really there to make calls, not signature verification.
When you say the work was, when you were saying the work that was being done, was there anything other than level 1 signature verification that you were referring to?
Well, there was, level 2 verification going on. And then, like I said, with 5 days left, then I was doing the curing process and some signature verification.
Okay. Who were the level 2 signature verification workers that you know?
A gentleman by the name of Jeff and a gentleman by the name of Andrew, and I cannot remember the other person's name.
Celia.
Were those 3 gentlemen level 2 signature reviewers during the 2022 primary and the 2022 general election?
Yes, sir.
Maybe it wasn't Celia.
Did you participated in the 2022 general election as a signature review or some other function?
Brought in as signature review or verification because it was really hectic when we were doing the curing process in the primary. Again, these are U.S. postal bins, and we would get them in alphabetical order in the morning, and we just had everybody coming in. If somebody came in, said they needed to sign something, or people were just pulling the affidavits right and left, and it was always a mess the next day. So Celia and her team reorganized the way we were going to do curing. There were going to be 3 people that were going to be involved in the curing process, and nobody was going to get involved in the bends to minimize the hecticness. And that lasted for about 2 weeks, and then that went out the window. But so early on, I would do signature verification. In the afternoons, help with the curing process. After about, I'd say 4 days, the workload of curing was such that I was not being asked to do signature verification first thing in the morning. I was just doing curing moving forward full time.
Was there a difference in the signature verification process in terms of the numbers of level 1 and level 2 verification workers between the 2022 primary and the 2022 general?
Yeah, there was more signature verification, people doing signature verification. The room that I was in originally was the same room I was in for the general. And they reorganized it so it was organized, and there was about 15 people. So I would say double the number that was in the primary that were in that room.
And were there shifts as in the primary for the general?
Yeah, there was distinct shifts. We were 7:30 to 3. And then there was I think they really started at 3:30, went to 7:30 maybe. I can't remember when. Maybe it was 3 to 7 or something like that.
So how many level 1 signature verifiers were participating, to your knowledge, in the 2022 general election?
So there was 15 in my room. And I think there was probably another maybe 10 night shifts in there. So that's 25. And then, 10 in the other room. So that's 35 plus a couple extra and night shifts in that other room. So maybe 40.
Are you 40 level 1 signature reviewers?
Yes.
How many level 2 reviewers were there?
Still 3.
The government's just going to
Did
turn
the
around and say, see, look at all these
2022
signature
general
reviewers.
election involve more signatures to verify than the 2022 primary?
Very much so. I think the workload more than doubled.
Workload doubled.
And the number of level 2 signature verifiers did not increase, you testified?
No, they did not.
Okay, so they failed to bring in more L2s.
What about the number of days a week when signature verification level 1 was being performed? Was that 7 days a week during the entire period or something less?
Much less than the primary.
Do you have an understanding of why it was less than in the primary if there were nearly double the ballots or signatures to verify?
Objection, speculation, and foundation.
It's a yes or no question, but I'd like you to rephrase it because just rephrase it. I didn't follow it from the last question.
Did you have any concerns about the number of level 2 signature verifiers in light of the additional ballots or signatures coming in for the 2022 general?
Better question.
Didn't make sense. And I don't know if they just, it didn't make sense that we were going to double the number of ballots that were for affidavits that need to be checked, and we're going to double the workload, but they did not change the number of allotment or level 2 verifiers.
All this work, no one to do it.
Did you
Means you can't do it.
witness any disruption caused in the 2022 general primary by these additional ballots coming in with respect to the level 2 signature verification process?
You just asked the primary. That's what you said.
My apologies, John. Mr. Myers, with respect to the 2022 general election, did you witness any disruption in the process of signature verification with the additional ballot signatures coming in while maintaining the same number of level 2 signature verification workers?
I just don't know how they did it because, you know, and I know one of them was staying late, but I just don't know how they accomplished with just 3 verifiers or level 2.
Woodpecker
status. They were working hard in the primary.
Did you ever learn about, did you ever talk to any of the level 2 signature verification workers?
Yes.
And did they voice any concerns about being able to complete level 2 signature verification that was in their queue?
Yeah, and they would talk to me. I was friends with one of them. We would at lunch or breaks or whatever. He would always tell me that I was going to get crushed, that he was just working through, as he called it, garbage, and that I would get crushed, you know, because there's a lag of when I would see the end product versus what everybody else is. A signature level 1 is going to accept the affidavit, which is then going to kick it to level 2, and then level 2 is going to review it. So, you know, it's Monday. I'm not going to see that envelope until probably Wednesday. And so he would always tell me I'm going to get crushed. And, you know, that's the information I would get from him, that he was working through a lot of garbage.
And did you get crushed?
It stayed consistent, which was kind of, it was odd to me. The math just wasn't adding up, that he's telling me I'm going to get crushed I assume the other two level 2 were in the same thing. They seemed to have the same caliber of work ethic. And consistently, it was about 800 to 1,000 a day that we would get in the curing process, which
Wow.
is the result of level 2 accepting the affidavits.
What was your expectation of the number of ballots that you would receive in the curing process based on discussions with the level 2 reviewers?
I expected to see double that amount, some, 1,500, 2,000.
Did you ever hear of level 2 signature reviewers not performing reviews and kicking the signatures back to level 1?
Just like Jacqueline told us, the first witness, she said they sent us back the same people, the same names, the same signatures.
I heard of so the managers would also review signature, rejected or accepted signatures. That was part of their job. So my understanding was when their queue got full and they had other things to do, they would release the rejected signatures back to level 1.
Do it again.
To see if they got the same result.
Wrong answer. We don't like your answer that these are bad. Give us the right answer.
What do you mean they would release it back to level 1 to see if they got the same result?
Instead of reviewing it, they would just send that product back to the level 1 to have them re-review it, but we didn't know it. We were just reviewing it again.
Same guy.
And how do you know
Govea?
it was
Guava? What?
the signature were being verified again?
So when you're doing signature verification, a lot of times, not a lot of times, sorry, I misspoke on that. You come across very unique names, very unique signatures, very unique characteristics. And so when all of a sudden you saw it a second time, that's when you realized this was coming back at you for another review.
How frequently did that happen that you learned about?
I would say the frequency would rapidly go up as we got closer to the election day, ballots coming in, reviews happening, that the volume would just get to the point where it was more frequent as we got more volume in.
And when you say it was more frequent, what was more frequent specifically?
That the managers were releasing that. And then I think at some point it had to go over to level 2 because the managers just weren't keeping up with it.
And so when you say the managers were releasing that, are you talking about releasing signatures back to level 1 that level 1 had already rejected?
Yes, sir.
Do it again. Don't like that
And
answer.
you believe that the frequency of that increased as election day approached?
Yes. And then you notice that it just dropped off. And I think that's when everything was routed to level 2.
You testified a few moments ago that when you said the math didn't add up in terms of the number of ballots you expected to receive to cure from level 2?
Correct.
Do you recall signing a declaration in this action describing what you did during the 2022 general election?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall making a statement about the percentage of ballots or signatures you would have expected to receive for curing based on your conversations with the level 2 signature verifiers?
Yeah, based on conversations, I was expecting to see, somewhere around, so let me back up. We averaged on any given day, I would estimate 60,000 signatures to be verified. And so, let's just say I was expecting somewhere between 15 and 30% based on what I was hearing. And so just doing a quick math with 20%, that would be 12,000 rejections. But I was only seeing 800 to 1,000. So
They're
a
all
lot
good.
less than what I expected to see. That's kind of what I mean by the math didn't add up.
Good enough.
So that's about 10% of what you expected to see?
Yeah, something like that.
As November 8th came, what happened after November 8th in terms of signature verification at MTech?
So November 8th, we got in that night. MECTech County got in something, we were told of 298,000 affidavits that needed to be processed.
That's a big number.
So we really, I mean, because it comes in on the 8th, really it was the morning of the 9th. All those affidavits were sent to Runback to have them do what Runback does to get them formatted and into the database. So we really didn't start to see any of the election night return information or data until probably Wednesday afternoon. And then by Friday, it was done. All 298,000, we were done with it is what we were told.
Wow.
Which made no sense.
How'd they get that
done? We could only do 60,000, 70,000 a day.
Suddenly they got it done.
Surely couldn't have done that in 36 hours is basically what it was. And then I left on the 14th. I think that was Monday. I never saw any more ballots to be cured. And I would have expected after 298,000 to have seen 5 or 7 or 8,000 ballots that needed to be cured, but never saw that.
No, because they were all good.
Between November 9th and the 11th, how hard were the signature verification workers working on those 2 days, 3 days?
Not that hard compared to the primary. When we got crushed, that we were working overtime. I was leaving at 3 o'clock and the second shift was coming in, and it just stunned me.
Why did it stun you?
The sheer volume of that would have, I thought, necessitated all hands on deck. We're going to work Saturday, Sunday. Everybody's going to work late in the night. We got to get this thing done.
How many hours would strike that? Do you know how many hours signature verification took place at MTech in the 2 rooms that you were witness to between November 9th and November 11th?
Just the standard hours. We were 7:30 to 3 and left at 3. And then, the second shift, 3:30 to 7:30. So, what is that? 10 hours? I guess. I'm trying to add it up in my head. 10 hours each day.
Were there observers in those rooms?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea how Maricopa was able to process the 290,000 ballots, 298,000 between November 9th and 11th with just a half-day shift?
No.
How could they?
Did you ever speak with Celia Nibor or any other manager about that?
No. It was kind of a shock. They walked in on Friday to tell us, hey, we met, we got it done. I had told my wife that morning that I was going to be working the weekends because of the volume. And nothing happened.
I guess no further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, up for cross-examination. A lot of
That means,
questions.
Mr. Myers, there's going to be other questions by the attorneys representing the state defendants.
Yes, sir.
We have footage of level 2 examiners here.
Mr. Myers, can you see me?
Yes, sir.
Importantly, can you hear me?
Maricopa
Yes, sir.
County level 2 right here. Thank you, John McGarvey, for that.
Good afternoon, Mr. Myers. My name is Jack O'Connor. I'm with the Maricopa County Attorney's Office.
Good afternoon.
I don't know if you can see on the screen here, but there's a court reporter right in front of me. She's taking a transcript of our conversation this afternoon. And like you did with Mr. Olson, I'll be asking you serious questions. And then if you could wait till my question is over before you answer, it'll allow us to get a clean record, and we won't getting in trouble. I'm also going to hopefully be asking a series of yes or no questions. So if you could just answer those yes or no. If at any point in time you don't understand my question, or if because of internet service you do not hear my question, please let me know, and I will ask it again.
Shout out to Jigam Giga,
Yes, sir.
Meme Smith extraordinaire. Hit that like button like you work for Maricopa County.
You had testified that you were hired as a county employee to participate in signature verification and curing. Were you compensated for that work?
Yes, sir.
And did you receive a physical check, direct deposit?
Direct deposit.
Prior to participating or working for the county, what's your prior experience? What do you do for a living, if you don't mind me asking?
At that time, I was a farmer's insurance agent. Right now, I'm a medical device rep, which 25 years of doing this.
Okay. And so it's safe to say that you don't have any prior experience in technical analysis of signatures. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so the first time you were exposed to signature verification science, for lack of a better word, was at the training that you participated in June or July. Is that safe to say?
Yes, sir.
And what did you view your role or your duty as a signature verification employee to be? What was your responsibility?
To make sure that every legitimate vote counted based on a person's signature.
And part of that is analyzing the signature received on that new affidavit with the previous signatures. Is that correct?
That's correct.
During your testimony, you went over sort of this meticulous detail about what you would look at. I believe you described yourself getting this the ballot affidavit envelope for the general 2022 election, and you would start at the left-hand side looking at the spacing, the slants, the letterings, so on and so forth. Why did you do that?
It just seemed logical to start from the left hand. That's how we all sign our stuff, is we go from left to right.
And I mean, am I correct saying that's a detailed approach?
Yes.
Okay. And you wanted to do a good job at the signature verification. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you think you did a good job?
I think I did.
Oh, and I should have said this beginning. You know, on behalf of the county, I do want to thank you for.
Thanks for doing a
the
great
county wants to
job.
thank you for participating in this. As you saw, experienced firsthand, it's a busy several weeks, and the county cannot perform an election without its citizens. You know, I know you're paid, but volunteering their time.
Thanks
to
for
allow this
verifying
election
all
to go
those
forward.
signatures. We're so
I do
grateful
want
for
to
it.
I do want to thank you.
Thank you.
For that. So I should have said at the beginning. I apologize. Now
They just
safe
go
to
through
say
scripts a
you,
lot of the times in the government. He missed that
you
bullet point.
determined some signatures were good signatures. Is that correct?
Yes.
And some were inconsistent or inconsistent signatures for whatever reason, and those were exceptions. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I didn't hear any testimony that you were what's considered a level 2 reviewer, correct?
No. I was level 1.
Level 1. Okay. Let's see. Let's move on to the curing real quick, briefly. There was a testimony about how this math did not add up. And you used phrases like I would have estimated, or I would have expected to see, based off your conversations with other people within McTech. Those were, the information you got were estimates, correct? You did not know for certain what you were supposed to receive that night.
Yes.
And you participated in the curing process, it sounds like, towards the end of the election?
For the primary, towards the end of the election, for the general, I pretty much did it from 3 days into the job.
Okay, so for general, you were more, I don't know, you specialized. Your role was more into the curing aspect of bad signatures. Is that correct?
Yes.
Back to my general versus primary. Did you perform any level 1 signature verification for the general election?
Yes.
There was
great
a claim made earlier that the county did not perform verification and the signatures were not reviewed at all. Based on your testimony, is that a correct statement?
That no signatures were verified?
On an objection form and foundation. I don't understand.
Let's re-ask it. I think he's got a point.
I have a point, or Mr. Olson has a point.
Mr. Olson has a point. I'm sustaining it, so just rephrase it, please.
Let's get to the chase. You reviewed signatures at the general election, is that correct?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Right. The judge set a standard. You can't.
Any other cross-examination, any other defendants? Nope.
Any redirect?
Very well then. Redirect, Mr. Olson.
Brief redirect.
You may proceed with redirect, Mr. Olson.
Mr. Myers, you were asked a question about your statement that the math did not add up. And I believe you testified that that was an estimate. You recall
Yes.
that?
Yes.
What was that estimate based on?
Just with 298,000 envelopes coming in, and we got it done in 36 hours. The math that I based it on was that we would get a board in every day. They would give us an update of how many signatures came in. So typically it varied anywhere from 60 to maybe 75,000, sometimes maybe 80, but I felt like, just an average of 60,000. So 60,000, and you take 40 people doing signature verification a day, that's 240 ballots. It's going to take 4 to 5 days to do the 298,000. And it was done in 36 hours. But we're
Amazing.
talking about people only working maybe 10 hours a day. So that just doesn't add up. And then the 298,000 is kind of like a rat going through a snake. It's pretty easy to track this. And I'm at the end of this with curing, expecting a US Ben of rejected signatures by level 1, level 2, and I never got that. That's impossible.
Not if you have these.
For the questions.
Thank you.
Not if you have these all over Maricopa County.
May we excuse the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's how they did it, bro.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Myers. You're excused.
Thank you, sir.
Tons of signatures verified automatically.
Okay.
That's how they did it. Katie Hobbs, yes. Katie Hobbs, yes. Katie
I
Hobbs,
think
yes.
for the court reporter's sake, we'll take a break right now for the 15 minutes. Court reporter breaks are always 15 minutes. That's OSHA. So
OSHA?
We'll take that right now. Who is your next witness that you've got?
Valenzuela, Your Honor.
Ray Valenzuela, Your Honor.
Valenzuela, good. We saw him from the first trial.
Thank you. All right. And then after that, as far as remaining witnesses, you have your expert, Mr. Speckin, and then Yvonne Nystrom. Am I right?
Yvonne Nystrom will not be appearing, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. And so just those two, and that doubles up because defendant's only witness is also Mr. Valenzuela. Are you standing for a reason or are you ready to get out of here?
I am standing for a reason, Your Honor. When you're finished, I'd like to ask for a sidebar with counsel before the bench, before you recess.
We can do that. I'm hesitating only because I've got live stream and I've got a court reporter here, and usually she has to have headphones on and I have to set this all up.
To be brief, Your Honor.
Well, it's not the brevity I'm worried about. It's just, it's whether or not I need to make a record, but not a record that everybody hears because you're asking for sidebar.
You can go to chambers if you prefer.
That's completely off the record, unless you don't have a problem with it. You want it, why don't we do this?
This can be off the record, Your Honor, but it's something that requires your attention immediately.
Uh-oh. What is this?
Okay. Why don't, please, before you just come in, I can't do anything ex parte. Talk to plaintiff's counsel, show them what you've got. Explain to them why it is that you need to talk to me. And if they agree, that you can do it off the record.
What's this? Somebody
agree?
Somebody for Katie Hobbs.
I have no idea. You shoved it in our face, read something, and took the phone away.
Can you?
Can I touch your phone? Is that okay?
Can I touch your phone?
No, I would like to see the entire string of what you're showing us.
This guy's holding the phone up in their faces. Read it. Don't touch my phone. Read it. What is it? Is he on our YouTube channel?
Lisa.
Is he showing them watching?
Is there a way to do the sidebar here with?
I have no idea who that is. Yeah.
Showing him our stream. Who is this guy?
Notify him too that I got a call.
Okay.
From the other
You can
day.
put the she can put the headphones on. You need to pause live stream. I think here's, well, what? I was trying to find the way of my staff. If I have headphones for the court reporter and I pause the live stream, I believe that we can take care
Your
of it.
Honor, there's somebody on the YouTubes. He's talking
That's the
about
best way to
us.
do it.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's the deal? What's the problem? Did he find the amazing 15% off promo code for fieldofgreens.com if you use code Robert? Is that what they're probably excited about that? He's showing them. You can save 15% off Field of Greens. Did you know that? Did you guys know this? I have to tell the defense. If you go to fieldofgreens.com, you literally save 15%. It's unbelievable. Check this out, everybody. Look at this. I can't believe it. I have to interrupt trial. Oh, wow. He's excited. It really is a real organic superfood. Make you feel great. You'll be bursting with green energy all over the place. You'll lose those extra leftover pandemic pounds. You certainly want to get your Field of Greens. Save your 15% off. And V is dropping links into the chat. And so it looks like they've cut the mic and they're still in there. So we can see what we have, but there's no audio. And I don't know what all this hubbub's about. I don't know what they... So now they're up at the judge's bench, and he's showing him the phone. And he's saying, I can't believe this YouTube channel. These guys are out of control over there. Actually, he's showing the judge the Field of Greens too. You should get this, Judge. Seriously, just use code Robert, 15%. It's going to be amazing. All right. So we're going to let them wait. Everybody, let's stand up. We got to follow OSHA regulations. So stand up, do a potty break, refill your beverages. We've got one final session, couple witnesses left, and then we are going to be done, my friends. And so we're going to pause. We'll be back here in about 5 minutes or so, and we'll see what's going on. All right. They just broke from the judge. And so let's see if there's any other activity before we take our break. Let's see are they actually breaking? All right, judge is getting up. All right. All right. Sorry, Judge. All right. Sorry about that. All right. So, all right, we've got ourselves a brief little potty and beverage and stretch break. And so, my friends, let's get to it. We're going to leave that right here. We're just going to pause this wherever you are. And we will come back in 10 minutes. Trial is on break. So make sure you are out there stretching those legs wherever you are. Okay, and we will come back here. They kicked us out of the room. So we'll see you back here, my friends. 10 minutes. I'll see you back here. You better come back. See you in a few. Bye-bye. All right, my friends. We are back from our break. We are on our final session of the day. We have, it sounds like one, maybe two witnesses left. We've got Ray Valenzuela. We're familiar with him. We've already heard from him in Kari Lake trial version 1. And we have created a playlist now with all of the Kari Lake videos that we've done over the years. Well, all on one playlist. I think, has it been years now? Getting close. And so before the trial starts, let's say hello and thank you to our friends who have been amazing and supporting us during today's stream. Jentifer from Rumble said the following, said the deep state traitors sure do have PTSD. Their cheating is being exposed by the MAGA crowd and they are in full panic mode. And I think that was in reference to some other comments from Bill Gates, onesie twosie Bill Gates. And so thank you for those comments, Jentifer. Patrick says, I would also like to start the Bill Gates onesie twosie snowflake safe room fund, which is nice. I'm going to be donating to his safe room fund to deal with his PTSD. Who else is in the house? We got John McGarvey. What's up, John? John invited 10 new members over to our YouTube community. And so thank you very much, John, for that. And John, I believe, also gave us this nice little meme here. Thank you to John McGarvey for identifying the Maricopa County recorders, what they're doing over there. John invited, who's here? John invited in Anon Hamster, someone here. Tanya's coming in. M.A. Allen, welcome. Mark C's coming in. Melissa Major, downtown Kenny Brown in the house, along with Will Call Magic and Dark Shogun, all gifted membos, courtesy of our friend John McGarvey. We very much appreciate that, John. And we had another one from Spuds. Steve the Warp 10 Pecker needs a new mouse. It's got so much difficulty, so much usage out of it, you know, because they're just tapping away over there. We also have, who else is here? Michael Allen Hughes is commenting, saying that in-person voting would fix a lot of this, which is absolutely true if they would ever do that. I mean, I don't know that they want to fix it because their team wins under the rules. So thank you to Michael Allen Hughes on that. We also want to welcome Big Don Sternhagen. Welcome, Don. Is a supporter on YouTube. We're grateful to have you. Don't forget to grab the Telegram link while you're over there so you can join us when the chat finishes on the live streams. Welcome, welcome, welcome. American Dreamers in the house says, I believe in good. We will prevail. Thanks, Rob. Oh, that was from Michael Allen Hughes. This one is from American Dreamer. I believe in good. We will prevail. Thanks, Rob. 100% agree with you, American Dreamer. 100%. I know trials like this are a little bit deflating and can be a little bit upsetting that we get to see this rampant problem in our electoral system not be properly addressed and have a bunch of people in charge tell us we're idiots and that everything was perfect. The rest of the government is failing at everything. The Secret Service can't even keep Jake Sullivan protected from drunken partiers walking into his house. Biden can't even concoct 2 sentences together. But the Arizona election was perfect. Everything was fine here. We do things great. We know how to check our signatures. It's all perfect here. But my friends, hang tight. These people, they're no longer believable. And every time they try to sell us something and the truth comes out and exposes them, they are losing legitimacy day by day. And I retweeted a great tweet on this from Balaji Srinivasan. If you're not following us on Twitter, go give us a follow, because I retweeted something and he's given us this idea that the more they have to tell us the more they have to tell us the elections are perfect and everything about the pandemic is true and everything about Hunter Biden is what we say it is. And every time each one of these promises gets reversed on its head, they lose legitimacy. And it might take a long time, but it's happening in real time. And I think we are going to prevail. I'm with you, American Dreamer. And hey, John Allen, thank you to John Allen over on Locals, says, Rob, we really appreciate you working so hard, doing such an excellent job. Well, I appreciate you, John. And as always, you help bring in some laughter when these government stooges frustrate us. I know it's not much, but I wanted to show you my gratitude. Thank you, my friend. And thank you, John. First of all, that is a ton. That's a ton. And I very appreciate you for sending that. But I just appreciate you being here and joining us as we go through this very important stuff, because, man, this stuff is important. This is our country. Our humanity has worked too hard to get here, and we cannot allow this to just be taken away. So we've got to pay attention, and I appreciate you being here and joining us as we do. Court's back in session.
I think what I want to do is get counsel up here for another sidebar, but I need to set up the court reporter first for that.
So they're going to
audience leave, Your Honor?
What?
Okay.
Your Honor,
Mr. Liddy stepped out.
Mr. Liddy is
Tell
meeting.
him back in here.
I will go tell him. Yes, Your Honor.
missing a lawyer. All right. I want to thank Voice of the People. Thank you, Voice. Voice is always very, very supportive of what we do here. Says, you've been going all day. Here's $35 for me after YouTube takes its cut. Love that. Thank you, Voice. Says, thanks for covering this. I just started this about an hour ago. Well, we're glad you're here, Voice. Thank you very much for the support and, always being here. You invite a bunch of people. We're very grateful for you. Voice is always joining us on our members only morning streams. And so we're grateful to have you here. And thanks for supporting the work that we're doing. And I hope you enjoy it, right? And there's something nice about Start. You can watch at double speed. You can fast forward through all the delays. It's kind of nice. So they're waiting for another lawyer to get back in there. I don't have any audio. It's all quiet. Mia Tamama is in the house. Thank you, Mia Tamama. No question, but your very first super chat. And I appreciate you sending that in. We're glad that you're here. Thanks for jumping into the chat. And thanks for your very first super chat. I'm humbled that you decided to make your first super chat with me here today, with us here. What a beautiful experience. Murph Dog Mandates says our elections are stolen. Well, certainly in Arizona. That one we can talk about. This one from Melanie says, just sending a little support. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you very much, Melanie. I appreciate that. It's not a little, it's a lot. Every little bit really adds up, and I really appreciate it. I know you don't have to do it, but I'm grateful for it. Thank you for sending that in. And for all of the amazing donos, I very much appreciate that. So it seems like we're just waiting around. Where is this guy? We're all on time, man. Kari Lake's lawyers are on time. In the house. All right, and we've also got some locals tips that we can say hello to. And if you haven't joined as a member, either on locals or on YouTube, we would love to see you there. We do member-only streams, and typically we do Saturday shows. I mean, it's kind of like, full 60, 90-minute hangout sessions on Saturdays. A lot of fun. And we would love it if you joined us one way or another. And here's, we had some nice tips come in over on locals. FMF Doc had this one for us. He said Joe Biden's doing a great job. And I guess that's why, I can't, I'm glad I didn't put that one on the screen. Thank you for that. So we'll save that one for locals. We'll come back for that one. 66 Anton says Rob put in Rekieta hours. I think Rekieta has me beat by, he's got a lot more stamina than I have. That's for sure. Yeah. You can tell him I said that too. Yeah. Yeah. Rekieta's got a lot more stamina than Rob. John Allen's in the house. Thank you, John. Said we really appreciate you working so hard. I appreciate you being here. And I think we read that one. V got that one for us. Thank you. But thank you, John. I know it is frustrating. It's sort of like we can get through it together if we're all here. Adesia, thank you, Adesia, says long day. And Jigam says, well, I second what John Allen says. Well, thank you, Jigam. And Jigam is our meme smith extraordinaire, and she assembled this for us, which I absolutely love. And so make sure you're smashing that like button wherever it is you're watching this. You can act like a Maricopa County level 2 reviewer. Just keep hitting that button. Just keep nailing it. So thank you to Jigan for that one. And says, supporting what you do. This one came in from Deep Sea Miner. Says, supporting what you do, keep smiling. We're going to keep smiling, Deep. I appreciate it. So it looks like they cut the audio off for us because they're having a heated argument and we cannot hear it. At all. Don't know what they're arguing about, but it's probably pretty juicy. And we've got looks like Liddy's back at the table by himself. Notice this? Where'd the other lawyers go? I wonder if anybody's in the courtroom. Any activity on Twitter? Let's see. We've got is the news media there? Yeah, they've got our mic off. I think that's Liddy, right? Isn't that Liddy? Wasn't he back? I feel like the judge is talking right now, but they've got our mic off. Yeah, so James Cutbirth over on Locals says, you are awesome, Rob. Thanks for carrying the load for us. Well, I don't see it that way. I mean, I think, we're in this puppy together. I appreciate you guys being here. It's like we're hauling American freedom together. I know your backpack's full as mine, James. So thank you for that. But I appreciate the tip, man, and I appreciate you being here. And so they're talking about something. The judge is now standing up, pointing. They're moving around on the defense side, but Kari Lake's lawyers aren't moving around doing anything. The judge is standing up. I don't know what's happening right now, so I'm just going to stand up just to be respectful to the judge. What's he doing? Judges don't normally stand and just exercise their authority. What's happening? All right, people are piling back into the courtroom. You saw that guy sat down and then he sat right back up because you're not supposed to be seated when the judge is standing. And now he's like kind of like the lion in Lion King, Mustafa. He's on high on the perch. He's like, hey, now he's going to sit back down. Now everybody sits down. Mufasa, that one. Yeah, Mufasa. Whoo, Mufasa. Whoo, that one. Yeah. Now he sits back down and now we can all be sitting back down. All right. So I think they turned the mic back on. I hope. Don't forget to turn the mic on. That's Ray Valenzuela. And it's not just me that is missing audio. No.
Chief, if that's whichever you prefer. I'm not going to dictate how you try your
Maybe they were
case.
arguing
Thank
we
you,
just
Your
missed it. I don't know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You can begin when you're ready, Mr. Glenn.
Thank you. Mr. Valenzuela, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Ray Valenzuela, last name Valenzuela, Valenzu, first name Ray, R-E-Y.
What would you prefer to be called?
Ray is fine.
Ray? Okay, thank you, Ray. Where do you work, Ray?
Mr. Maricopa County Elections Department.
All right. And is your office located in what's known as MC Tech?
It is.
My name's Brian Blem. I do believe we have met on at least one other occasion, but I'm counsel for Kari Lake, as you know. And so I know you've testified before because you testified in the first trial of this action, correct?
Correct.
You recall that testimony?
Briefly, yes.
Okay. Have you ever given any other testimony in any other cases?
In several other election cases, yes.
Okay. Any of them involving signature verification?
Yes.
With respect to Maricopa County?
With respect to Maricopa County Ward B.
Okay. How many of those involving signature verification and Maricopa County were there?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
How many of those cases involving Maricopa County and signature verification were there?
The two that I participated in would be this, the previous two, and the Ward B checks.
Okay. And you ever given any supportive statements to law enforcement agencies regarding signature verification in Maricopa County elections?
I apologize, I can't hear you though. Have I ever given?
Have you ever given any sworn testimony to law enforcement agencies regarding signature verification and Maricopa County elections?
Not sworn testimony, no.
Unsworn.
No testimony to law enforcement.
Okay. Have you ever been questioned by law enforcement about Maricopa County signature verifications and its elections?
If you define, and if I can clarify, the Attorney General's office, we do participate with. And if that, considering that a law enforcement agency, then we do participate with that.
Okay. Was that involving the 2020 election?
2020, 2022, all elections that we forward on any questionable signatures that teeter on the path of potential investigation.
Did you forward any signatures on with respect to the 2022 election, general election?
We did not. We were inquired of by the AGs, but we did not forward any for investigation.
Okay. So you found absolutely no questionable signatures with respect to the 2020 election?
That's not correct. The disposition of question signature is a statutory or a bad signature that exists, but we do not have investigative authority. We then forward to, and the Attorney Generals would, if we found there to be a need.
Okay. You didn't forward any to the Attorney General for the 2020 election, is that correct?
I am not aware of.
Objection, Your Honor. He's asked the questions of the 2020 election, not 2022.
Yeah,
So,
2022.
I
Mr.
think I
Valenzuela.
know where it's going, so I'm going to give him a brief little bit of latitude
Yeah.
here.
And so basically the question I would like to ask is, how many referrals did you make to the Attorney General's office with respect to the 2020 election and the 2022 election?
For the 2022, I don't oversee that particular process, but I am aware that we had under one that we forward through that didn't go any further than us forwarding it. But we had upwards of 40 that the Attorney General had asked us for information on.
Okay. Have you complied with the Attorney General?
Absolutely.
All right. And so you're familiar with the testimony rules, correct?
Yeah.
I'd appreciate it if you would let me fully ask my question before you answer, and I will likewise let you answer your question before you let me fully ask my question before you answer, and I will likewise let you answer your question before you before I ask my next one. Is that fair?
Understood.
Okay. And if I ask you a yes or no question, if you could say yes or no, not things of that nature, we just want to make sure the record is clear. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. Why don't you tell us about your education history?
I am a certified election registration administrator, Sarah graduate from Election Center and sponsored by Auburn University. I've retained that certification first initially about 15 years ago, and that's a required every.
And I apologize. Let me slow you down here. That's a certification relating to your duties as a director of elections for Maricopa County, correct?
It oversees all election processes.
Okay. And so what I was referring to with education history and because we're going to get to certifications, but what about high school? You graduated high school. Did you go to college? If so, when and where?
Yes, I graduated high school, South Mountain High School here, local Arizonian, born and raised. And then I attended Arizona State University, but didn't complete that particular degree.
What did you study?
Architecture.
Architecture. Okay. And your election employment history, I know is quite lengthy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
How long have you worked for the Maricopa County Elections Department total?
In total going on 33 years.
33 years. What was your first year with the Elections Department?
1990.
1990. Okay.
Been doing
So
this a
that,
long
that
time.
predates
A lot of
mass
elections.
mail voting, doesn't it?
No, there was always, early voting has existed since, no excuse early voting, but early voting and absentee voting have always existed. in every-
Understood. My question was, that predates mass early voting, correct?
I guess I would have to ask your definition of mass early voting, but you were allowed and have always been to request an early ballot in
All right.
everything.
And your roles in the election department, what have they been? Where did you start?
I started, as indicated, the summer from ASU, I took upon a temporary role in the warehouse. I then elevated into a permanent position 2 years later, and I was in charge or an early voting clerk, which then I moved into a early voting lead, early voting supervisor, and now, and then early voting assistant director, and now the elections director.
Okay. And as the election director, and correct me if I'm wrong, you oversee directly early voting in Maricopa County, is that correct?
I oversee the administrative staff that oversees that
Okay.
process, correct?
You're in charge of the managers who oversee early voting?
That is correct.
For example, I've heard the name Celia.
Correct.
Okay, still with the elections department?
She is not.
When did she leave?
She left approximately about a year ago.
Okay. All right, now let's talk about your certifications again, if you will. What certifications do you have in elections?
Wait a minute, she left a year
So
ago?
I
The
am a
election was in
certified
November.
election registration administrator, CERA, CERA, provided through by the Election Center and Auburn University. I received that certification about 15 years ago. Requires renewal every 3 years. And now I'm also a Maricopa County Management Institute graduate and also a Secretary of State certified election officer, which requires biannual recertification.
All right, very good. And so the history, I want to talk a little bit about the history of early voting in Maricopa County, because you've been around that for quite a period of time, correct?
Correct.
That was your first full-time role, was working in the early voting department?
That is correct.
All right. What were the standards back in, was that 1990?
1990, when I first began.
What were the standards in 1990 for authenticating a early ballot received in the mail?
It's always has been signature verification. It has relied on the referencing for consistency against the signature on the early voting affidavit to the signatures on the registration file.
Okay, and that's always been registration file, the totality of their registration history?
That is correct.
Okay, I believe you testified before that you have 30-some entries in your registration record from past elections, is that correct?
I have several registration and signature exemplars or official registration records on my record alone.
Okay, and so now correct me if I'm wrong. When a voter signs a mail ballot affidavit, right, and they return it to the Maricopa County Elections Department, Brunbeck scans that affidavit, correct?
Correct.
Maricopa County then does signature review on that signature, correct?
Correct.
And if it's deemed, I guess, authenticated, would that be the way to call it?
If it's verified.
Okay, then that signature, is that signature placed in the voter registration database for that specific voter?
If it is deemed verified and vetted, then it is added as a reference signature amongst many other reference exemplars.
Okay. And so would it be your testimony that really the standards for authenticating early ballot signatures on affidavit envelopes hasn't changed much over time since 1990?
In relations to referencing the registration signatures on file?
Yes.
That is a standard operating procedure.
Okay, and has been?
Your Honor, objection relevant. This is outside the scope that the hearing was going to be about, which is what.
If you're just joining us, this is Kari Lake's lawyer.
I'm going to allow him some latitude because I think what I've got is a pretty long laying of foundation that's headed somewhere in our near future, right, Mr. Glenn?
That would be correct, Your Honor.
Right.
Attorney
Yep.
Blem, this is
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ray Valenzuela, which
Okay,
is Kari
so-
Lake's witness, but also it's the government's witness. Like, they like this guy too. So he's not a real friendly witness to Kari Lake. He works for Maricopa
So
elections.
who sets the standards for early ballot signature authentication in Arizona?
The standards are both derived within Arizona state statute,
Okay.
can be clarified in the elections procedures manual, which all 15 counties then would refer to and has the force and effect of law. And then from that, the counties themselves derive then how that process would be handled. As indicated, Maricopa County has multi-leveled review process. It's not a requirement in EPM or in statute. It's just a best practice we see that other counties or other states may not use.
Okay. And would that relevant statute be ARS 16550?
That would be one of the statutes, yes. There's many that reference signatures.
And you're familiar with, you've been in court all day listening to everyone's testimony, correct?
Correct.
You've seen what exhibits have been admitted, correct?
I have.
All right. And so you're familiar with the Arizona Secretary of State signature verification handbook?
I am.
Does Maricopa County employ that as its standard for verifying signatures in?
Objection, Your Honor. That exhibit just referred to is in fact not yet admitted.
It's not admitted?
Let me go back and.
Yeah, I thought
see.
it was admitted.
Hold on. Let me go back and just double check.
This is Ray Valenzuela. He's on the plaintiff, Kari Lake's witness list. As just talking about signature verification training, the process, and the stats. So the reason he's been in the courtroom, presumably, is because he is the
Wasn't
government's.
that 46?
He's the government's expert witness. No,
So
46. 46 was the
46 was actually number 8.
Yeah, that
Right,
was the
and we
training.
went through that litany this morning.
And exhibit 1 is the Secretary's signature verification guide.
Is that what you're referring to?
If not, I can present it to him now and admit it.
I don't have 1 or 2 as admitted, so
Oh, okay.
why don't you proceed with that, Mr. Blum?
Thank you.
Please, you can approach.
All right, exhibit 2 is going to be the election procedures manual.
I am.
And 1 is just the signature.
Can you tell the court what that document is?
It's the Secretary of State signature verification guide as established under Secretary Kate Hobbs at the time.
All right. Are those the standards you employ in Maricopa County to verify signature?
They are the standards that we reference, absolutely.
So they're the same
As
Yeah.
for
Okay.
the 2022 election.
as to the 2022 election?
That is correct.
Okay. And those are in fact the guidelines that you have before you in Exhibit 1?
They are.
I move to admit, Your Honor.
Exhibit 1,
Number 1, Your Honor.
No objection.
1's admitted.
This is it, probably. Exhibit 1.
Now, did you participate in the promulgation of any of this document or these standards?
Maricopa County as an entity did indeed, all 15 counties did, were participatory in assisting in this crafting.
You personally, did you participate?
I personally, yes. I actually have information that was provided towards the crafting of this.
Okay, what information did you provide on behalf of Maricopa County?
One of them would be just a reference to analysis, what we use, reference to different characteristics and those that we had received from a certified forensic expert document individual.
Okay, so a certified forensic document examiner, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Has provided you information, and by you, Ray, I mean Maricopa County, has provided Maricopa County with information about how to properly verify their ballots, correct?
They provided us and the other 14 counties as part of the Secretary of State's offering for training.
Okay. And so under the current standards, and correct me if I'm wrong, signature verification workers look at what are known as broad standards, is that correct? Or broad characteristics?
Yes, there's local and broad characteristics of.
And I just want to sort of cover things broadly, and we're going to then start narrowing, into this subject a little bit deeper. But you said two types of characteristics, broad and local characteristics. Under Maricopa County's process, do they look at one more than the other?
They actually are, and if I may, don't need to look at any. These are, and as actually written, the following two-step analysis will allow you to confidently decide whether signatures are consonant. Doesn't mandate that you must look at all 11 characteristics of a signature. If so, these are, when you have a signature in front of you that you're questioning, these help you determine and go through that check.
Do you have to look at any of them?
If you're asking the question the way I interpreted it, that do you do these 11 on every signature? The answer is, for a no signature, we do not pause for 30 seconds or a minute or any time lane to look at characters. They don't exist.
Okay, so nobody really needs to reference these standards to approve a signature in Maricopa County. Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I said. I said that these are actual characteristics, broad and local, that are referenced when the signature is being examined that is in question.
Okay, but
is there a mandatory minimum?
Somebody could just click a button and say no question, no question, no question. Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't say it that way. I mean, you're saying that somebody would go outside of their oath, outside of their training, and could they? Then they could, and they could make it an exception. Then it would move into a second review, level 2.
We're going to go there, but you just mentioned an oath of office, so I'm going to I'm going to provide you with the Marcus. What this is.
We're going to see if he digs into
this
that.
This is the oath of office that we require all staff, whether full-time or FTE, full-time or temporary, to complete to participate in the election process.
Okay, so everyone in the Maricopa County Elections Department signs that oath of office.
That is correct.
Okay, and who drafted that?
I would assume it's the department. I'm not. I mean.
And the document marked as Exhibit 14, is that a true and accurate depiction of Maricopa County's oath of office, the Elections Department?
I think it is, yeah, or I know it is, yes, and it's a standard oath of office.
Okay. We would do admit Exhibit 14, Your Honor.
No objection. 14's admitted.
Okay, does that have anything to do with the indicia of signature verification, the oath?
All right.
I want to go back to the indicia, those 11 points. Is there a minimum?
Voting.
Do you have estimates at how long the process should
take? I believe in your
take?
prior testimony, you said there are multiple ways to get an early ballot. Is that correct? 3 ways? Are there 3 ways?
Multiple ways to get an early ballot, meaning, if you can clarify, meaning how to request one or how to, meaning
I can get one by mail, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. I can walk in early in person, correct?
That is correct.
And then I can, election day, you testified, you can vote early on election day?
No, you cannot.
Okay. Is there any way on election day that you have to put your ballot in an envelope that then gets signature verified?
Not on election day. You can bring your ballot that was provided to you by mail.
Okay.
And drop it off on election day,
All
but
right.
not actually vote early on.
So there are 2 ways to get an early ballot, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance. You gave counsel leeway almost 3:45. What are we talking about here? This has nothing to do with the case.
Objection is relevance.
It's 3:30. It's
How far out
3:39.
are we to?
Well, 3:45, he's going to be a long witness, but when they put him up, it's going to cut my cross. I don't know, Your Honor.
3:45, what are they talking about?
This particular line of questioning.
This particular line of questioning? This particular line of questioning was just a couple of minutes. Not very long, Your Honor.
Wrap it up in a couple minutes and then.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so I can either request a ballot by mail or go in person to vote by mail, correct?
That is correct.
Both of those methods require signature verification, is that correct?
No.
No.
To request a ballot, you can go online. You can provide personal identifiable information.
I think you've misunderstood my question. I can vote by receiving a ballot in the mail, correct? Provided I qualify, correct? Or I can go into a polling center and I can fill out a ballot early and then it's put in an envelope.
That is correct.
Okay, either of these two methods of voting, or I should say both of these two methods of voting, require signature verification through your department, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And what is the purpose of signature verification?
Well, its purpose on the highest level is that to provide proof of identity.
Okay. Proof of identity. Would you consider the right to vote to be an important right that citizens of the United States have?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, speculation, relevance, highly relevant.
Well, relevance, Your Honor, we're
What are we doing?
talking about, Your Honor, a process in Maricopa.
Don't need a speech. I mean, if you want me all to take judicial notice that it's a
Voting's important.
singularly important
Gosh.
right of American citizenship, I can.
Your Honor, I want to know what this witness thinks about that right.
For the record, Your Honor, again, relevance, and I will stipulate that.
Wait.
Voting's important. Great.
That's fine. I'm not sure that what he believes is salient to his duty and responsibility. His personal views, if he takes an oath and he's supposed to perform certain duties, that I get.
He runs the election department, Your Honor. Right. Over 80% of Maricopa County voters, which is over, Maricopa County makes about 60% of the state's voters. Over 80% in Maricopa County vote by mail.
Okay. If you want to ask him if he takes his oath seriously to perform the duties of his office, fine.
Yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
I do.
That embodies it, does it not?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
That embodies what you're asking, does it not? Because it's pertinent, you've got an exhibit, you admitted it. This is about whether he's fulfilling the oath and responsibilities. He takes that seriously. That's what you're asking. Ask it any way you want. I know what you're getting at.
Yeah, it's such a nonsense question.
Mr. Valenzuela, do you take, I'm sorry, Ray, do you take your oath of office serious?
Of course.
30 years of service in the elections department, I do.
Yeah.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the only thing standing between a person's vote counting and not counting is the signature and the individual set to verify?
For an early ballot, the signature is considered the proof of identity, and that would then be the reference item that we would look at for consistency to the official registration record.
Okay, so we have a very significant right at stake, and that's a person's right to vote, and the signature is the only thing that stands, with the signature and the person verifying it are the only thing that stand between that vote being counted and not, correct?
I would take a little bit umbrance to the fact that it's multiple phases of people, so not a person standing in front of. It's the voter signing, and then the process by which we review that.
Okay, let's say at level 1, it's approved. Who else reviews it?
At level 3, when they do an audit of those good six.
An audit is only random, isn't it?
It's a 2% random of that particular.
We're going to talk about audits later, but let's say somebody gets my ballot, they voted on my behalf, and they say my name, and somebody just clicking through approves my ballot. The audit doesn't pick it up.
I'm sorry.
Okay, you've already testified, Mr. Valenzuela, what's going to happen to that signature on my ballot that I didn't vote. And that
You finish answering the question?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. This goes directly to procedures, which this court has already ruled, the Supreme Court has already ruled. It's long past time for this contestor to challenge the procedures. What's before this court today is whether or not Maricopa County and its recorder's office and team executed their lawful duty to have signature verification.
Thank you.
What do you consider
let me rule at least.
I was just gonna walk on, Your Honor. I'll try to sneak it in later.
I've given you leeway to lay some foundation here. I can take judicial notice that this is all material. This is all highly significant to each individual voter and to the state as a whole, that the system runs properly.
We got all that.
But the
We know
line of
how
questioning
important
for
it
this
is.
witness is we haven't gotten to the point of whatever it is you're going to advance through this witness that relates to your claim. Put otherwise, you've taken a long time to get to the point where we all agree it's important to make sure that the process is accurately adhered to.
Go back to your
Okay.
11-point
I mean,
indicia. Go back
If you
to
can
that.
move on from there, I'd appreciate it, because that's what their objection is. I've given you lots of leeway.
Well,
Back up.
I understand, Your Honor. I'm not trying
I'm
to argue.
walking over you in terms of something you need to prove. You can tell me that, make an offer of proof by saying, Judge, I'm about to prove this, this, and this, and I just need you to bear with me a minute to get the foundation for that.
Well, here's where I was going with it, Your Honor. Okay, now, cat out of the bag, and I don't get to ask my question. It's pretty common knowledge that there are two schools of thought, Your Honor, in the United States with regard to the right to vote. You have one school of thought that is very adamant that people present a license or other form of official identification in order to cast a ballot. And you have another school of thought that says, well, it doesn't matter. We have to just count every ballot. My line of questioning at this witness, Your Honor, is which school of thought does he ascribe to? Because it's relevant. Because evidence, Your Honor.
I'm asking him to just stop for a second.
Oh.
Finish.
Because the evidence we will present, Your Honor, shows, and we've already presented a video to this court, and there's going to be a lot more evidence presented tomorrow about what is happening in the Maricopa County Elections Department. And that school of thought is directly related
Okay.
to that point.
Let me explain something to maybe put your mind at ease there. I view this, my role in this is limited to what the Supreme Court has remanded. And this is not about whether either I or you or any of these people in the courtroom would like as a philosophy. Whatever the process is already put in place. It's decided by different people, not in this courtroom. And so the only relevant line of inquiry here is, did we follow the process in this case?
And the law,
So
not his
it doesn't matter
opinion.
who you voted for or I voted for
Yeah,
or anybody
or
else voted
what
for.
philosophy
what
he
we feel
ascribes
about
to.
any political party or the process. And I know that there are diverging views of this. And I'm probably indulging this way beyond a normal written objection overruled or sustained. But I'm just making clear what you're talking about goes well outside of the bounds of what's at stake here. It's only whether or not he and the county performed its obligations under the current system.
Understood, Your
Gotta
Honor.
go back
And
to
what
the
I'm trying to
signatures.
is that not the process is not working. What I'm trying to show is that the process is not being followed.
Okay,
Okay.
So
that's accurate. Stick with that.
Yeah, you can go back to that. Go back to the indicia. What does the manual
And so,
say? All of
Mr.
that.
Valenzuela, you followed all of this discussion, correct, with the court?
Yeah.
Where do you fall?
That's
the same question.
he just said you can't talk about
I'm
that.
seeing their objection as to relevance, so we need to move on at this point. So
All right, Mr. Valenzuela. ARS 16550. It says that if the signature is inconsistent with the elector's signature, that you're supposed to do something specific. Is that correct?
We're supposed to make a reasonable effort to reach out to the voter to allow them to cure their signature.
Okay.
Or verify their identity in that case.
All right. And that's your legal standard, correct?
Correct.
Once it's rejected, you have to reach out? Oh, real quick. Do you cure early in-person ballots?
Do we cure early in person?
Yes.
Those are not cured because as required in statute, we check signature, but also those individuals, as is required for in-person voting, provide proof of identity, photo ID, state ID, driver's license. So we cannot challenge that proof of identity through the signature because they have provided in person that documentation.
Right. And those are ballots that go in a signed envelope?
They go into a specific special, what we call a counter envelope.
And so they have a different signature verification process?
They do, in the sense that they are, again, if there was some that are questioned, they would not, we are not, as outlined, it's a, I will say, an antiquated part in the process and statute that has. Yeah.
Okay. Now that leads me to another question really quickly. And that is, would these still go to Runbeck for processing and scanning?
They would indeed, for not just for signature verification, but also for retention and archive.
All right. And then Runbeck would scan, and we're talking about now these early in-person ballots, right? We're on the same sheet of music, Ray?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, and so these ballots would then go to Runbeck, be scanned, and they would be, the signature would be emailed to you or however they do it?
Securely transferred for signature verification.
All right. Do you have a process whereby you just bulk upload those signatures instead of having somebody approve them?
They're considered counter in-person signatures. So then those come in and they get approved to that degree because they've already proven identity as the necessary need.
All right. So
outlined in statute and EPM.
Understood. And so they, somebody would look at all those. They would get a list from Runbeck, is that correct, of all those ballots by number?
I apologize. There's no list ever. I'm not sure what I'm following. A list provided.
How do you sort those in your system? Because when a ballot is approved, you notify Runbeck, correct?
We send the file back with the disposition code set that we set.
All right. And then Runbeck sends you back the ballot.
They sort those down to the disposition we have set.
Okay. And that is because when it gets approved in your system, it sends it to Runbeck?
When it has gone through the multi-layer of phases.
Okay. What I'm looking for is I'm sorry.
Okay.
I think my hearing aid died.
No, same thing. We nearing a point here as far as
okay
process.
Thank you, Your Honor. The reason I'm trying to better understand the process is to better understand data. But I understand, Your Honor. It's 4 o'clock. May I just ask the court what time it plans to
Usually
kick me out
4:30.
today? 4:30?
You put that so kindly.
I've
4:30, we usually end trial for the day.
Okay.
Where are we with regard to finishing? Because I know that you have to finish with this witness. The state may call him back as far as their case in chief, and you still have your expert to put on.
Correct.
Do you envision are you asking me if we leave early today, are we able to finish up tomorrow? Is that what you're proposing? Are you asking me how long?
Oh, no, Your Honor, I could stay here doing this all day. But I just wanted a sort of a best guess as to what time we're going to have to wrap up today because Mr. 4:30.
That's when I will pull the plug if you're still going.
Okay.
And then tell you that we got to come back again tomorrow.
All right. I'll try to speed it up, Your Honor.
Okay.
Speed's not the problem.
All right. So
somebody said in the background, Mike, speed's not the problem. Somebody on the defense.
I just want to say, counsel indicated his hearing. I just want to make sure counsel has what he needs. I don't want there to be any. I'm perfectly fine. Whatever you want to do. Just want to make sure there's no issues with you being able to hear.
I think that's a kind offer to say we can quit right now and you can take care of whatever issues you have if it's giving you problems, Mr. Blem.
He had a
my
hearing aid.
If you want that, he's offering and I would accommodate that request. 'Cause, you know, we're on track.
Oh, I,
Take the
I just
break,
wanna make
man.
sure
sorry,
you're okay.
I thought you were offering me to give me some data.
Just a
Governor,
battery.
That's just more evidence. The hearing aid's not working. We probably want to make sure that it's okay. I want to make sure everything's
Yeah.
okay.
Let's get back on track.
Okay,
You need a recess because of that. I'm not trying to put you on the spot or embarrass you. I'm happy to give it to you. If not, let's move ahead
Yikes.
and we'll just take and use your last half hour.
I do not need a recess, Your Honor, but because we were just talking about the data issue, it might be a good point to bring this up. Mr. Valenzuela, you conducted signature verification in 2022 general election, is that correct?
That is correct.
What was your user ID number?
I have a username.
Okay. You're aware of the data that Maricopa County produced to We the People Arizona Alliance, is that correct?
That is correct, and I am aware.
And you produced that data by user number, correct?
We use anonymized usernames.
Anonymized usernames.
Correct.
Can you tell us what your anonymized username is?
I don't have that in front of me.
You don't have that in front of you. Okay. You watched the video earlier today, is that correct?
That is correct.
2 times?
2 times as it
All right.
was presented.
Do you have his unanonymized username?
We do because of or the individual in the video? No.
Yes.
No.
You know who that individual is?
I do because I have knowledge having worked the process.
Okay, but, and so you know his name?
That is correct.
Okay. And Ray, I'm not asking for his name because I know these are turbulent times. What I would like, though, is to know which anonymized user that individual is.
I don't have that physically with me right now.
Okay. And that's ultimately what we would like to know, Your Honor, because that would really maybe speed things up if the county is willing to provide said data to us. I'm not asking, Your Honor, I'm not asking for names. I don't want a name.
I think I understand what you're asking for. So I think what you need to do is probably put something in writing for how you're going to do this because it's highly unusual because this is not just a standard case. The information that you have came from a public records request. And there's not any discovery that's allowed in terms of the election challenge, et cetera. So you're hitting me with something that's
Understood, Your Honor. Understood. And I simply would propose that to defense counsel if they're willing to provide us that anonymized username.
you can do that offline with them or do it in writing officially, whichever way you'd prefer, okay?
All right, we can go back to questioning.
Thank you.
Ray, with respect to, I'll just call him the user. Are we clear on that? The gentleman in the video?
Yes.
Okay. If you saw a level 1 reviewer simply clicking through signatures like that, what would you do?
I would think they were doing what they were told to do in that particular circumstance, which I think you took out of context.
Oh.
If you knew the rules were you do signature verification and you scroll. Then when you're done, you back in, just as one of the witnesses said, and you arrow back through what you've done. So you would and could, what that could be reflecting is exactly that individual doing their second review, which means you're just clicking through to see the statuses you set as fast as that.
Okay. So
Perfectly legitimate,
you believe
that video.
this person was simply going back
what he
in
says.
time in that scripted video?
That's what is required of all of our staff to finish
They're
their
just
batch of
checking their
250, then go back
checking their work.
through.
That's it.
I understand. Is it possible that this particular user verified 33,624 ballot affidavit envelopes in an average rate of 2.4 seconds?
It is possible because, again, there is no set peer-reviewed timeline to check a signature, but I don't know the exact data that you may have, but it is possible to look at signatures. A no signature would take you less than half a second to say it's a no, an exception. as an
Okay,
example.
so it's your testimony that you didn't
this
find
right
anything
here.
wrong with what the gentleman was doing?
It's my testimony that I think that's misconstrued, I personally don't even know, but other than the fact that I do know protocol required and is trained to every single temp staff member or FTE that they complete their batch and then they work their way backward as was testified to, and that all that requires is for you to click back through your work, not to re-review. So
Hit
it
him
can
with this.
happen in under a second or a click to just see what status did you set before committing that batch as final.
But in opening arguments, didn't your team say that you removed that guy from the line? Wasn't he pulled? Why was he pulled?
That's fair. And we'll
if
talk
that
more
was
about
all
that
legitimate,
tomorrow.
why did they pull him off the line? Ask the question. Why wasn't he pulled off the line? During opening arguments, you said that this guy was removed. Why? If that was perfectly
Is it possible
legitimate.
for your signature verification workers, those under your control, to approve more than 170,000 ballots with an average rate of under 2 seconds each? 2 seconds or less?
Yeah, of course.
If I may ask for clarification, you're saying a single individual to approve 170,000?
No, let's say it was 10.
Yeah, speculate all of it.
I get if you can clarify.
Speculation.
170,000 ballots at a rate of 2 seconds each by 10 people.
Objection, Judge. Again,
Is that something that you think is fine?
Hold on, wait a second, there's an objection.
Objection.
What you're asking, okay, what you're asking for is a hypothetical, and
yeah, it's not a
my
conversation.
ruling on that would be, if he's able to answer a hypothetical, the way you've posed it, he can answer it. If he's needs more information or doesn't understand it or needs it rephrased, he can ask for that. If he doesn't believe it's something he can answer, he's capable of doing that.
Okay. Well, let's talk about this really quick then, so we can establish just how many employees Maricopa County has working in the signature verification department for the 2022 election. You testified earlier you have temporary employees, right?
That is correct.
Okay. How many total employees did you employ during the 2022 election?
Over the whole election would be 4,000.
4,000.
The polling place, vote centers, all of these different tasks. Signature verification, then it's 155 that actually were documented as having usernames that tied to a disposition.
Okay, so 155 employees working in signature verification, correct?
That is correct.
And so the remaining 3,845, if I've done my math correct, worked in the polling places and that type of thing.
I'm going to trust you've done your math correct. And yes, that it would be outside of the signature verification scope.
I'm a lawyer, should never trust that, but I think I got it right.
We're all bad at
this
math.
time.
It's just true.
Okay, so you have 3,000 some odd people working for 20% of the election day activities and 155 working for 80% of the election day activities. Is that fair to say?
Objection is to form.
You understand it, you can answer.
I understand. It's unfortunate that it's not the correct allocation because we have early voting in-person sites that are open for 27 days. So they're not just election day. We have voters that in those 250 some locations, 12 voters or 12 workers, we also have different tasks in our warehouse, drivers, couriers. So no, they're not all working election day, but they are all working outside of the scope of signature verification per se.
But for the 2020 election, you have 3,800 and was it?
You misspoke, I think. You said 2020 election.
Yeah, for the 2020 general election.
No.
I'm sorry, 2022. Sorry, Your Honor. It was 2022 general election. Maricopa County Elections Department employed 3,845 workers to work polling places.
That is incorrect.
No?
Objection, Your Honor.
Where else did they work?
Objection. Sorry. Objection to relevance. Again, what I'm hearing is our questions about, at best, the effectiveness of the process. I'm not hearing how, I don't see how this is tied into whether the processes are actually followed. And it's 4:10.
I have to agree with.
All right, Your Honor,
Call
I'll
it,
move on.
Judge.
Quick.
Okay.
It's better for Kari Lake
Of
if you
the
call it.
people who work in the recorder's office with respect solely to signature verification, how many of them are full-time?
We had approximately, we only had about 24 temporary individuals assigned to the signature verification process, as in those 2 rooms as testified to.
All right. And then the rest of them are temporary workers?
No, the rest are full-time.
Oh, the rest are
So
full-time.
the other 100 and, again, 120 something, bringing us to 155 would be full-time employees, certified election officers.
All the temporary employees, are they all full-time? On a temporary basis?
Their full shift, 8-hour or more through that cycle.
Every one of them, they have to agree to that?
It's part of the employment. Would you like to come work the election? And we ask. Granted, again, if you're trying to get to give anybody a time off, yes, if you ask for it, but.
Okay. And then how do you hire these temporary workers? Is it a temp agency or?
There's multiple avenues to hire full-time. The majority of them will come from our board worker database or individuals that have assisted us in past will reach out to them. But the majority went to our Get Involved page as promoted and applied themselves, just like 2 of your actual witnesses says they went there, saw the occupations, applied for them.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, relevant and the issue is whether.
Pardon me? I heard relevance.
The issue is whether signature verification.
Well, it was asked and answered, Your Honor.
Well, then we can wrap it up.
So
You're moving
Okay,
on.
then, yeah,
Is
I
that
guess
what you're saying? Yes?
asked and answered means you don't get to bring it
Yes,
up
Your Honor.
again.
All right.
Okay, can you tell me how many signature verification employees you have working exclusively at level 1?
We had a total of 155.
Wow,
That
155
included
people.
the temporary in room 1 and 2, plus all of our full-time employees within the division, including myself, that, again.
And you might have misunderstood my question. Just worked as level 1 signature verification employees.
I apologize, you might have misunderstood my answer. 155.
Also,
all had access, including myself, to
No,
work
but-
level 1.
yeah, I meant just worked level 1.
Then that
I mean, did not work 2 or 3.
then that would be then the 40 or the 24, I apologize, that were assigned level 1 access. But we also have some staff that are full-time that are not yet gone through the training, and I don't have that number in front of me, but that 155 were eligible and assigned to level 1. But of that 43, so this will help you do the math, then 112, 43 were assigned level 2. So we have 43 level 2, not 3, but 43 level 2 managers working those queues.
Great.
Okay. Where did they work?
They worked in elections department.
Okay. Do you allow any remote work?
Actually, everything is, as we indicated, the physical ballots are scanned. The digital images are imported or uploaded into the secure system itself. And
all right, I'll clarify definition of remote. Not at MC Tech.
So at our offices, we do have in 3 different offices. So that are all part of our network. And even at MC Tech, those 24 temporaries, we also have another 50 FTEs in that facility that and I appreciate the term that Mr. Meyer said, all hands on deck is asked for, such as post-election. We will take those 290 and maybe we only had 24. We don't rely on 24. That is our normal, that's their only focus. But yes, so we could have upwards, just at McTech, upwards of 60 to 70 mixture of full-time employees and those specifically assigned in that room.
Where are the other 3 locations that you actually do signature verification that are not at MC Tech?
The other 2 locations, there's 3 total. So McTech would be 1.
Yes.
It would be the recorder's office downtown, down the block. And then the other would be actually here at 222 East Avelina, our Mesa office.
Okay. And you have observers in all three offices?
We have observers offered to, and they have taken us and observed the McTech office, including the tabulation and those particular rooms.
Do you allow observers in the recorder's office or the Mesa office to observe the signature verification process?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance, it's 4:15 and I still don't know how we're getting anywhere. No,
It's 4:10. I'll wrap it up after this question until tomorrow morning, but I'd like an answer to this question.
I'd like to finish my objection. It's irrelevant. Thanks.
I think he's told me he's laying the foundation for his witness tomorrow, who's going to do the math. And so that's what Mr. Valenzuela is testifying to, and I think he understands it as well. So I think he's Mr. Oh, now you got me all confused.
Blam, Your Honor.
Mr. Blam is done, right? Or you got one more question?
Well, no, I was saying.
Mr. Olson has another question for you.
What I was saying, Your Honor, is, if it pleases the court, if you would answer my question as to whether or not they actually allow observers in the other locations where signature verification is performed, because we would just like an answer to that question.
Okay.
Again.
And if you can answer that.
Objection, relevance, Your Honor. If it's performed, it's performed, and we can all go home.
Okay.
That's what they want the judge to say. If you did anything,
Your
even
Honor,
one, it's good enough.
It's clear.
Wait a minute. Let me, I don't, a speech from you and a speech from them at this point in time. Your question is whether they permit observers at the other locations other than McTech, basically.
Answer that. It's a good question. Okay. Are there?
And you're saying not relevant?
It's not relevant, whether they're observed or not. If the contestor is going to assume that the work was done here in Mesa, then it was done. And if it was done, we have no reason to be here. We should all go home.
Okay.
Well, that's.
Are you able to answer that question that Mr. Blum has?
I can, Your Honor.
You can?
Yeah.
Go ahead and answer it.
So with regards to observers, observers are offered the opportunity, not a legal requirement or statutory requirement, to look at the only statutory requirement that the observers are under are to observe, and they do not do a one-for-one stand behind a individual. So in our offices, as an example, I did signature verification as a certified election officer, as accredited. I have that done in my office on my PC that's logged with my username. I am able to do that, and no, we would not allow the observer in that circumstance to come into my office and stand behind me. But we do in the general areas, any general area, we allow observers to exactly do that, observe.
That
not
is
to
interesting.
scrutiny. All 24, even those in that room, it's one observer. So if you're saying that the process is broken because we don't have 155 observers standing over each shoulder, that's never been the intention.
There's
okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
any
what's
other
the law?
questions?
Well, I'd ask one more before we go for tomorrow, Your Honor, but I do have more questions tomorrow before we bring our expert up. I am not done
You
yet.
have more questions of this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, you got 15 minutes.
Well,
Let's
we're not
go.
done yet.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Go ahead and ask.
Can signature verification be done at a Maricopa County employee's home?
There isn't, we don't have that currently in place. Now, well, let me back up that. I mean, we do have one during the COVID back in 2020, but
Yeah,
and
during
right
the
now,
COVID in
individuals are
2020.
signed into their network PC.
So you can do signature verification from this guy's office, it sounds like, which is pretty interesting. And there's no observers there. Now, signature verification is being done. Again,
All
we're
right,
not
so
talking about whether
really
it's good or
quickly,
not.
Just to get from you, if you can look at Exhibit 1.
What is it?
You still have Exhibit 1 before you?
Yeah,
What
we
would
have
it be?
it.
I have two of them in front of me. That's
Yeah, it should be marked with a 1 on the green tag.
Yeah, that's the signature
Okay,
from
the guard,
from
the-
Katie Ha or from
All right,
the
and we didn't
Secretary of
get into
State.
details about these, but can you go ahead and let the court know what the Secretary of State identifies as the broad characteristics of a signature for signature verification purpose?
Broad characteristics as defined, not just by Secretary of State, I'll add, it's also in our training, but broad characteristics, the type of writing, cursive print,
Yep.
the speed of writing,
Good. We're going back.
harmonious versus slow, deliberate, overall spacing, overall size and proportion, position of the signature, slanted versus straight, and spelling and punctuation.
Okay. And then the local characteristics, what are those?
The local characteristics are a combination of internal spacing, the size and proportion of letter or letter combination, curves, loops, and cross points, the presence or absence of pen lifts, beginning and ending strokes.
I believe you previously testified that you retain an expert document analyst to teach these features to the temporary and full-time employees at Maricopa County Elections Department?
With an understanding and structure of what they're intended for and their purpose.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Do you give a test after their training?
We do not.
No test?
Well, other than the hands-on. So in a sense, yes, it's not a written test after that, but there is several, as the other testimony was presented, there's several hands-on and individualized to see if they are understanding and grasping.
All right.
Have that skill set.
Okay. And when you conducted signature verification, do you know how many signatures you personally verified?
I actually do.
Yeah, how many?
It was 1,600.
Wow.
1,600.
Great. So
It's embarrassing that the bulk of it, the 1.3 million, wasn't me.
Well, you're a busy man.
that's
You know,
great.
you
So
run an
Kari Lake's
elections
witness just
And
admitted that
lends
they did
itself
level
to where
one
the all hands
signature
on deck
verifications.
Concept comes
1,600
in,
of them.
where the 290, how do you get through those in 36 hours? Sometimes you ask the directors of elections to assist.
Okay. How many did you exception?
Did I exception? I believe, and the only reason why is from the public records request, we have the data set, and I believe is 131.
Well, now what do you mean it's only because of the public records request that you have that data set?
Because we don't have a need to come back to say, how many did Ray do?
Right.
In other words, there's other checks and balances. By exception, there is a level 2 worker who's going to validate and concur. I agree that it is not questionable SIG. I agree that it's a missing SIG. So we don't come back as a normal practice to say, Attorney Blam would like to know how many Ray Valenzuela did, and then therefore we'd have to run that report or create a report. So we did that for the public records request specifically.
But you've never used that data before.
We have no need to know how many Ray, exactly. If you're specifically indicating and speaking to usernames, how many did Ray Valenzuela do as a global report? We don't, but we do have a audit report that is irregardless of that it's Ray, that looks at those statuses.
Okay.
And that's what we're concerned. Was somebody said to be no SIG when they have a SIG? Were they considered a question when they were a match or a consistent signature and so on?
All right. And so you've never felt the need then as an elections department
Let him finish question.
to keep statistics and data on election workers with regards to the rate at which they are hitting approved?
And objection, Your Honor, relevance, the witness's feelings, let alone this entire line of questioning, have nothing to do with the issue we're trying today.
Okay. I'm gonna overrule it. You kind of shifted the question midstream from where I thought you were going. You had done that on purpose. But in any event, what he's asking is you don't track when people make mistakes when they're doing signature verification, and you don't care about it, you don't keep statistics. Well, he can answer how they monitor. You can ask it differently, but ask him how they keep track of people that are accurately or not accurately following the protocol.
And we're going to get there, Your Honor.
Well, that's what I thought you asked. Wasn't that what you wanted to ask him?
You know, in a way, but
let's just withdraw all of this. I'll sustain their objection. You ask a different question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so level 1 signature verification workers are, they have access to 3 signatures to compare the ballot affidavit envelope with?
That is correct.
Because they don't have to rely on the standards set by the Secretary of State, are they obligated to look at all three signatures?
They are not.
So they're only obligated to look at, are they even obligated to compare one?
Absolutely.
Okay. So,
Great.
and if a signature is approved, then it's done, right?
No, it goes into the level 3 randomized 2% audit to validate. Well, I'll hold till you ask the question, because part of the question that the judge was indicating, where there is a daily review of all workers and their dispositions.
Okay. And so you review the individual worker and their
Correct.
dispositions.
That's
Yes,
correct.
okay. What do you review them for?
We review them for consistency, meaning if I, as an individual, Ray Valenzuela, had looked at 1,600 and 131, was there some sort of inconsistent where somebody did them all good or somebody did them all bad? So we are looking, referencing, and most of it is because to a quality control check to make sure that we have that integrity there.
Have you ever fired an employee from Maricopa County because you found that they were consistently approving bad signature?
We have not.
Okay.
What happened to Steve?
I,
Ask what happened to Steve the
earlier
Pecker.
today, you heard the argument by Mr. Liddy, did you not, during the introduction of that video? That the individual
Objection, Your Honor.
depicted on that video was removed from the line.
There
Is
we
that
go.
correct?
Gosh,
Form,
finally.
Mr. Liddy made no argument during his open.
He stated a fact.
Rephrase it however you'd like without the reference to Mr. Liddy's position.
Just ask him what happened
In
to
court
Steve.
today, during Mr. Olson's opening argument, he played a video. You recall that video?
I do.
Okay. And one of Mr. Liddy's objections was that the man had been depicted in the video, had been removed from the line. Do you recall that?
Good.
Objection is to form. Mr. Liddy made no objections during Mr. Olson's opening statement.
Okay, let's
Forget the opening.
ask it differently. I think you're referring to Exhibit 19.
Yeah, did you see the video?
Exhibit 19. Mr. Liddy represented to this court that the man had been removed from the line. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Was that man removed from the line?
He was removed from the process of signature verification, reassigned from the process.
Why?
Okay. When was he reassigned?
The exact date, I do not know, but it was not, and if I may, some liberty, was not because of that video or not because he was reviewing as he was required to do.
What was it
just
for?
that there's a skill set that's required to perform this function.
Oh
and
my
if
gosh.
you are not meeting those marks, then we'll move you to another task, whatever that may be, curing as an example.
Oh my
But
gosh.
as you sit here today, you can't tell me that when he was reassigned.
I was not anticipating that, so I don't have his.
This is so good.
Right.
But it wasn't, and again, it wasn't a let go, it was just a reassignment to a different. part
But
of
you
the
said he didn't, so
And
but
is
you said that
because
that
how
was,
he was performing his duties?
Correct. So there can be, not
Good.
specific, it could be that it's just what we'll consider a lack of skill when it comes to technology or something of that nature.
Okay. So is it possible then, because he lacked skill with technology, that you moved him to actually handling green affidavit envelopes for signature verification?
Whatever we moved him to, it's actually proof positive that there is a audit level that would have identified that.
But-
And that's why we have those checks and balances, that second level and that third level.
but didn't you
Okay.
say his work on the video was
this person a
appropriate?
temporary worker?
Yes, he was.
What was the last day at Maricopa County Elections Department for temporary workers?
Some of them are still there. It depends on the nature of the thing. Some of them were, if you're talking specifically about signature verification, there are some that a bulk of them were probably Monday or Tuesday after the election.
Monday or Tuesday after the election? I'm really bad with Mondays and Tuesdays and just
14th, 15th
dates in general. So 14th, 15th.
of November.
What about the witnesses who testified today? I believe they were let go on the 11th. Is that correct?
That's possible, absolutely.
Okay, were a lot of people let go on the 11th?
Absolutely, yes.
What about this individual depicted in the video? Was he let go on the 11th?
It could have been.
But didn't
that's
you
because
say
we
his
were
work
done.
was good?
Because you were done, not because he wasn't properly doing his job.
because he could be assigned to cure, and he was doing that properly. So again, nobody was let go because they were going against their oath, or they were nefariously not to the best of their ability, as the oath indicates, or not performing.
Have you ever had to fire anybody for not following their oath of office?
I have not.
Okay. All right, and Your Honor, it's 4:30.
You got to call this guy a liar,
wrap up
dude.
now.
How much more you got?
Well,
You got to destroy his credibility right now, brother. You just said that his
I've got
record
about 3 or 4 pages, 4.5 actually.
in the videos were good. You said that that job performance was good.
Misrepresentations to the court. So
When I get asked that kind of a question, it's usually I've got 2 more questions, not I've got 5 more pages.
well, Your Honor, it's
4:30 is it.
You got to hit him hard,
If you were to tell
man.
me that just a few more minutes, Judge, I'll be done, that's one thing. But if what you're indicating is you got another, 30, 45 minutes?
probably, Your Honor.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
We're not doing
All right.
that.
So you
And,
said his work
one
was
question
great, but
always
you
leads to
removed him
another, I'm
later,
sorry.
right?
It's fine. Okay. Then.
So his work
we will
wasn't great.
recess for today, and tomorrow you intend to start back with this witness. There's no out of order problem.
At 9 a.m., Your Honor.
All right, 9 a.m. So, Mr. Valenzuela, if you could be here, you're still under oath, and we will resume at 9 a.m. Is there anything that you need to bring to my attention before I let you all go for the night?
It's not with the full courtroom, Your Honor. I do have one question.
All right, then I'll excuse everybody, and the lawyer can stay here if you've got a question for just counsel and me. So. Okay, we'll stay on the record, though.
Your Honor, can I run to?
Yes.
That was close, but
If you,
not in goal.
I will.
thank you, Mr. Blem. If you'll take the homework there and put it back where it belongs, I'd appreciate it.
Apologies, Your Honor. Thank you.
No problem.
Thank you very much.
You still got people in the courtroom that aren't lawyers.
You're not a member of the parties, so go ahead and step out of the courtroom.
They've got to start going after these people. They let Scott Jarrett get away with everything last time. They're letting Ray Valenzuela get away with everything this time. And look, I don't have any specific evidence that Ray Valenzuela did anything wrong at all. But you got to shatter his credibility. When he comes out and he said to us that what he saw in the video was perfect. He said that, no, it's great. He was going backwards, checking his records. There's nothing to do with anything, Mel. All part of the process. Well, then why did you remove him? And you have to dig into that. You didn't tell us that you removed him. No, I had to ask you about that. Why didn't you volunteer that? And then you dig into that. And did you go back and correct all of those records? Did you do a root cause analysis or something? Did you find out every single ballot that he touched and go and cure those? And how many other people were in that category who also got removed and also got challenged that weren't investigated? And look, this doesn't go into digging in on that issue, digging in on Steve the Pecker. Exploiting this is not going to solve all of Kari Lake's problems. She still has to show a very high standard and meet a very high bar. But they've got to destroy the credibility of these election officials in order to have any chance of making a mark on this, because they're not otherwise meeting the standards. And they got really close, man. I thought he was going to miss it the first time because I heard the same thing. We commented on it. He said he was removed. Great. Let's go investigate that. And let's really, really dig in on that. And he really, didn't. Why was he removed? Why didn't he meet the standards? Was he going too fast? Was that one of the problems? Okay. What is too fast for you? Where was the discrepancy in his skill set? Was it a skill set problem, or was this guy a partisan hack? Who was he? And what's his background? And what did you guys do to prevent that from happening again during the rest of the procedures? Because obviously you do monitor people and you remove them. So now I want to know who else you removed in this process. What other issues like that did you identify? And hit him. And you're going to get objected to. But he's a good witness. He's been doing this for 20 plus years. And he knows the statute. He knows the rules. And he's testifying and basically making the county look like they did everything appropriately. but he's not being fully honest. He could have told us, yeah, you know what? He was removed for other reasons. I'll tell you this in the video that wasn't problematic right there, but we removed him for other reasons. He didn't volunteer that. He had to dig that out of him. They were hoping that he'd forget that. And I thought he was going to forget that. And he didn't forget it, but he came back, circled back, and didn't kick it in the goal. And man, that is just a bummer. Now you can see they muted us again. So on the bottom left, when they want to talk privately, they mute us. And I don't know if they're going to come back and, they can do some rehabilitation tomorrow and further lines of questioning with this guy, but they've got to start throwing elbows in this case. And they can't keep just wandering around, talking about possibilities. What did you do with him? And what were the specific consequences of that action? And man, they're all talking. I can't hear what the judge is saying. They've got us muted. You can see the mic down there. But, oh man. Okay, so it's been a long day, my friends, and we are just getting started. It is day 1 of 3. We will be back tomorrow, of course, with days 2 and 3. Make sure you're subscribed. We're going to stick with this for a little bit, and then we're going to wrap up with the super chats, and then we're going to go over to locals for a brief after party. But it's going to be an interesting night. They're going to hopefully regroup and come back, and hopefully they have a nice set of questions to look. Ray Valenzuela seems like a pretty nice guy. It's hard to be hard on somebody, but this is the law. This is court. And so even though he's Kari Lake's witness, they've got to go after him and just start shredding some credibility here. They can't let them get away with this stuff. So hopefully they come back a little bit more amplified tomorrow. Some extra espresso in their coffee or something. Gosh. All right. So they're wrapping up. Looks like they kicked us out of the courtroom. And so we are going to be done for the day, my friends, right there. Thank you for joining us. We are going to hit the super chats and say hello to everybody and see what you think about this. But thanks for joining us. Thank you for subscribing. We will be back here tomorrow to do it all again, 9 a.m. Arizona time, noon Eastern, to dig into day 2 of the trial. And it's going to be a lot of fun, no doubt about it. Let's see who is in the house. Over on the chat, we've got Casey Adderhold in the house. What's up, Casey? Thank you very much for sending in this very good puppy who looks like he's flying through the air with love. Thank you, Casey. Appreciate that very much. We also want to say thank you to Ian Mack. Ian says, how desperate are these jokers? Essentially, if we checked one signature, you have to let us do whatever we want for the rest of the election, says Ian Mack. And yeah, that's kind of the standard that the judge has set, unfortunately. Kind of nuts. But Kari Lake, even in her opening argument, weren't they kind of talking about it, that there were no signature verifications? Remember how that line started? They didn't do it. And now we get a bunch of evidence. A bunch of people have testified, yeah, we did it. In fact, their own witness, Ray Valenzuela, said, yeah, I personally verified 1,600 of them on level 1. So it's going to be a tough battle. JC says, what is going on? The pause is confusing. So I don't know either. They muted us earlier today. We couldn't see it. They muted us. The judge was getting into it. Then they unmuted us. And I don't know exactly what that was all about. Hey, Mats Carlson is here. Thank you to Mats Carlson. Mats Carlson. That is a Norwegian super chat, which is very, very Norwegian. And that's very exotic here for us. So thank you, Matt. And thank you, K Bean, for educating me on the currency. We also have Bob in the Zona, which is very similar to me. I'm a Rob in the Zona. It's good to see you, Bob in the Zona. Says, thanks for covering this, Rob. Keep up the good work. Well, thanks for being here, Bob in the Zona. And stay cool out there. We also have, who else? Oh, Mufasa. Remember Mufasa? We had Mufasa talking about, oh, that was forwarded. We got that one. Playin' Hooky says, you're awesome, Rob. I took you with me 350 miles today. And now we're eating dinner together. That's awesome, Playin' Hooky. Super cool, my friend. I love that, man. I used to work all day listening to AM talk radio. I used to clean pools, and I had a little armband with my AM radio, and I'd listen to AM 550 here at KFYI in Arizona all day for all day, 12 hours, right? Just listening to talk radio. And so I appreciate you being here and joining us as we navigate through these issues, playing hooky. Super fun. Alan Harkin, what's up, Alan? Alan is over on Rumble. He says, awesome show. Very appreciative of your will, determination, pursuit of the truth, and tireless efforts to bring forth the truths of the day when truth in its purest form is an endangered species. What a beautiful comment, Alan. Let's read that again. Very appreciative, and not necessarily for me, but very appreciative of your will, determination, pursuit of truth, tireless efforts to bring forth the truths of the day when truth in its purest form is an endangered species. It is an endangered species. Well, I appreciate you being here, Alan. You know, I think that the truth will prevail as long as we keep talking about it, as long as we keep sharing it and speaking it and understanding that sometimes speaking has consequences, but sometimes, actually all the time, not speaking also has consequences. And so as long as we keep talking the truth and keep speaking about it, I think we will prevail. We also want to thank Brian Reinhart for gifting a membership to Frank T. Welcome, Frank T. We're glad you made it. And thanks, Brian, for submitting that one in. Squirrel's in the house. What's up, Squirrel? Says, OMG, why is it defense lawyers are incapable of asking the right question when it's slapping them right in the face? I don't know. Not all defense attorneys are that immune to being slapped in the face with an open goal. But sometimes it's frustrating, and I want to show some empathy and some compassion to these lawyers, right? This is a tough case. They have a lot of pressure on them. There is new law, right? They're constantly getting different rulings from the judge. It went all the way up to the Supreme Court, all the way back down. We don't have a lot of election litigation history to fall back on. So for example, when you're a new lawyer, when I was a new criminal defense lawyer, I didn't know anything about defending DUIs, very complicated stuff. So what did I do? I went and I studied a bunch of books. I studied a bunch of trials. I went and found lawyers who were way more experienced than me. I found lawyers in Arizona who've been doing it for 20 years, who are actually the best DUI lawyers. And I said, can I watch one of your trials? Can I watch one of your trials? And I did. I actually went, got the court records, downloaded them, studied them, saw how many other people did it before me so that I could go do it well. Well, you can't really do that in this election, right? There's not a lot of precedent. There's not a lot of history. They can't study this stuff and get really up to speed on how this all works because it's all kind of new and novel, and we don't have these challenges and these mass efforts of electoral malfeasance regularly. And so these attorneys, they come in and they're doing their best, and we try to call them like we see it, but I also want to make sure, that we are showing them a little bit of grace. It's a tough thing. It's a tough thing, and it's a tough battle ahead. And I'm sure, they don't have a ton of election experience, probably their first election case, because this stuff just doesn't happen often. And the Democrats have really been working hard on this. They have created an entire operation. Perkins Coie originally was working with Michael Sussman and Mark Elias, and Mark Elias left and created Democracy Docket. And they got a whole team of lawyers, and they are representing Katie Hobbs. And they're, not bad. Here, we had another one from Squirrel. Says, not even the defense, just lawyers. He had the right question teed up on a silver platter and walked right away from it multiple times. Says, and he kind of came back to it, Squirrel. He kind of came back to it, but he didn't kick it in the goal. Don't lawyers make up an if-then question sheet for situations like this? If not, why? And yes, you do. In fact, you do create, if they answer this way or this way, yes, over here, no, over here, yes, and you just keep funneling like a decision tree, and then you branch them all to the same answer. How do we get to the same answer? And it's a great way to do it. If then this. If this, then that. And so great question from Squirrel in the house. Thank you very much, Squirrel. We had a couple other ones come in. Let's see what else we had. FMF Doc submitted one on locals, which we appreciate. Not going to put that one on the YouTube screen, but we appreciate that one. Thank you, FMF Doc. Squirrel also said Lake's lawyer is going to cause this to just get thrown away, like every other case. He's blowing perfectly good opportunities and screwing up the super lenient foundation and the questioning that's being allowed by the judge. It went a little bit off the track, a little bit there at the end, Squirrel. Thanks for being here. Again, let's show them a little bit of grace. Let's see how they do tomorrow. They can recuperate, regroup, come back, and we'll have a lot of the day one wrinkles ironed out. S.R. Dempsey says, last court case, this defense attorney dug the ditch. Now he's lying down with all of us in it. Okay, we're going to try to be nice to him. Rob putting in Ricada hours came in from 66 Anton. Thank you, Anton. We appreciate you, my man. And I don't know, I think Ricada's got a lot more stamina. Adesia says, long day. Thank you, Adesia. And Jigum is seconding what John Allen says, which I think we read earlier. Well, Jigum, that is a very nice dono. Thank you for that one. And hey, Jigum also said this one, the watchers, which we caught earlier. And we got Jay Cutbirth in the house. Viva MAGA says, Rob, you're going to need more coffee and Field of Greens to get through this nonsense. Thanks for bringing us along for the ride. That's right. You got to get your Field of Greens. And don't forget to go over there to fieldofgreens.com. Save 15% with code Robert at checkout. You're going to love it. It tastes great. It's real organic superfood, and you're going to be bursting with green energy at fieldofgreens.com. Seawolf in the house says Maricopa County should be renamed Mea Culpa County. Heyo, which means my fault county. I know. It's kind of rough out here. Drearier Spider says, when will the Washington Post do a sympathy piece on Representative Steve Scalise, who was shot by a crazed Bernie Sanders campaign staffer that believed Democrat Russiagate election deniers? That's a good question. I don't know. Does he have PTSD for being an elected official? I don't think so. Rep Steve Scalise? No, he got shot and he doesn't even have PTSD. We have onesie-twosie Bill Gates, and he gets a couple bad Twitter comments, and his wife creates a bug-out bag for him and is like, honey, you're being a little bit crazy now. Let's get out of here. John McGarvey, what's up, says, if this judge gets an Arizona Supreme Court position, I'm going to go ape bananas in the I don't think that's probably going to happen anytime soon. But thank you, John. And this one from Devin Knox says, this whole thing seems jank, which is a good word for it. Jank indeed. Good to see you, Devin. Thanks for being here. Exactly says, I'm going to be honest. I don't think that they will be able to prove that there was a lack of following procedures, but this is wrong. And it's a good point there. Exactly. I think you're right. We have these two arguments. One is that the procedure was done or not. And the other was that the procedure was done inappropriately. The inside of that question, whether it was done or not, yes, it was done, but it was done so poorly that it is essentially not done. And I'm not sure the judge is going to carry that argument into the trial. Now, that's the argument that Kari Lake and her team are making, because that's really the only argument they can make. But the judge set pretty strict standards, and what I interpreted the judge's ruling to be, and this could have changed, right? This could have changed before the trial or something. They could have, talked about something that we haven't seen yet. We'll, of course, take a look at the docket this morning. But the most recent minute entry from the judge said it's about whether or not it happened, not how it happened. If you ask how it happened, that means that it did happen, which means Kari Lake loses, is how I interpreted the judge's opinion. But we'll come back on that, of course, tomorrow. We had another one from, let's see here. Where'd this one come in? Don't Be Hatin' submitted this one, says, thank you everyone for your prayers. And so that came over from locals. We've got some good prayers in our amazing community at watchingthewatchers.locals.com. Thank you, Don't Be Hatin'. We also have Devin Knox says, I'm with you. If the man's work was good, why'd they move him? And where were the 10 follow-up questions about that removal? And maybe we'll see him tomorrow, but we haven't seen him yet. It's an open goal. It's ripe for the taking. Let's go get it. I'm with you, says Devin Knox. Squirrels here says, it's sad because it really seems like the judge is trying to trying to get this lawyer to say the right things. He is giving him a ton of leeway. He's almost like coaching him through in some of this stuff. Start over. And we'll see how long that rides. The judge may not continue to do that forever. The Chugi Show. What's up, The Chugi Show? Sounds like they've got a show called The Chugi Show. Says, I'm sorry, I think they aren't elbows because there are no elbows to throw and there is no case for her to win sale. Well, you might be right. You might be right, because if the judge is requiring Kari Lake to prove there was zero signature verification at level 1, 2, or 3, she's going to have a hard time proving that because her witness already told us that they did 1,600 of them. So the argument has to shift into the actual process that was completed was so broken that it actually wasn't completed, which is a good argument. It's an actually creative argument to fit inside the bucket, but they've got to show it. They've got to show that the process was so broken. So asking general questions about the importance of voting is irrelevant. You got to go to the indicia. What were the 11 indicia? Okay, you said 11. You talked a lot right there, my friend, Valenzuela. You spoke for like 10 minutes about all the things. And you want somebody to just click those through in 1 second? Are you nuts? And he was very ready to go on that. Well, he said there's no peer-reviewed data. He was ready to get into timing. No, there's no peer-reviewed data about how long it should take. You hit him on that. Do you have you done a statistical analysis? How long does it take most people to do it? Do you know? Why don't you know? How did you identify this person as being problematic? Why did you pull him out of the line? You must measure something. Did somebody see him doing something wrong? Okay, how many other people did you pull out of the line? All right, and what did you do with all of those ballots? Did you see how many he touched? How long was he working there? How many batches did he do? Did you go and reverse engineer all of those and figure out where those went? I'd like to have answers to those questions. We'll see if we get them tomorrow. Hey, Robert, it's Miata Mama. Oh, that makes sense now. Miata Mama. Yeah, like the car. Good to see you, Miata Mama. Says, so if they can prove one person did verify the signatures, is it a win for us? It would be so it depends on how the judge interprets this. And we're hearing Kari Lake argue beyond this, but from the minute entry that we read yesterday, actually this morning at the start of the show, my interpretation of that was if they prove that if they verified one signature, Kari Lake loses because the judge has narrowed the argument. The judge is saying Kari Lake's complaint is they did 0 signatures based on what she originally filed. And the judge is saying that's her argument. Now, Kari Lake's lawyers have said, no, it isn't. But the judge is looking at the language of their statutes and of their complaint and some of the things that the lawyers have said at different oral arguments and is narrowing that down. And it's going to be a hard thing to win because obviously we know there were some signature ballots that were verified. Christina's in the house. Thank you, Christina. Says, thank you for your coverage. We appreciate you. Well, I appreciate you back, Christina. And really, thank you for stopping by and dropping a super chat and saying hello. And do you do some videography? Is that a camera I see in your profile photo? Looks interesting. Good to see you, Christina. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Irene Lover says, I would show him 5 signatures on a screen for 2 seconds and ask him to verify the bad signatures. That's a great idea. Wow, you've done 1,600 of these? So you can verify these things pretty quickly, huh? Here, I've got a test for you. Are these two the same? 1,001. Okay. Are these two the same? 1,001. Nope, you're done. What are they the same or not? Did you verify them? Yes or no? Here's another one. 1,001. Are they the same? Hurry up. They're gone. I love it. Irene Lover. Irvine Lover. I love it. Irvine Lover. Good comment. See if you can do it since you said it could be done so much. Tanya Karras in the house. What's up, Tanya? Tanya is on our locals. And Tanya, every Tuesday, gives us a very nice tip for Taco Tuesday. Sometimes it's not just Taco Tuesday. It's like pizza, pineapple, potato, tater tots, whatever you want in there. It's your way on Tuesday. And Tanya, thank you very much. Says, thank you so much for the day, Mr. G. Thank you, Tanya. Here, Dolphin says, here, Rob, take $5, take the bus, go down there, help him ask the right questions right now. Well, that's nice. It might take me a while to get there on the bus, but thank you, Dolphin fan. Dolphin fan is the man and is always inviting new people to our community. We love you, Dolphin. Gaming Bud says, how confident are you in this day one overall? Not really confident. Liked the first witness, then popped in here and it was like doomsday in the chat. Well, yeah, that's a fair take, Gaming Bud. It started off pretty good. The last segment, if we break it up into 4 segments, 4 quarters, we had them in the first 3. I thought the first 3 quarters were pretty good. Fourth quarter was a little bit rough, but the game is just getting started. We're on the first inning of 3 innings. It's like hockey. We're in the first period. We got 2 more periods to go. But look, it was a little bit of a rough day. I mean, we started out very strong because I thought that the argument was in alignment with the judge's standard. Remember that. So if we take the judge at his word, and we should, he wants the argument to be there were no verification, no signatures at all. And I liked where we were going with that argument for a long time until we started hearing a bunch of evidence that a bunch of this was done appropriately, and that really starts to hurt you. But then that gets fixed by saying, yeah, but the problem was so big that it basically invalidates all of signature verification. And then that's where we were supposed to get into, I think, Valenzuela to close some of this up, to say that there were some systemic problems that were taking place that were not corrected, or they were corrected, but they were just papered over. They pulled Steve the Pecker out of the lineup, and that's great, but they didn't fix what he did. They didn't go back and do anything to remedy all of the nefariousness that he had inserted into the system. And then you can take that as one example and multiply it times, 50. And then you get to your competent mathematical basis to say that that would have affected the margin. And you've got one person that you can point out to who did it. Steve Pecker and the rest of Maricopa County was complicit. And they tried to essentially be a little bit dishonest about that when he was testifying until he got asked about it. He said that the scrolling was perfectly good. But why was Steve removed then? Feels like his credibility could be challenged a lot more. And so that's my overall take on the thing. Linda Ramey is in the house. Welcome, Linda. Became a new member on YouTube, which is just awesome, which means you can come and join us on our Telegram group, which is where we're going to go right here in a short minute. We also want to say thanks to Indoctrination. Hey, thank you, Indoctrination. Says, keep putting in the hard work, Rob. We'll be stream leeching tomorrow. Do it, brother. Yeah, leech it up, my friend. Let's spread this all this stuff far and wide. And, if you like the Kari Lake court stream is just on the court website. Nathan, N810, gave us the inside link on that one and connected us over there. So if you want to just, stream it raw, you certainly could. But definitely jip the stream, leech the stream. You clip the stuff, share it far and wide because it's about the truth. And anybody who's on that team, I appreciate it. So thank you, Indoctrination, and have a great stream, my friend. Have a great stream. We have Changster in the house. Says, if verification didn't comply with the law, did it really happen? It's a great question. The law should be the standard. And if they all, if there's 11 indicia and there's only 0 of 11 indicia because somebody's just clicking, is it really verified? No. We're not asking for sham verification, okay? We want real verification. Is there a difference between completed and lawfully completed? Squirrel? Yeah, it depends on context, I would say. I would say that if you use lawfully as an adjective to modify completed, there's probably some ambiguity about what was being completed. So you're sort of saying, okay, it was completed, but it was done lawfully, probably because there's some question about it. But in terms of, court language, court vernacular, I don't know that it matters. It's just to increase the emphasis, not the emphasis, the emphasis, right? Because I'm emphasizing the latter half of the word. You get it? All right. Squirrel, is there a difference between being completed and lawfully completed? I think they're just emphasizing lawfully. It's just sort of a nice way to use language almost as an instrument. It was lawfully completed, all right? We did it lawfully. And so that, my friends, thank you so much for all of the generosity today. I mean, it was a long stream. We covered a lot of ground, and I appreciate you joining us as we navigate through it. And all of the amazing support. Rose4 just sent in another one. Thank you, Rose4. Says, you are amazing. And I appreciate you being here, Rose. Thanks for kicking us off or helping us close out the day with that final chat. And now, my friends, we are going to wrap it up. And so we're going to go over to our watchingthewatchers.locals.com after party to hang out for a little bit and close out the day. If you're a member on YouTube, Don't forget to grab the Telegram link. Just navigate right over in the app to the community tab. Grab the Telegram link because that's where we will be seeing you very, very shortly. But that, my friends, is it for us on the day. And I want to thank everybody who made the show possible, as usual. If you'd like to join us, watchingthewatchers.locals.com is the place to go. Grab the Telegram link so the chat never ends. Don't forget to get your Field of Greens over at fieldofgreens.com, where you can save 15% off your first order with code Robert. And it's good stuff. The vegetables want to be eaten, and it's going to make you feel very good and help you lose some weight because you've got your daily servings of fruits and vegetables, and they're good. So check them out, fieldofgreens.com. Also, if you like the mind map, feel free to go over to spotlightlawyer.com/mindmap, get your free account. We don't use it for too much today. Didn't use it a whole lot today because we were covering the trial, but it's great software and you can create your own free account at spotlightlawyer.com/mindmap. I want to thank the mods who really help keep the train on the tracks. And I appreciate everybody clipping and helping me with the chats. Shout outs to Vientikis Prime, our friend K Bean. We've got Just Cause, Playin' Hooky, Ronnie Cole, Zulu in the house, Geomancy swung by. I saw Geo today. Zach Nichols, John Allen. We've got Janek in the house over on Rumble, and Dog Digger, along with Donut Mind Me, all chatting away and modding down the fort for us. Big shout outs to our friend Geegum Geegum, who has been meme smithing it up today. We saw this one come in from Geegum, and we appreciate a like if you haven't gotten around to leaving one already. And Geegum also submitted this one. This is my brain right now. This was my brain today. Except there should be, this reminds me of the Homer Simpson one, where I think there's a monkey in his head playing the bongos or something. Needs more monkeys in the head playing bongos, because there's not much going on in there a lot of the time. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it doesn't. But it's a great meme. I love that. It's super fun. Thank you, Geegum. Makes me feel very smart, like there's something going on in there. Not, I don't know. Sometimes there is. Sometimes there's not. But those are our amazing meme smith, Sleepy Dog Lee on Twitter, and our friend Geegum Geegum over on Locals. And so thank you to everybody who keeps the show on the tracks, keeps the train on the tracks. We appreciate you. And I think we saw a couple super chats come in before we wrapped it up. Linda Ramey, thank you, Linda, says bye-bye, waving next time. Thank you, Linda. I appreciate that one. Along with Rose. And so, okay, my friends, we are going to leave it there. We're going over to watchingthewatchers.locals.com, or you can join us on Telegram if you're a YouTube member. Don't forget to grab the link. And we are going to leave it there. But don't forget to subscribe and hit that notification bell, because we are going to come back here tomorrow morning, Kari Lake, day 2, baby. And it's going to be a lot of fun. And so I hope to see you right back here so that together with your help, we can shine that big, beautiful spotlight of accountability and transparency down upon our system with the hope of finding justice. Make it a beautiful night, my friends. Sleep very well, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow. Bye-bye.